Tanky Mage System. Chapter 449 Big Profit. When Gunai returned to the resting area, everyone's eyes were on him. Gunai didn't care about the gazes of so many people. After the battle, they could leave. Gunai immediately left through the tunnel. If he left late, a group of gladiator managers would probably come looking for him. Half an hour later, in a small private room, Duo Lancy walked in with a smile. Gunai, you're famous now. I've already received 3 battle projections from my friends. I only regret not pawning myself back then. Duo Lancy sighed as he sat down. I think so too. Gunai replied. You've earned more than 1.4 million sacred source coins this time. It's enough. Gunai replied. I've indeed earned quite a bit. Duo Lancy smiled. By the way, how much did you put in after that? Duo Lancy asked Gunai. I've already mortgaged my wife's capital, but I can't raise 100,000 yuan. Gunai spread his hands. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to borrow it from you. You've earned more than 1 million sacred source coins. With so many sacred source coins, it won't be difficult for you to become a saint. Indeed, Gunai nodded. It's in the account. As if sensing the vibration of his combat medal, Duo Lance took it out and laughed. 1 million sacred source coins was a huge amount of wealth. Buzz. Gunai also felt his medallion shake. Gun didn't dare to open the screen. It would be bad if Dolan saw the balance. As his soul seeped in, the figure of more than 11.5 million sacred source coins appeared in Gunai's mind. The anchor of the world is finally in my hands. Gunai thought to himself. Then, Gunai transferred 100,000 sacred source coins to Duo Lance. Another 100,000 yuan. Duo Lancy raised his head. You've turned around so quickly. I wanted to borrow some money from you to slowly snowball. Now that I've exposed my strength, I don't think the snowball will be able to continue rolling. But I've earned enough. There's no way I'll ever earn enough money. Gunai shook his head. That's true. All right, I'm going to buy some things. And you? Gunai rose to his feet, and his silver angel armor bloomed, covering him. Gunai's aura also changed. It was no longer the same as before. Who knew if the ancestors' soul powerhouses who had lost money would take revenge or something, so Gunai had to be careful. There were many silver armors outside, and no one would be able to find Gunai's true traces after he changed his aura. I also want to buy some things. Duo Lancy also stood up. 10 minutes later, Gunai arrived at a remote gladiator mall. On his way here, Gunai had done some calculations. After paying back the principal and interest, he still had about 10 million sacred source coins left. With so many sacred source coins, he could buy 3 or 4 world anchors. As for how much he could buy, that would depend on the price. At this moment, Gunai's gladiator medal had more than 10 million sacred source coins, and it was connected to the gladiator store. As soon as he searched for the world anchor, rows of them appeared in front of him. And there was a certain length of introduction on it. The world anchor has the powerful characteristic of stabilizing the origin of a transcendent world. At the same time, use the world anchor to communicate with the world will and place the world anchor into the world origin. You can obtain the nourishment of the world origin, speed up your cultivation, and speed up the comprehension of profound meanings. The effect is quite good. Gunai nodded after a quick look. But the price is really not low. The cheapest and most common world anchor cost 2 million sacred source coins. The slightly more powerful ones were at 2.2 million, 2.4 million, 2.6 million, and even 3 million. To Aroya continent, it's a slightly larger medium-scale extraordinary world. We can use the ones with 2.4 or 2.6 million. After some careful consideration, Gunai made his decision. 2 for 2.4 million and 1 for 2.6 million. I can use the remaining 2.6 million to buy treasures to speed up my cultivation, or even advance directly. I can only participate in the war of the Oya continent after I become a saint. After purchasing the 3 world anchors, Gunai went to the cultivation treasures page. Gunai's current cultivation speed wasn't slow. In less than a year, Gunai had become a late-stage level 7 transcendent. In another half a year, he would be able to advance to transcendent level 8. Gunai estimated that he would be able to become a saint in about 3 years. In less than 5 years, Gunai would be able to complete the entire master level promotion. Furthermore, Gunai had a 6-vein soul source core. It had to be known that an ordinary soul source core would take about 10 years to form. Normally, a 6-mark soul source core would be at least 70 to 80 years old, or even 100 years old. Gunai, who had a 6-mark soul source core, had become a saint in 5 years. This was already quite fast. As Gunai opened the cultivation treasures, he saw that all the treasures were worth at least 10,000 sacred source coins. About an hour later. In the end, Gun picked 3 treasure fruits. One of them was the precious fruit Luo Haiwan fruit. This fruit is extremely effective for Tier 7 extraordinaries. One fruit can allow an extraordinary to advance by a small realm. 4 Luo Haiwan fruit were enough to allow a transcendent who had just advanced to transcendent level 7 to advance to transcendent level 8. However, the price was not cheap. Each pill cost 24,000 sacred source coins. The latter 2 corresponded to the 8th and 9th level, and the price was higher than that of the Luo Haiwan fruit. However, no matter what kind of fruit it was, continuous use would have a certain impact on the foundation of one's realm. However, if it was used separately, the effect would be better. But for Gunai, after one reincarnation, all of these problems were gone. Gunai could have quickly become a level 9 transcendent and reincarnated. At this moment, there was no need to worry at all. After spending 500,000 sacred origin coins to buy a large number of fruits, Gunai still had 2 million sacred origin coins left. Should I make a semi-divine weapon? A semi-divine weapon is only 1 million sacred source coins. At this moment, Gunai was rich and overbearing. Gunai thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'll still need to use the remaining 2 million sacred source coins later. Besides, I'll need enough sacred source coins to make more for the polar reversal later. There's no hurry. After some thought, Gunai calmed himself down and didn't rashly go shopping. After the purchase, Gunny and Duo Lancy flew toward the training grounds. Now that he was done with the purchase, Gun had to return to the Oya continent. The evil gods had been extracting the origin of the Oya continent for nearly 5 months. Naturally, the earlier the world anchor was placed into the world's origin, the better. 402 cast into the world anchor. A week later. In the secret room. Gunai's aura surged for a moment before gradually calming down. Gunai was now a peak rank 7 transcendent. The effect of the Luo Haiwan fruit is really amazing. It's only been a week, and I've been able to advance to the peak of the 7th rank. After steadily hacking and completely digesting the fruit's energy, I can advance to the 8th rank. Gunai calmed himself down. He cast the Blood Origin Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse and entered the Blood Dream Arena on the Sacred Feather Dark Source Continent. After handing over 1.44 million Sacred Source coins to Sagra, Gun left the room. The next step is to return to the Star Tower in the Oya continent. Gunai had left a Star Soul in the tower, so it would be easier for him to go back now. Gunai thought. He began to use the astral soul to carry out the transfer of his physical body across ultra-long distances. About an hour later, Gun had completed the transfer of his body from Holy Hajar to the Oya continent. In a dark and quiet secret room, Gunai stood up and walked back and forth after he finished transferring. This place was exactly the same as when Gunai had left. After that, Gunai calmed down and released the profound meaning of the world, trying to sense the world. Gunai could clearly feel the world's origin power weakening. It was very slight, but it couldn't escape Gunai's detailed observation. And Yang Luo. Gunai looked to the south. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The silent search of extraction was in progress. The massive array that extracted the world's origin energy was like a wound that could not be healed. It was constantly bleeding. To a transcendent world, the world's origin energy was like fresh blood. It was the source of life. When Gunai felt it, he could even hear the silent whimpers and wails of the entire world. The entire world seemed to know that it was on the path to the abyss of death, and it was irreversible. With a flip of his hand, Gun took out a world anchor. This world anchor was different from an ordinary ship anchor. The world anchor was a huge, strange, illusory frame about 2 meters in diameter, like a dodecahedron. The dodecahedron was only its outermost framework. The inner layer was directly connected to the outer framework, finally forming a very stable world framework model. When it sank into the world's origin, if the world's origin was thrown into it and activated, the stability of the world would increase by several times. Gunai used his mana and world power Upanishad to gradually activate the framework of this world. After it was fully activated, Gunai's will began to communicate with the origin of the world. The will of the great Oya origin, I am the child born from your origin. I can clearly sense your pain. Those evil gods used evil methods to steal your life force and origin. From a distant world, I've found something that can help you stabilize the framework of your world's origin. The will of the great Oya origin, may fly. Gunai began to call out again and again. If Gunai was strong enough, like a god, he could easily communicate with the origin of the world. Even demigods were easier to communicate with. However, Gunai was only a level 7 transcendent. If it was an ordinary rank 7 superhuman, it would be impossible to think about it. Fortunately, Gunai had a profound world power Upanishad. It was still possible to spend a little more time summoning. In addition, the world's origin was currently in a state of destruction. Gunai's call for help should be able to attract the attention of the world's origin. Gunai called out for the 5th time. The origin power in Gunai's secret room quickly became dense. In a few seconds, the origin power had increased by more than 30 times. It was so dense that it was suffocating. The will of the world's origin had already found Gunai. Gunai immediately released the power Upanishad of the world to communicate with the will of the origin. Great Oya origin, I know your pain. I also know what those evil gods are doing. This is a treasure that I found in other transcendent worlds that can help you stabilize your origin. By absorbing this treasure into your world's origin, it will greatly stabilize your origin, making it very difficult for them to extract your origin. Furthermore, there's more than one of these treasures. I've brought back 3 of them. With that, Gunai took out the other 2 world anchors and activated them with mana and world intent. The 3 world anchors squeezed into the small secret room, almost filling it up. Gunai was activated. Gunai saw the extremely dense origin power begin to seep into it. Normally, the will of the world's origin would not absorb things into the world's origin. But at this time, the world's origin was being extracted. The will of the world's origin also wanted to save itself. Since Gunai was helping him now, he would definitely try. About 5 or 6 minutes later, his rich origin power had already completely poured into the frame of the first world. Wang 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 wang. As the intense light bloomed, the first frame of the world quickly disappeared. Obviously, the world's principal will must have sensed the effect of the world anchor on it, and thus absorbed it. After another 2 to 3 minutes, the dense origin power in the secret room surged again. This time, the rich origin power directly surged towards the 2nd and 3rd world anchors. After the origin power was completely poured in, the 2 world anchors also disappeared with the white light. It was obvious that the will of the world's origin had recognized the world anchor. As the world anchor was absorbed, the will of the world's origin enveloped Gunai. A slight thought enveloped him. My little girl. Xia Wan, your help. My will put you and you together in the same place. Then, the world's principle will slowly dispersed. Hu. Feeling the world will disappear, Gunai let out a long sigh of relief. It's done. Gunai clenched his fist and laughed. These 3 world anchors are anchored in the depths of the world origin. It can basically reduce the loss of the world's origin to 1/30th of the present. In this case, the withering period of 3 to 5 years will be pushed to at least 100 years later. At the same time, the amount of the world's origin that those evil gods absorb will also decrease sharply. It will take them longer to recover their combat power. All in all, the normal absorption rate of 1/30th should be enough to dissuade those evil gods. After all, absorbing this amount of origin energy is simply too time-consuming. The gains simply do not make up for the losses. However, it's hard to say whether those evil gods will retreat or not. Let's first feel if the effect of the origin energy has weakened. Then, Gunai focused his mind and used the World Power Upanishad to sense the place where the origin of the world was extracted. 403 The Coming Change. The place where the Church of War and the Church of Healing met. A huge array with a diameter of 30 meters was blooming with a sky-piercing light. At the base of the array, there was an energy array that was 3 meters thick. This energy array was enough to block the attacks of the Oracle Ancestor soul powerhouses. At this moment, beside the origin source extraction array, the mother god of the human-faced flower cult, the Church of Pastors, the Pastors, and the giant god of the Giant God Church. 3 evil gods with twisted auras were sitting cross-legged in the air. The world's origin that was extracted was absorbed by them. As they absorbed, their strength continued to recover and strengthen. At the same time, the suppression of the world's origin on them continued to weaken as they absorbed the origin. While he was absorbing, the 3 evil gods seemed to sense something. 2 of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the array that was absorbing the world's origin. What's the situation? The giant god, who was a full 10 meters tall and had strange hexagonal armor floating all over his body, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The extraction of the origin source is weakening. The human-faced Deva, who was about the height of a human, said softly. Of course I know that the extraction of the natural source is weakening, but why is this happening? And Yang Luo. The giant god's eyes were fixed on the origin energy array. The speed of the weakening is still continuing. In the perception of the 3 of them, the original source energy that was being extracted was continuously weakening. In just a few breaths, it had already weakened to half of its previous strength. Then, 1/5. 1/10. A moment later, the extraction of the origin energy had been reduced to about 1/30th of the previous amount. If it had been a trickle before, it would have been enough for the 3 evil gods to absorb. Now, it was just dripping water. Not to mention 3 people, even 1 person would be choked. The giant god and mother god's expressions turned grave as they watched the almost severed and tiny world origin being extracted. What was the use of extracting 1/30th of the origin energy from before? After all, they had entered a world for the world's origin. With a strong enough world origin, they could improve their strength and strengthen themselves. However, this 1/30th of energy extraction was too little. Moreover, it was divided among 3 people, which was even more insufficient. With such a thin world source, if they continued to wait here, it would be a complete waste of time. It would be meaningless. Senior Mu Shen. The 2 evil gods looked at the priest who was stronger and more experienced than them. At this moment, Mu Shen opened his eyes calmly. Someone must have put a world anchor into it. Mu Shen said softly. The world anchor? This world has a world anchor. How was this possible? The most powerful being in this world is that ordinary demigod. There's no way for him to come into contact with the outside world. It's a completely isolated island, so how could it have such an expensive treasure like the world anchor? The giant god said in a deep voice. Mu Shen did not argue with the giant god. He closed his eyes and continued to absorb the thin world origin. Mother God muttered to herself before she spoke. Senior God Mu, it wasn't easy for us to come to the Oya continent and create such a situation where we can absorb this world's origin energy. But now, the world's origin energy has been reduced to 1/30th of what it used to be. There's almost no value in absorbing it. Are we still going to stay here? When Mother God asked this, Mu Shen slowly opened his evil eyes and said, "Wait. Wait, what are you waiting for?" Mother God and Giant God both looked over in confusion. An unforeseen event. Change of events, what unforeseen event? When the time comes, you'll know that very soon, an era of change will sweep across the entire extraordinary world. It can even be said that the change has already arrived. The ancient Longtan world group, including the high-dimensional transcendent world Saint Hajar, will all be swept into this unforeseen event. The two of them were shocked when they heard this. There were many gods in the large transcendent world of Gyolantan. As for Holy Hajar, it was a high-dimensional transcendent world with countless deities. It was unimaginable what kind of change could sweep across Holy Hajar. If someone else had said that, they wouldn't have felt that the information was reliable. However, this priest was not only powerful, but he was also a member of a very mysterious evil god organization. Furthermore, this evil god organization was one of the suppressed ones in Holy Hajar. To be able to be suppressed in Holy Hajar showed how powerful this mysterious evil god organization was. Has the stars reached the right position? Is the great Thulhu creature about to wake up? Mother God asked. On the contrary, it's not the awakening of the Thulhu creatures that caused this change. It's the arrival of this change that will lead to the awakening of the Thulhu creatures. Weren't you all wondering why the land of mutation was so strange? It's because the land of mutation is one of the sources of this change. We'll wait here quietly until that change comes. The Oya continent is so close, and there will be many unexpected changes. Moreover, the Black Vatican's mechanical catastrophes fleet is already on its way, and their goal is also the ancient floating dragon world group. The Oya continent is the world closest to the land of mutation in the forefront of the world of Gyolantan. It's located in the source tide and the brightest. It will become the foothold of those mechanical lives. If you pay close attention to the dark side of the world, you will be able to sense that the evil demons in the depths of the dark side have already begun to build a teleportation portal. The Oya continent will become a battlefield for the creatures of calamity. If we land here as soon as possible, we'll be able to seize the first opportunity. As for the native residents, they will be sacrificed when the war comes. Even if some of them become demigods or even gods, it will still be the same. It's great to be able to absorb the origin of this world. We can't absorb it. This slight absorption is still fine. When the change comes, we'll naturally be able to display our strength in this medium-sized transcendent world after obtaining the benefits. So, just wait quietly. With that, Mu Shen closed his eyes again. Although they really wanted to know what the so-called change was. But from Mu Shen's expression, it was clear that he had no intention of telling them. With doubts in their minds, the two of them thought about it for a while, then closed their eyes and entered a state of deep cultivation. In the secret cultivation room. After sensing it in detail, Gunai slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared in them. The rate at which the world's origin was being absorbed was reduced to 1/30th. As a result, the withering period of the world was extended to about 100 years. At the same time, the evil god's strength would also decrease. As a result, Gunai had more time to cultivate. Enter Holy Hajar, cultivate steadily, improve your strength, and become a saint as soon as possible. Then, drive out all the evil gods. None of the churches in the south can escape. Then, he began his journey to Holy Hajar. The changes in the absorption of the world's origin were naturally felt by the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association. They immediately began to investigate. The strange change that had reduced the time by 30 minutes had shocked and delighted them. After all, it was a rare piece of good news. Gunai didn't know how they were going to deal with the situation. 404 Extraordinary Rank 8. In the midst of Holy Hajar's cultivation. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed. In a small room, Duo Lance and Gu Ni were chatting while drinking. In that battle, your opponent wasn't weak. He was close to a 4-star warrior. Gu Ni said. Yes, he is close to the strength of a 4-star, but I am obviously stronger. He still lost. For more than a month, Duo Lancy had been constantly fighting and cultivating as a level 8 transcendent, and his star position had been promoted very quickly. The battle just now was the battle for Duo Lancy to advance to a 3-star gladiator. At the beginning, after Duo Lancy was at a disadvantage and had a fierce fight, the other party burst out with a powerful strength close to a 4-star. Duo Lancy didn't hide anymore. The powerful weapon in the furnace weapon box on his back exploded, giving him 5-star battle strength. Then, he killed the powerful enemy and won the final victory. Although I won this time, no one knows if I'll encounter a more powerful opponent. After I advance to 3-star, I'll have to cultivate in seclusion to improve my strength. I'm not going to fight for a while. Duo Lancy said. This is more like it. Gu Ni slightly nodded. With the strength of a 5-star, fighting to the 3-star level was the safest and most reliable way. How about you? Duo Lan Si looked at Gu Ni. Your realm has been soaring from the late stage of level 7 to the peak of level 8. It looks like you're ready to advance to level 9? Compared to Duo Lance's fight, Gunny didn't go to the arena to fight. During this time, Gu Ni had only one thing to do, which was to eat precious fruits to constantly increase his strength. After more than a month of cultivation, Gu Ni had now risen to the peak of rank 8 and would soon reach rank 9. Yes, I'm preparing to directly advance to Transcendent level 9. Gu Ni said. Duo Lancy frowned. You've advanced so quickly, will there be any drawbacks? After all, using the precious fruit doesn't have any benefits to one's cultivation. Gu Ni laughed. Normally, there would be a huge drawback. This is common sense. But, Gu Ni lowered his voice. There's something special about my extraordinary profession. This allows me to slowly and naturally smooth out these drawbacks in the future. Oh, Duo Lancy raised his eyebrows. This is truly amazing. However, there are many mystical transcendent jobs in the transcendent world, so it's not strange to have such a unique feature. However, it'll be very useful for you first. I'll quickly reach the peak of transcendent rank 9, then I'll use that special ability to slowly fix these flaws. Overall, it's much faster than slowly cultivating. That's why I immediately used that treasure in large quantities to level up and increase my power. You've improved so quickly. Why aren't you trying to comprehend profound meaning? Is there something important? Duo Lan Si seemed to have guessed the meaning behind Gu Ni's words. Yes. Gu Ni didn't try to hide anything. Some changes have happened in the world we are in, and I need to improve my strength as soon as possible to solve it. Oh, do you need help? Duo Lan Si asked. I can only help after I've become a saint, Gu Ni said after some thought. Holy Hajar was undoubtedly very far away from the Oya continent. However, after Gu Ni became a saint, his ability to use the ancient shadow door would increase by another level. At that time, by using the ancient shadow gate's ability to teleport, it was possible to bring the experts of Holy Hajar to the Oya continent. At most, it would cost more. At the same time, many experts from the Sacred Feather's darkness origin could also be brought in. More importantly, medium transcendent worlds were very exclusive, which meant that crossing the world barrier would consume a lot of energy. But now, Gu Ni could communicate with the principal will of the Oya continent. However, it would be different if he could borrow the power of the Oya continent. At that time, the energy consumption would be reduced. Before, Gu Ni couldn't use external power. However, when Gu Ni became a saint, he could use external power. Therefore, he didn't reject Dolan's offer to help. It's not difficult for me to become a saint. I've just reached the 3-star level, and I've displayed the strength of a 5-star. Even though I'm still hiding it, approaching the 6-star level is already my limit at the 8th step. Gunai raised his eyebrows. 6-star was already a very powerful strength. At present, there were less than 100 level 8 extraordinary gladiators in the entire Divine Kingdom arena. It had to be known that there were millions and tens of millions of level 8 extraordinaries in the Divine Kingdom arena. Duolancy's strength was close to the 6-star level, and he was indeed one of the top extraordinary geniuses in Holy Hajar. There's no need to continue fighting during this period of time. Using those precious fruits, I'll be able to become a saint in about a year or two. Thank you, Gunai said gratefully. Duolance chuckled. Duolancy knew very well that it was rare to see a top-tier extraordinary like Gunai in Holy Hajar, so he naturally wouldn't refuse to help him. The oracles and ancestors' souls of the Oya continent aren't strong. If Duolance and I become saints, we won't be at a disadvantage against the oracles and ancestors' souls who are bursting with divine power. In addition, there are a group of top oracles from the holy source of the dark domain. The ancestors' souls will have no problem annihilating the south and even killing those evil gods. 1 year at most 2 years. And NBSP, then, we can completely resolve the threat of those evil gods. Gunai mused. For ordinary extraordinary humans, such as the many extraordinary humans in the Oya continent, they were all extraordinary humans. Basically, 90% of them were on the oracle route. Gunai had a rough idea of how they had broken through. The Transcendent Association controlled several areas similar to the ancestral soul space that Gunai had been to. In the space of the ancestor soul, the power of faith was generated by strange creatures. The oracles had used this power of faith to advance to the realm of oracles. However, this method of using other people's faith power to improve oneself was not a good one. To be able to become an oracle was already extremely difficult. It was basically impossible to advance again. The difficulty of cultivating an ancestor's soul was even higher. One needed to open up an ancestor's soul space, which was 10 times harder than the cultivation of an oracle. Therefore, this also led to the oracle of the Oya continent. Most of the ancestral spirits' realms weren't high, and their overall strength wasn't considered strong. That was why Gunai was so confident. When I reach the 9th step, I'll have a pretty good plan at that time, we'll be able to earn a lot, Gun said to Duolance. Oh, what's the plan? Duolance's eyebrows twitched. I can't tell you now, I'll talk to you in detail when the time comes. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to explain. What do you mean? Now I'm going to store money, Duolance reacted quickly. Right. Gunai nodded seriously. Then I'm looking forward to it. Duolance laughed. He had earned more than 1 million from Gunyexu last time, and he was still enjoying the benefits of that. I'm preparing to cultivate in seclusion for this period of time. I'll first cultivate to the peak of Transcendent Rank 9. Yes, I'm also preparing to cultivate and advance to the peak of Transcendent Rank 9. While Gunai was talking, he suddenly had an idea. What's the situation? Did something happen in the watchtower? Gugni had told Muland before that if it wasn't an enemy who had come to the Starry Sky watchtower, it was best not to disturb his training. At this moment, Guni's soul in the secret chamber felt that Muland had activated the extraordinary door in which Gu Ni was cultivating. 405 losing control and the curse. An hour and a half later, Gu Ni moved from Holy Hajar to a small secret room in the Starry Sky watchtower. At this moment, the extraordinary door was still lit up. Gun placed a hand on the extraordinary door and began to chant. Ka 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 ka. The extraordinary door was slowly opened. He saw Muland Elkli, who was wearing a blue robe and standing at the door with a solemn expression. Senior, what happened? Gunai asked after they came out. Muland Elkli's eyes scanned Gunni back and forth, revealing a shocked expression. You've already reached the peak of level 8? Yes. Gunai nodded. The refinement of the God's crown has entered a good state, and my cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. In a few months, I'll be at the peak of Type 9, and I'll become a saint in the next 1 or 2 years. When he heard the good news, a smile appeared on Malond Elkley's face. However, these smiles quickly disappeared. I had no choice but to disturb your cultivation this time. The starry sky watchtower is about to fall. Malond Elkley said with a solemn expression. Lost. Gunai couldn't help but be surprised. Are the enemies here? No, it's because of another very tricky matter. Come with me. Malond Elkley walked forward. Another matter, Gugni's brows furrowed as he followed Malond Elkley. Did you feel the changes in the world a while ago? Malond Elkley said as they moved forward. I can feel it. The rate at which the world's natural source is being extracted has decreased. It's less than 1/30th of what it was before. Gunai nodded. Indeed, this strange change is really strange. But later, we learned from the visitors from the foreign starry sky that someone must have placed an expensive treasure like the world anchor into the world's origin. We don't know who did it at the moment, but our initial guess is that it might be the doings of Old Man Strange Sea. After all, only he can have such a treasure. Yes, this could indeed be the doing of Senior Strange Sea Old Man, Gunai nodded. To Gunai, it didn't matter if he could claim the achievement or not. Gunai had been acknowledged by the world's origin will, so he could communicate with it. That was the most important thing. This was supposed to be great news for us. The withering period of the world will be greatly delayed, and the power of the evil gods will continue to be suppressed. However, as our supernatural world got closer and closer to the land of mutation, the mutated creatures at the edge of the world barrier underwent an incredible change. An incredible change. Gunai's heart moved. What change? Mutated Transcendent has lost control. Malond Elkley said in a deep voice. Transcendent run away, Gunai frowned. In the Transcendent cultivation system. With the increase in strength, the risk of losing control of the extraordinary would be greatly reduced. In fact, high-level extraordinaries basically did not have the risk of losing control. As for Transcendent Masters, no one had ever heard of them losing control. At this time, Malond Elkley was treating this extraordinary loss of control so seriously. It was obvious that this was not a simple loss of control. About half a month ago. Malond Elkley slowly explained. All the members of a team stationed at the edge of the tunnel with mutated creatures have suddenly disappeared. We immediately conducted an investigation and found that the team members stationed at the edge of the passage have all lost control. All out of control, Gunai asked in a deep voice. Caused by a mutated creature. That's our current speculation, Malond Elkley explained softly. The loss of control of this power is manifested in the 3 aspects of the body, soul, and energy. Among them, the physical form shows a strange increase in strength. For example, the substantial increase in strength, the substantial strengthening and growth of the skeleton frame, the rapid growth of muscles, and so on. The most important thing is that the genes in my body that control the shape of my body have also mutated. As a result, their bodies grew to 3 to 4 meters, and some of the knights even reached 5 meters tall. Some of them grew exoskeleton armors, some grew 2 arms, and some grew wings. At the same time, their sensory organs, eyes, nose, ears, and so on, all went through various strange mutations, and even their functions changed. This kind of transcendent loss of control has greatly increased the strength of their physical bodies. If that's all it is, then so be it. At the same time, their souls have also undergone a transformation. They all became bloodthirsty and fond of killing. It was difficult for them to communicate with each other. They had even completely lost the rationality that belonged to human beings and turned into bloodthirsty, greedy, and terrifying monsters. In addition, their energy has also gone out of control, which makes them even more unscrupulous in destroying and fighting. It could be said that after losing control, they had completely become the slaves of cold and crazy extraordinary powers without self-awareness, born for slaughter and battle. After discovering this situation, we immediately sealed off the subsequent passages and told the many extraordinary guards not to come into contact with the mutated creatures. From what we've discovered, even with the isolation of the energy barrier, the mutation seems to have some kind of infection ability. Once you get too close, you'll be infected by the power of mutation. Then, as time passes, you'll enter a state of losing control and then completely lose control. Even if we had taken the appropriate measures in time, it was still a little too late. In the following days, more and more extraordinary guards lost control, and several suspected infected extraordinary individuals were also in quarantine. Their situation is not optimistic. Currently, our researchers are researching this extraordinary MIM to see if they can find a way to deal with it. But there's almost no progress. Just yesterday, a Tier 2 female student who had no direct or indirect contact with any guards also lost control. She killed 3 female students in the dormitory and ate their hearts. At present, we speculate that the Star Watchtower is likely to be suffused with the loss of control MIM. Everyone could be a potential infected person who lost control. Meland Elkley's words startled Gunny. The entire Star Tower is infected? Gunai rubbed his eyebrows. If that was the case, then Wufa's situation would truly be a terrible disaster. As for how big of an impact it would have, it was hard to say now. Without a doubt, this is a disaster, a terrifying disaster. Meland Elkley's expression became more and more solemn. The current decision is to seal the entire Star Tower. No one is allowed to leave, including us. If a large-scale beyonder loss of control really happens, then it's also good to be able to completely control the situation in this area instead of triggering a full-scale extraordinary loss of control in the human area of the Oya continent. Are we trapped here? Gunai's heart moved. To be honest, Gunai wasn't worried about losing control. Even after losing control and mutation, Gun could still use reincarnation to absorb the loss of control MIM, obtain the corresponding extraordinary resistance, and transform it into his own extraordinary talent. But to the others, it would be a disaster. I hope you can understand the actions of the higher UPS. Meland Elkley looked at Gunny. Gunai spread his hands. Fortunately, you told me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what happened here. In the face of the risk of losing control, sealing this place is obviously the right decision. Gun didn't dislike this method. It would be stupid to let the infected run around. The good news is that, at present, Transcendent Masters seem to have a very good resistance to this kind of out-of-control MIM. There is no situation of losing control, so you don't have to worry about anything. Yes. Gunai nodded. Gunai wasn't worried at all. Now, I'll take you to the highest floor of the watchtower. It's very far away from the ground, and it's where I and the other oracles cultivate. Before this matter is settled, you'd better stay there and cultivate. If a large-scale loss of control really happens, that will be the safest place. Thank you, Senior Meland Elkley. Gunai said. Meland Elkley shook his head and laughed bitterly. This starry sky watchtower was built by Meland Elkley. The place he had built himself might become a place of chaos, so he was in a bad mood. Senior Meland Elkley, has anyone gone to the main passage at the edge of the world? After all, that's the main passage for a large number of mutated creatures to enter. If there are any clues, it should be the best place to show them. Gunai asked. Not yet. The main passageway is currently under complete lockdown, and so is the entire Star Watchtower. All of their efforts are focused on the study of the loss of control. Even the Transcendent Association has sent over many mystical items and sealed artifacts to help with the research. As for the main passage, there was no time to check it out, nor was there enough power to do so. After all, there are powerful Transcendent Master-level mutated creatures in the main passage. Gunai said in a deep voice after some thought. Senior Meland Elkley, something has gone out of control here in the Starry Sky Watchtower. I can't go and cultivate in peace. After all, I'm also a potential infected person who has lost control. I think it's better for me to go to the main passage and check it out. 406 An inaudible voice. Meland Elkley stopped and looked at Gunny. The main passage leading to the edge of the world barrier has always been sealed off. No transcendent masters have ever entered. Even the passage you cleared before was only a small passage near our star watchtower. According to the information we have so far, there are a large number of extraordinary master-level mutated creatures there. I know that you are very strong. It is not difficult for you to kill many master-level mutated creatures. But the problem is that all the people who came into contact with them were ordinary mutated creatures. In other words, the highest was only a peak level 6 transcendent. For now, I haven't come into contact with any master-level mutated creatures. It's hard to say if a master-level mutated creature has a higher level of loss of control. If there is, it will be troublesome. So I don't recommend you go. Meland Elkley dissuaded. Senior Meland Elkley, I'm an existence who uses the divine crown. If I'm infected, then it's easy to imagine what the outcome of ordinary transcendent masters when facing those mutated creatures will be. Gunai said in a deep voice. When Gunny said this, Meland Elkley's expression darkened. If that was the case, it would be a real catastrophe when the number of mutated creatures increased and even infiltrated the Oya continent. Thus, no one in the entire Oya continent is more suitable than me to go. After pondering for a full 10 seconds, Meland Elkley nodded slightly. So far, we have very little understanding of this out-of-control mim. We basically don't have much of a clue. In fact, we don't even know if there are any terrifying mystical items, sealed artifacts, or some other indescribable strange things there that caused this change. Go there and take a look. If you find something, it'll be good news for us. However, you have to be very careful. If it's an indescribable and strange sealed artifact, or even a supernatural mutated species, you have to be careful. That could easily lead to your death, Meland Elkley said in a deep voice. You have to know that in the history of the Oya continent, there have been several large-scale MIM events. Some of them even changed the course of history. However, as a large number of sealed items were sealed, similar incidents were decreasing. That's why extraordinaries gradually forget that this extraordinary world itself is full of strange dangerous things like extraordinary memes, sealed artifacts, and so on. Danger and terror are the roots of this world. Judging from the existence of those high and mighty creatures who can destroy the world with a slight turn of their bodies, the essence of this world is cruelty and despair. We're just weak creatures living in corners that they don't notice, just like the ants in the corners of our human world that no one pays attention to. Indeed, Gunai slightly nodded. Even if Gunai had the system and could reincarnate, he was still an ant in front of those terrifying rulers. In our Oya continent, there are many powerful sealed artifacts that carry terrifying death-causing memes. However, they were all sealed by our staff. This time, the strange loss of control caused by the mutated creature might not be a coincidence. So, if you encounter an irresistible force on this trip, you'd better come back in time and not put yourself in danger. Meland Elkley warned again. I'm clear about this. Gunai nodded seriously. When it came to his own life, Gunai was more cautious than anyone else. Before, Gunai had been worried that after his death, he would be spawn-camped by powerful creatures. Once such a situation occurred, then Gunai would face a very cruel scene. He would be resurrected and then die, dead and resurrected, resurrected and died again, and finally completely disappeared. Or they were completely trapped in a certain place, unable to escape, and eventually trapped to death. However, the Sunset Star Source Cannon made Gunai turn his soul into a sky full of stars. They were hidden in many corners. Even if he died, Gunai could choose to resurrect in different places. In this way, the situation of being trapped to death or being guarded would not happen. Therefore, even though there was danger in the main passage, Gunai was able to handle it. I'll take you to the entrance of the main passage, Meland Elkley said after a brief conversation. A few minutes later, at the entrance of a teleportation array, The two of them landed. At the same time, Miland Elkli gave Gunny an incantation token. The incantation inside can activate all the energy barriers and open the door. You must be careful. Miland Elkli let out a breath and said. Yes. Miland Elkli's repeated warnings also made Gunny very alert. Gun used a spell to open a door to the main passage. Senior, I'll be off then. Gunai said. N. Miland Elkli nodded with a solemn expression. Gunai flew in and closed the energy door. I hope there won't be any problems. Miland Elkli said in a low voice. As he flew along the tunnel, Gunai's perception bloomed. The main passage, which was 100 meters in diameter, could accommodate extraordinary masters, but it would still suppress oracles, ancestral spirits, and saints. That's why Gunai dared to come in so boldly. Is it caused by the mutated creatures, or was it some other creature? Or is it some kind of sealed artifact, a mutated mutant? No matter how much I think about it, I still can't find any clues. I'll be clear once I go over and investigate carefully. As Gunai was flying, Gunai didn't even feel his body starting to change. In a normal environment, Gunai would have immediately noticed this change. But Gunai didn't notice anything in the main passage. Gunai continued to fly along the main passage. After a few minutes, Gunai had already arrived at the energy ceiling door of the second main passage. There was nothing behind the second energy ceiling door. After making sure there was no one around, Gunai opened the door and closed it again. After he closed the door, Gunai touched his face. Why do I feel like something touched me? Was it the strange surge of the source power channel? However, I don't see any violent surge of source energy. Or is there a strange mutated creature? Gunai was still worried. He opened his eye of destiny and looked around, but he still didn't see anything. I think I saw something, but I also don't think I saw anything. Yes, the passage is very strange. It's better to be careful. Gunai stood up and carefully continued to fly through the main passage. Bastard, don't fly away. I'm starving, give me something to eat. An angry voice came from where Gunai was flying, but Gunai ignored it and left. 407 Chapter 55 The Unseen. Andrew had always hated sleeping. However, just like how people needed to eat when they were hungry, it was inevitable that they would sleep when they were tired. Even if they hated it, they would fall asleep when they were extremely tired. Sleeping itself was nothing. However, the consequences of sleeping were not something that everyone could bear. For example, Andrew. In Andrew's blurry memories. In the past, he had also fallen asleep in bed and then woken up. But one day, after he went to sleep, he found himself on an unfamiliar street in an unfamiliar town. His life was completely different from before. After that, every time he slept, he would find himself far away from his original place. He would be a dozen kilometers away, 100 kilometers away, or thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers away. Other than running far away after he woke up. Andrew also realized that no one seemed to see him. They even treated him as if he didn't exist. For example, he ate the fruit of the fruit stall owner in front of him, but the owner turned a blind eye to him, as if he didn't exist. He would not even remember the fruits that he had eaten, as if they did not exist. He ruthlessly slapped the passerby, but the passerby turned a blind eye to his attack. He wouldn't even realize that he had been slapped. Other than that, Andrew robbed a rich man's wallet. He had taken away the weapons of the supernatural beings in front of them. He took advantage of some beautiful women. He would even stab someone ruthlessly and kill them. And so on would not be discovered by others, and would even be justified by some mysterious power. It was as if he was completely unable to interact with any life form in this world that had self-consciousness. Not being discovered didn't mean that there wouldn't be a backlash. Andrew had a lot of experience and knowledge in this area. If he did something that interfered too much with other people's lives, such as murder, causing a large-scale disability incident, or even causing a large-scale impact. It might even be suicide. In the following period of time, he would be particularly unlucky. For example, his legs might have been broken by a collapsed wall. When he woke up, he found himself in a desert environment with high temperatures. He was tortured to death by thirst. Entering a world of ice and snow, he could feel himself freezing to death bit by bit. Or, he could be swallowed by a giant whale and be digested. They fell into the fire and were burned to death. After death, it was as if he had woken up. He returned to a healthy state and re-entered a strange place in the Oya continent. All sorts of painful experiences had made Andrew's boring life less boring. At the same time, it also made Andrew more and more content with his lot. After all, no one would make things difficult for themselves. After the novelty wore off, it was time to feel depressed. Even though there would be people who would occasionally discover him and communicate with him. However, most people who communicated with him would think that he was a madman. When that person turned around, he would completely forget about him. As time passed, Andrew became more and more used to his life alone. He wouldn't die anyway, and even if he did, he would return to his awakened state. Even after so many years, he had maintained his young and strong state. The only thing that made Andrew unhappy was that he was not an extraordinary. He was just an ordinary mason. Although Andrew had once tried to obtain a supernatural profession, he had undoubtedly failed. He had failed many times, which made him almost give up the option of becoming an extraordinary. This time, Andrew woke up. Then, he found himself in a strange passage. The environment here was very strange. It was like a wide and huge crystal glass corridor. After a careful inspection, he found himself trapped here. Originally, there was nothing much to do. He would leave this place after sleeping. But this time, it was a little different. Andrew was really trapped here. He had already starved to death 3 times in a row. After starving to death, they would wake up in this extremely long, rugged, and wide passage, just in a different location. Leaning against an invisible energy barrier, Andrew's hunger was raging. However, Andrew knew that after this hunger passed, he would gradually not feel hungry anymore. By then, he would be dying. Finally, at this moment, Andrew saw a person. A person who could fly. After a careful examination, Andrew recognized this guy. Gun Lawrence. This guy was a famous person. It was said that he was a potion master, a super spell caster, and a relative of a terrifying existence. He was very powerful and an extraordinary genius. At the same time, he was also a great existence who was about to become a god. His reputation had long spread to every corner of the Oya continent, and his story was simply like the protagonist of those novels. It was hard for Andrew to not recognize him. However, Gunny Lawrence was a little strange. His expression was dispirited. Dark golden blood continuously seeped out of his face. As he flew forward, blood dripped continuously, even forming a stream, drawing a bloody trail on the ground. "Hey, Your Excellency Gun Lawrence!" Andrew waved his hands and shouted. Although he knew that there was a high chance that the other party would not see it. But what if he saw it? After all, there were still people who could communicate with him in a short period of time. "I'm here, can you see me? You're bleeding, didn't you notice?" The guy named Gun Lawrence ignored him. Regarding this kind of situation, Andrew was already used to it. He had been like this for a long time. However, when he saw the other party open the energy portal, Andrew was overjoyed. Although this guy couldn't see him, this guy called Gunny Lawrence clearly had a way to pass through this invisible barrier. Compared to when the other party saw him, it was obviously more important for him to leave this place. He didn't want to be trapped here forever and starve to death again and again. However, what made him a little dumbfounded was that the weak him was about to leave through the opened door. Gunai immediately sealed the door, leaving Andrew trembling in anger. "Bastard, why are you in such a hurry to close the door? Andrew cried out in exasperation. Thinking about how the hope that had just appeared was cut off, the furious Andrew gave the fellow who was facing him a hard slap. As the slap landed, Andrew felt his hand land on a steel plate. Blood splattered all over the man's face. Ah! An anguished wail burst out from Andrew's mouth. Andrew saw that his palm, which was covered in the man's blood, was rapidly corroding. The blood seemed to have a terrifying characteristic of not being able to touch it, and anyone who touched it would suffer. In a moment, Andrew's palm had completely rotted away. This guy's blood is so terrifying. The knowledgeable Andrew immediately recognized the power of the blood. Andrew endured the pain and saw the other party touching his face gently. This scene made the pained Andrew's heart sink. In the past, no matter how hard he slapped someone, the other party would turn a blind eye and not feel it at all. But this time, Gunny Lawrence actually felt it. Then, Andrew saw that the other party was staring at him. He definitely saw the look in his eyes. Immediately, Andrew was overjoyed. You saw me, right? Even though Andrew wanted to go up and shake him hard. However, seeing that the other party was covered in blood and his palm had already corroded, Andrew did not dare to touch the other party again. The other party's blood was too powerful. It was not something that an ordinary person like him could touch. Say something. Unfortunately, Gunny Lawrence stared at him for 3 to 5 seconds before looking away. Then, he pondered for a few seconds, got up, and flew away. Bastard, don't fly away. I'm starving, give me something to eat. Andrew's angry voice could be heard, but Gunai ignored it and left. 408 The Lost Person. Gunai touched his face as he flew. I keep feeling like something is touching my face. He looked at his palm and tried to recall something, but he couldn't. Gunai gradually stopped flying. He looked at his hands, frowning as he tried to think. He seemed to have noticed something wrong. But he just couldn't feel it. My hands are already covered in blood. Blood is covering this entire place. Gunai frowned. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ying Luo is very normal. Yes, my clothes are also stained with blood. There's nothing strange about this Kazaya. Also, it seems like my blood is seeping out and flowing. Is my transcendent blood out of control? Gunai became alert. This trace of vigilance was gradually wiped away. There's nothing strange about this. It's just a normal phenomenon. After some thought, Gunai's eyebrows relaxed. Continue forward. This is the direction. Yes, this is the direction. Then, he turned around and flew off in another direction. This was the direction Gunai had come from. In a corner, Andrew saw Gun return. Hey! You're bleeding more and more. You'll die if this goes on. A weak voice came. Andrew had lost a lot of blood with his broken hand. He did not have much strength left. He could only shout casually and see if the other party would react. However, just as he had expected, the other party did not respond to his shouts at all. Andrew, who was sprawled on the ground, looked at the top of the tunnel and sighed. Then, a pained expression appeared on his face. Andrew felt that he was about to die from excessive bleeding. However, he had already tried his best too many times to be on the verge of death. He was already used to it and was facing it normally. Why couldn't he hear me when I hit him just now, let alone feel it? To suffer pain before death, how unlucky! In his daze, he saw Gu Ni fly past him again. What is this guy doing? Are you showing off that you can fly? It's a pity I'm not an extraordinary, or I could fly too when I get the chance. I'm going to try again and see if I can become an extraordinary. Even if I become an extraordinary, I won't die so easily. I can even fly around. Perhaps after becoming an extraordinary, I might be able to change my current situation and communicate with others. After a moment of confusion, he saw Gunai fly past him again. What's wrong with this guy? why are you flying back and forth? Andrew's consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Die, die, the earlier you die, the earlier you wake up. After an unknown amount of time, Andrew slowly woke up. Hoo. Andrew woke up. He stretched lazily and then stood up. I'm finally not that hungry anymore. Yes, my palm has also recovered. He swept his gaze across the ground. Andrew could not help but be shocked. So much blood. On the ground of the passage, there was a red carpet that extended to the left and right of the passage. That Gunai isn't dead yet. Andrew waited for a while, and then he saw Gunny flying over from the left. Gunai's head was lowered, and his arms hung limply by his side. He was like a dead man being hung by a steel rope, slowly flying through the air, blood dripping from his feet. You can still fly in this state? Andrew's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Hey! Andrew shouted again. The other party still did not respond. What an unlucky fellow! He must have gotten lost here and was affected at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have flown back and forth for so long. There's so much blood. Does this guy have a blood pump on him? Just as Andrew was deep in thought. Plop! A sound rang out. Andrew quickly looked over. Gunai fell from the sky and landed on the blood carpet. After thinking for a while, he quickly ran past the bloodless area. Gunai struggled to his feet and slowly walked along the blood carpet. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the carpet. Andrew followed behind him, but he did not dare to get close. The other party just stood there, covered in blood. He didn't even dare to touch him. He had just experienced the danger of Gunai's blood. He looked at the other party's body and saw the transcendent ring on his hand. The ring is a good thing. Unfortunately, it requires source power to construct a catalyst channel. I don't have source power, so I can't use this extraordinary ring. Andrew sighed and shook his head. The others could still sit and wait for death, but Andrew couldn't even eat if he wanted to. Trapped in this damn place, he could only wait for death. And it wouldn't just be once or twice, but continuously waiting for death. In this place, to him, the only thing he could do was wait for death. He had nothing to do anyway, so he followed behind Gunny, who was slowly moving forward. At the same time, Andrew began to narrate. He was talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Gunai. Telling others was the only way for Andrew to communicate with others, even though the other party could not hear anything. After walking for a few hours and following him back and forth a few times, his feet started to hurt. He just sat down and waited for death. After a few days, Andrew, who had starved to death, woke up feeling refreshed. Thinking of that unlucky fellow, coupled with his own situation, Andrew felt a little lucky. At least I'll still be alive, and it won't be so tragic. If that guy dies, he'll really be dead. Where's that guy? He looked around the tunnel. It wasn't a straight tunnel, so he couldn't see Gunai at first glance. Let's go find that Gunai. Andrew then walked to the left and started looking for Gunai. He walked to the end of the blood carpet on the left, but he didn't find the guy called Gunai. He should be in the other direction. He walked to the right for about half an hour before he saw Gunny. Gunai couldn't even stand up now. He laid on the carpet and slowly moved forward. Ai! What a pitiful fellow! Andrew shook his head. He followed Gunai for 1,000 meters, which had taken him 3 hours. What a tenacious fellow! He actually didn't die. With nothing to do, Ankelo slowly followed Gunai. Finally, when Andrew started to feel hungry, Gun could no longer move. He laid on the ground. Is he dead? Andrew's heart moved when he saw Gunai. Is he dead? As he activated Death Vision, Gunai's heart skipped a beat. How did I die? Wasn't I on the way to the main passage? This journey seems to be very, very long. How did I suddenly die? As Gunai pondered, a flood of memories flooded into his mind. 409 Chapter 57 The Strange Place. A large amount of memories rushed into Gunai's mind and were quickly digested. After a long time, Gunai let out a long breath. His eyes swept over the corpses and blood on the carpet, as well as the strange man named Andrew. Gunai's eyes wrinkled. I've been affected. My consciousness and self-awareness have been completely distorted, and even my soul has been distorted. As expected, what Senior Mulan said was true. There is indeed a mysterious power that influences extraordinary masters here, and even a terrifying mim infection. I fell for it without realizing it. I've been flying here for 5 days, and then I've been crawling for 4 days. During this period, my soul source core was corroded, and my blood kept flowing out. My physical body kept weakening. However, I still can't feel the slightest abnormality. Any changes have been justified by my cognition. Simultaneously, Gunai looked at the crouching Andrew. This guy is interesting. He's undiscovered, and his actions can't be perceived by creatures with subjective consciousness. What a strange guy. However, this guy slapped me before. Logically speaking, I should have felt it at that time, but my senses were too blunt and the influence of this place made me neglect this. When I noticed myself bleeding, I tried my best to find out that it was abnormal, but at that time, my soul seemed to have been distorted and infected. I still see it as a reasonable thing. It's reasonable if it exists. The impact of this is too terrifying. Fortunately, I died under the severe conditions of mim, infection, mutation, and aberration. Once I'm resurrected, I'll have resistance to all of this. The only thing is that I might not be able to see this guy called Andrew after he is resurrected. I might even forget him after I am resurrected. After all, he didn't seem to have any negative effects on me. That's not right. Gunai's expression changed. He affected me as well, preventing me from being perceived. This is also a distortion or a change in my perception ability, making my perception less sensitive. His presence in the vicinity itself is an influence. After I'm resurrected, I should be able to see him and even remember him. If you don't remember him, then he's just unlucky. Anyway, this guy won't really starve to death. After some thought, Gunai carefully looked at the Enkaru. But Gunai didn't find anything strange about this guy. After death, return to the state of awakening. This ability was a little strange. If I can sense him, I might be able to study him. After going back and forth through all these things in his mind, Gunai finally looked at the reincarnation. Number of reincarnations, 20. I've already reincarnated 20 times without even realizing it. Gunai mumbled. He then clicked on reincarnation. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a milky white light bloomed from his body. This sudden scene gave Andrew a shock. And then, to Andrew's shock, the bloodied, seemingly dead Gunny stood up. This guy didn't die. Before he could react. Boom. Boom. An incomparably turbulent wave of origin power suddenly bloomed from Gunai's body. Andrew, who couldn't dodge in time, was sent flying by this wave of air. Then, he fell to the ground and rolled around in the air. When the turbulent air waves finally stopped, Andrew was in so much pain that his tears were about to fall. There were a few large bumps on his head. It hurt when he touched it. Has this guy gone crazy? Why did you casually use origin power, you bastard? Andrew couldn't help but curse. After the explosion, Gun sensed the guy named Andrew, and a smile appeared on his face. I can clearly feel this guy and hear his words. It seems like his influence on me has been absorbed by the system. Even I was affected by him without being sensed by anyone else, let alone others. This guy was very useful. Even though he's just an ordinary person, if used well, he's still very powerful. I'm sorry. The power I used just now dispelled the abnormal effects of the pagans, and it also affected you. Gunai said apologetically. Ah. Andrew was shocked. He could not care less about the pain and quickly got up. He then looked at Gunai with his mouth wide open. You can see me. I couldn't see you before, but after I dispelled the evil power, I can see you. Moreover, in the future, I will still be able to see you and even communicate with you. Really? Of course it's true. Why don't I try to slap you? No need, no need, Andrew quickly waved his hands. He had experienced how strong the other party was, and his face was as hard as steel. This slap was a non-fatal injury. Haha Yingluo, someone can finally see me. I can finally find someone to communicate with normally, haha Yingluo. Andrew shouted as he waved his hands and feet joyfully. After a long time, the ecstatic Andrew finally calmed down. You can really see me? You can even communicate with me and in the future? Andrew asked again. Yes, Gunai could understand his feelings. As Gunny nodded, Andrew's nose twitched, and he started to cry. He cried for more than 10 minutes. Andrew spoke intermittently, and Gunai was not in a hurry. He just listened. At the same time, he was also carefully observing this Andrew. After some careful observation, Gunai finally realized that this Enkaru was not ordinary. There seemed to be something in Andrew's body. As for what it was, Gunai didn't know. Perhaps it was because of the existence of that strange thing that led to the strange incident that happened to Andrew, making him a person who could not be perceived by the outside world. After crying for a long time, Andrew finally wiped his tears, his eyes red. I'm sorry to have complained so much to you. It's been a long time since I've spoken to anyone normally. I've often been alone for several months. It's really uncomfortable to be trapped in one place without communicating with others for a long time. Gunai nodded. Gunai said softly as he looked around. You just said that you came here about a month ago after you woke up, and you couldn't get out. Andrew nodded. I've already died many times, and I've been trapped here every time. Before this, I was also trapped in some places, even in the cracks of the ground. But after I died, I would appear in other places and be able to escape. But this time, I've gone through every corner of this tunnel. It's not that big, so I shouldn't be trapped here. But you've seen the situation. I'm trapped here. You were the same before. You were completely lost, flying back and forth. In that case, Gunai's eyes narrowed. There is indeed something affecting us here. We have to find it, or else you won't be able to get out. In the future, it will gradually affect our entire world. But before that, I can give you some help. Help? Can I have some food and water first? Without food and water, I'll die of hunger in a few days. Of course I'll give you food and water, but the help I'm giving you is on another side. Gunai said. 410 weird species. As Andrew watched, Gun waved his hand. Blood gushed out from his body. Then, they condensed into 2 blood crystals the size of fingernails. He put one away and toyed with the other one for a bit before placing it into Andrew's body. Andrew watched Gunny's actions from the front to the back. When the nail-sized blood crystal returned to Andrew's body, he was shocked. A lot of information suddenly appeared in my head. Andrew looked at Gunai in disbelief. I gave you that information, Gunai chuckled. The incantations in the memories do not require the consumption of source power. You only need to consume 1 or 2 drops of blood to enter Blood Dream Arena. Blood Dream Arena? Andrew could not help but be shocked. In the past year or so, Blood Dream Arena had become the most sought-after place for extraordinaries in the Oya continent. Not only could they exchange information there, but they could also do their best to fight and learn from each other. Not long ago, a mystical item called the Blood Dream Ring had even appeared in the Blood Dream Arena. It was said that this mystical item could bring things from the bloody dream world into the real world. This terrifying mystical item that could be used for long-distance transactions without using much power instantly caused a huge uproar in the entire Blood Dream Arena. It seemed that one could only exchange for one with sacred source coins, and it would cost 100,000 sacred source coins to get one. Its price was also frighteningly high, and no one had been able to obtain it yet. Also, Gunai waved his hand, and a blood dream ring appeared in his hand. This is the blood dream ring. It appeared in the blood dream arena some time ago. You should know the information about it, right? Looking at the blood dream ring, Andrew nodded in a daze. This was a precious treasure. Of course I know. You don't have source power, so it doesn't seem like you can obtain a transcendent profession. However, you have blood. 1 or 2 drops of blood can open this transcendent ring. This is for you as well. I'll inform the blood dream elves in the blood dream arena. They'll prepare sufficient food for you and pile it up in the place where you'll be entering. The amount of food you brought out from the bloody dream world is enough for you to last for 10 days. Thank you, Andrew sniffed and sobbed. For so many years, whenever he entered the wilderness, he, as an ordinary person, would either be killed or starved to death. His life was extremely miserable. And now, he was finally going to escape the fate of starving to death. If you have any other needs, you can enter the blood dream arena and chant the incantation that is specifically used to look for me. I will give you all the help you need. What can I do for you? After hearing that the other party had given him so much help, Andrew was not a lazy person. The other party had helped him so much, and he felt a little apologetic. Well, there are actually many things that I need you to do, but it's not the time yet. After I figure out the strange situation here, I'll come back and take you out. I believe that the reason you're trapped here is related to the strange situation here. Only by solving the problem here can you leave this place. Otherwise, you'll still be here after you wake up. Indeed. If I don't find out what's attracting me here, I'll come back again even if I leave. Alright, that's the general situation. When you're bored, you can go to the Blood Dream Arena to play. There are many people there, and it has expanded to a large extent. After you enter, no one will be able to see you. It's best that you don't cause too much trouble there, and don't interfere with others. Gunai said. Don't worry about that. I won't interfere with others. Andrew was also afraid that he would interfere with the others and suffer a backlash. If the impact was too great, he would be taken back into the ring, not given food, or not allowed to enter the Blood Dream Arena. Then he would have to return to his previous state of death and wandering. Okay, then you stay here for now. I'll go to the main passage over there to check out the situation. After negotiating with Andrew, Gun followed the tunnel and flew forward. Gunai's true purpose in coming here was to find out what was going on. Following the main passage, Gunai quickly reached the end of the blood carpet he had left behind. He swept it across the blood carpet below. To have such a huge influence on me, I'd like to see what you are. Gunai thought to himself. Then, Gunai quickly moved forward. Not long after, Gunai had arrived at the end of the passage. As soon as he arrived, Gunai felt that something was wrong with the other side of the barrier. When Gunai had been clearing out the smaller tunnels, he had seen what was happening in the main tunnel. At that time, there were extremely powerful master-level mutated stitched monsters in the main passage. At this moment, the mutated stitched monsters in the tunnel were almost nowhere to be seen. Are there no more mutated suture monsters? Gunai's eyes scanned the tunnel. Finally, Gunai's eyes fell on the black ball of mist that was floating in the air. There were no longer any stitched monsters in the tunnel, but a black mist ball appeared in the air. This ball of black mist was about the size of a basketball, and it emitted a black mist that lingered around it for a long time. This black fog ball also has a transcendent realm of level 8. Some new type of strange mutated creature? After some thought, Gunai opened the door with one hand and entered. Gunai had just closed the door. This level 8 black mist ball suddenly changed. Whoosh! 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 Thick black mist sprayed out from the black mist ball, even making a woo-woo sound. Under Gunai's gaze, the black mist ball, together with the black mist it spat out, quickly turned into a huge black mist demon spider that was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. The demonic spider's limbs and body were made of the same black material as the ball of black mist. The aura of the entire demonic spider was extremely brutal and violent. Hiss hiss hiss. The black mist demon spider let out a hiss and charged at Gunai. The speed was extremely fast. Gunai's body flickered, and he tried to escape. The next moment, Gunai's face changed. This was because Gunai felt that his control of origin power was so slow that it was almost stagnant. Without the use of mana, it would be difficult for him to display even a tenth of his strength. What kind of monster is this? It actually has such a strange effect. My mana is a world of its own. Pang! A sound. Gunai was sent flying by the demonic spider, and at the same time, the two sharp front limbs of the demonic spider hit him. Fortunately, Gunai's body was strong enough. The brutal power of the limb only left a light wound on Gunai's body. The power of Gunai's blood surged as he tried to recover from his injuries. However, when the power of blood surged, Gunai's face sank. The power of blood seemed to be difficult to mobilize. What kind of monster is this? His blood force was also suppressed in all aspects. In fact, I can't even mobilize the Thanator's energy that I've never used much in the depths of my body. My chi was affected by a strange power again. Gunai's face became more serious. 411. A group of demonic spiders. Hiss hiss hiss. The demonic spider screeched at Gunai again, and its body turned into a shadow as it flew toward him. Gunai's mana was hard to control, but his soul source core gave him the ability to fly. Gunai quickly landed. However, he still couldn't avoid the other party's attack. The sharp limbs stabbed into Gun's head, sending him crashing into the ground. Seeing that he had landed on the ground, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. However, this guy's attack is really powerful. He touched his forehead, and there was already a wound there. Hiss hiss hiss, the demonic spider once again charged at Gunai. Gunai's feet suddenly exerted force, and his whole body shot away like an arrow, narrowly avoiding the demonic spider's attack. Although he couldn't fly as fast as his opponent, Gunai's physical body was not slow. Standing on the ground, Gunai could move freely. Hiss hiss hiss. When it realized that the worm-like creature had dodged its attack, the demonic spider immediately hissed and attacked Gunai again. Relying on his physical speed, Gunai began to dodge the demonic spider as he quickly thought of a plan. First of all, this mysterious demonic spider seems to have some kind of special ability and means to confine all energy circulation. It's even possible that this isn't its ability or means. This might just be a strange characteristic it carries, just like that general called Ankylo. His existence is invisible, and this magic spider's existence is to prevent other people's source power and other energy from operating effectively. I can still use my mana, but it's as slow as a snail. This kind of speed is basically useless in a battle. And my blood energy is clearly circulating much faster than mana. But this speed is only 7 or 8 times that of a snail's. It doesn't mean much in battle. All in all, my physical strength can be perfectly unleashed. Gunai's eyes twitched. This wasn't good news. As he was thinking, Gunai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. If I'm not wrong, when I enter, my body will also be greatly suppressed, so much so that I can't even move. But I can still move. My physical body must have absorbed the ruler's flesh and blood. That's why I'm free from that suppression. At the same time, my transcendent blood has also absorbed a small amount of blood from the ruler's flesh, which has led to the power of my blood circulating at a certain speed. However, because I didn't absorb much, the efficiency of the operation is just the same. On the contrary, my mana was clearly transformed into mana because of the occultic runes. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be suppressed, but in reality, it's been suppressed quite miserably. As he dodged, Gunai's eyes glanced at the demonic spider that was constantly attacking him. If I'm not wrong, this demonic spider should be a strange creature with a certain dominator's bloodline. That's why it can have such an incredible and strange characteristic. This demonic spider's strength is only at the level of a regular rank 8. It's not very strong, not even a 1-star, but its ability is really strange and special. Basically, it can make any extraordinary lose their powerful attack ability, or even make them unable to move, and then they will die in its mouth. Once this demonic spider enters the Oya continent, it'll be destroyed. It's simply a disaster for the time being. I don't know if the divine emissaries, ancestral spirits, or even sages will be affected, but there's no doubt that any extraordinary master of any realm will die in front of this demonic spider without any ability to resist. As he dodged, Gunai started to accumulate blood power. At the same time, he released the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. When he turned his head to look back while circulating his soul power, the soul power that he could use with a thought in the past was now circulating rather slowly. The blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse could be cast with a thought, but Gunai estimated that it would take him 30 seconds to cast it. But Gunai wasn't in a hurry. He continued to fight the demonic spider and began to cast a spell. When Gunai finished accumulating the power of the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, the power of the blood was more or less concentrated. Hiss 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 hiss. The demonic spider roared and pounced again. Die! The powerful soul attack power of the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse that Gunai had used formed a powerful soul attack spear that struck the demonic spider's soul. This attack was supported by all of Gunai's dark and destruction ultimacy. Swish! It also shattered the demonic spider's soul, and the subsequent power destroyed its soul. Hiss! 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 Immediately, the flying magic spider fell to the ground and began to wail madly. Gunai controlled the power of blood and world power Upanishad to imprison the screaming demonic spider. Then, the power of the blood sea surged, trying to pull the seriously injured demonic spider into its own blood sea. At this time, the seriously injured demonic spider also seemed to sense the danger. Hiss! 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 It started to roar crazily. Gunai's face changed. This fellow was calling out to its companion. Come over here. Gunai gritted his teeth and tried to activate the power of the blood sea. The projection of the sea of blood continued to appear next to Gunai, and then the demonic spider was pulled into the sea of blood. When Gunai had completely pulled the demonic spider into the sea of blood. Si. On the left and right sides of the passage, 7 or 8 hissing sounds rose one after another, and they were quickly approaching. Gunai's face changed, and he immediately ran toward the energy barrier. Then, he quickly opened the energy restriction door and went through it. After that, he chanted an incantation to close the door. Gunai had just closed the door. Bang! There was a dull sound. A huge demonic spider that was 7 or 8 meters in size appeared on the other side and slammed into the energy barrier. Hiss 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 hiss. The 8 eyes stared at Gunai with brutal killing intent, and a sharp hiss came from his mouth. Then, it hit the wall several times in a row. Within Gun's field of vision, 7 or 8 equally large demonic spiders quickly came to the other side of the energy barrier. They all screamed at Gunai. Unfortunately, this energy barrier had been constructed by the senior powerhouses using special methods. It had been constructed after being enriched with source power for hundreds of years. It wasn't something these transcendent master realm demonic spiders could destroy. If I didn't escape and was besieged by so many demonic spiders, I would definitely die inside and be eaten by them. However, after reincarnation, I will also obtain the corresponding extraordinary resistance. The power of reincarnation is indeed powerful. This is the true way I survive in this strange world. Gunai thought. With only a wall between them, Gunai wasn't afraid of them at all. He calmed his mind and carefully felt the circulation of his mana, blood, and mental power. It's clearly stronger than the previous suppression. Gunai's eyes swept over the demonic spiders. The more powerful the demonic spider is, the greater the impact. It's really a terrifying species. When these things enter the Oya continent, and even the Holy Feather Dark Source, they can kill anyone at the same level. They're completely invincible. Even when they enter Holy Hajar, if there's no corresponding method, they're also a strange species that's invincible among the same level. Gunai immediately started to retreat, while at the same time feeling the area he was affected by. After retreating for about 10,000 meters, Gunai felt his blood power and mana begin to loosen up. The area within 10,000 meters is the area they can affect. Within this area, they can affect all source power creatures, soul creatures, and even physical bodies. As for elemental creatures, and machines, it's not clear if they can affect demonic creatures. But the devil will definitely be affected. Just now, I was unable to use the power of my devil soul. The rune profound is not affected. Let's first analyze and digest that demonic spider. Gunai immediately sat down. 412 A creature of calamity. Gunai's mind entered the blood sea. Gunai could clearly feel that the entire sea of blood was affected by the demonic spider. It was very difficult to absorb and dismember the digested energy. At this moment, the demonic spider's soul was completely shattered, and it was still struggling in the sea of blood. Gunai directed all of the blood sea's power at the demonic spider. With Gunai's control, things were completely different. After all, this was the power of the entire blood sea. Moreover, the blood sea was digesting the ruler's flesh and blood. With Gunai's suppression, the demonic spider was immediately suppressed, and then the sea of blood quickly dismembered and digested it. The thoroughly meticulous power was being devoured by Gunai. Gunai was also attentively sensing the demonic spider's extraordinary characteristics. Bloodline power, transcendent characteristics, energy characteristics, soul characteristics, and even the characteristics of the gene origin at a deeper level of life. About an hour later, Gunai had finished digesting and absorbing the demonic spider. Gunai's mouth curved into a smile after he finished digesting the information. This demonic spider is very special. It's very obvious that it has many things that I don't have. I'll go and try again. At the same time, I've also gained something from the detailed research of these strange powers. Gunai immediately began to return. After entering the 10,000-meter area, Gunai clearly noticed his own changes. Whether it was his soul, demonic origin, or even the power of the blood sea, the suppression on them was much weaker than before. Although it's circulating a little faster, it's still not enough for battle. I still need to continue absorbing these demonic spiders. How to kill and then absorb the demonic spiders was the problem Gunai had to face. After thinking for a while, Gunai already had a way to deal with it. Gunai quickly reached the energy barrier. The 9 demonic spiders were still guarding the entrance, waiting for Gunai to enter. When they saw Gunai, they immediately let out sharp screams. Gunai laughed, then placed one hand on the energy barrier. Swish! As the incantation of law surged, the energy barrier was quickly opened. However, the energy barrier was not fully opened. Only a fist-sized hole was opened. Si. One of the spider's sharp claws reached in to attack Gunai. Gunai used the blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse that he had prepared to attack the demonic spider. Hiss 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 hiss. Immediately, a pained cry rang out, and the demonic spider that was attacked fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Gunai quickly summoned the power of the blood sea and pulled it into his own. Those demonic spiders didn't seem to have any long-range attacks. But for Gunai, he only needed to open a small gap. That way, his soul attacks would be able to penetrate through. At the same time, the power of the blood sea would be able to penetrate through as well. Gunai could attack them as he pleased, and they could only stand there and watch. This time, the power of the blood was clearly much stronger than before. A soul attack had destroyed a demonic spider. In less than 20 seconds, the spider with a broken soul was pulled into the blood sea. Throughout the entire process, the demonic spiders were roaring madly, not even caring about their companions. It's not very intelligent, Gunai thought. He began to gather power for his second spell while thinking. Logically speaking, a transcendent master's level of wisdom shouldn't be so low. But in fact, their intelligence level is shockingly low. Its attack method is monotonous, and it doesn't have a high awareness of danger. After some careful thought, Gunai became more and more vigilant. Their level of intelligence isn't high, which means that these demonic spiders aren't powerful in their biological system. In other words, these demonic spiders have an even more powerful intelligent species within their group. That kind of intelligent species is the real concern. There's no need to rush. Let's kill all these demonic spiders first and absorb them. This way, I'll have a higher resistance, and then I'll be able to go deeper to investigate. Gunai didn't use the class 8 or 9 demonic spiders to reincarnate. On one hand, Gunai had a way to deal with these strange abilities, so reincarnation wasn't necessary. On the other hand, Gunai also needed to become a saint as soon as possible. Therefore, if he could avoid reincarnation, he would try his best not to reincarnate. Only then would the effect of reincarnation be better at the critical moment. A few minutes later, the less intelligent demonic spiders were all killed by Gunai's tricks. After closing the door, Gunai once again began his digestion journey. After a dozen hours, Gunai had finished digesting all the spiders. Gunai then stood up and looked at the main passage. It's going to be more dangerous if we continue forward. We need to make more preparations. Gunai began to release his astral souls. At the same time, Gun took out the ancient shadow gate and began to spread his soul to other parts of the Oya continent, including Holy Hajar. Before, when Gunai had died and reincarnated, he had felt that he could choose to resurrect in many places. These were the locations where Gunai's soul had been placed. Gunai was currently casting a soul from a distance, which would give him an extra way out when he resurrected. After finishing his preparations, Gunai looked back at the main passage. Next, it's time to face a truly powerful and strange species. I wonder what kind of strange existence it is. With one hand on the energy barrier, Gunai slowly chanted the spell. After entering the main passage and closing the door, Gunai first looked to the left. The number of demonic spiders from the left was obviously fewer, so the danger level was lower. Gunai wanted to test his resistance to the spiders. As they moved forward, Gunai began to think about something else. Because of my reincarnation ability, I absorbed and transformed the Dominator's creatures, which allowed me to have some common characteristics of the Dominators. This way, I can absorb the flesh and blood of the Dominators. This way, my blood pool will be extraordinary and can absorb the characteristics of these demonized spiders. It will also have the corresponding immunity. However, this is only for me. For others, they won't have the corresponding resistance at all. If we let these strange demonic spiders enter the Oya continent, it can be said that they have no natural enemies. Or rather, they are the species that stands at the top of the extraordinary food chain. They can kill any creature without restraint, and no creature can resist their hunt. It's a terrifying species that's almost invincible if they were to reproduce without restraint. Very soon, they will rule over the entire transcendent world, and the entire transcendent world will become the nest for them to breed their race. When that time comes, one extraordinary world after another will be occupied by them. In the end, the world fell. If there's no effective way to deal with and restrain it, I'm afraid it will be another natural disaster species. The reason why evil demons are called catastrophes is because of their individual strength. Their physical body, soul, and energy are all at the peak of their level. A wisp of power can be absorbed and transformed into demonic power, then used to completely recover strength and return to the peak. As for mechanical creatures, they are not afraid of any soul attacks because of their unique life form. They have super strong mechanical bodies and terrifying comprehensive execution abilities. When a group of mechanical creatures gather together, they will have a terrifying execution ability. Even if they die until the last one, they will do their best to fight and kill. They are not afraid of death at all. As for the Zerg, the reason they became natural disasters is because of their reproduction, numbers, and strange characteristics of absorbing energy and matter. They can use any energy that they can use, such as source energy, divine power, blood power, or other strange energy. Any material with living characteristics, such as plants, wood, flesh in any form, and even life metals, can be transported by them and supplied to the mother so that the mother can produce more of its kind. I think there should be a way to deal with the strange characteristics of these strange demonic spiders. If there's no other way, then these creatures are invincible creatures of calamity. It's impossible for him to become an existence that can destroy everything and be more terrifying than a natural disaster. Gunai thought to himself. 413 Chapter 61 Doomsday Demon Spider. As he walked along the tunnel, every 5 or 6,000 meters, Gunai would always find a black mist bead that was breeding a demon spider. When Gunai approached, the beads would quickly transform into demonic spiders. Then, they would attack Gunai. Fortunately, Gunai had already absorbed a lot of demonic spiders. This also greatly increased Gunai's resistance to the demon spiders. In a few seconds, Gunai could charge up his spell and then use a soul attack. With the absorption of the blood sea, he could easily kill a demonic spider. After Gunai killed about 20 demonic spiders, he reached the end of the left tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there were several smaller and medium-sized tunnels. Gunai couldn't go in. However, if Gunai called upon the will of the world's origin, he could still enter. Gunai then turned around and headed to the right tunnel. Soon, Gun encountered the demonic spiders on the right. Gunai started his cleaning work again. More and more demonic spiders were being devoured by Gunai. Gunai was learning more and more about the demonic spiders. His resistance to the demonic spiders' strange suppression also grew stronger and stronger. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. In the wide passage. Hoo. Gunai let out a long breath, then opened his eyes and looked deeper into the tunnel. During these 3 days, Gunai had passed through 3 long main passages. He'd absorbed more than 300 demonic spiders, and under their suppression, Gunai was able to use about 60% of his strength. The incantation of law had also reached the point where it could be cast instantly. He looked around. Gunai's eyes narrowed. It's obvious that these demonic spiders not only have a strange suppressing ability, but they also have a strange power of mim infection. My extraordinary profession, the power of the blood origin curse mancer, has been weakening my control over these demonic spiders ever since I came into contact with them. It's even weakening. Gunai raised his hand. Gunai released his power. Immediately, 5 or 6 dark golden bloodworms emerged from Gunai's hand, struggling to escape. If I don't control it, there will be blood vessels running out under normal circumstances. However, there are still benefits to the Kazaya. After digesting so many demonic spiders these few days, my bloodline power is close to 100% dark gold. After I reincarnate, my bloodline will be able to be promoted to Lord. It's just that my soul is still at the peak of the elite level. I can't transform into a leader, so it's a little troublesome. He collected his thoughts and began to fly deeper into the tunnel. After turning a corner, Gunai felt something. He immediately cast the forbidden spell, Dragon Scale Shield, on himself. At the same time, he cast a Thunderfire Curse. Immediately after, it was a dark mass, more than 50 to 60 huge demonic spiders, either late or peak 9th rank, flew over. But when the demonic spiders saw Gunai, they didn't rush forward. Instead, they screeched at Gunai and made way for him. Then, Gun saw a 10-meter-tall, dark gold demonic spider with a colorful halo fly out from the crowd of black spiders. The dusk gold demon spider's 8 vertical pupils examined Gunai's body before it spoke in the language of the area continent. I've lost a lot of my children in the past few days. You're the one who killed them, right? His tone was cold and emotionless. An intelligent demonic spider. Gunai's eyes narrowed. I have no intention of being your enemy. Gunai said softly. You killed my child and you're saying this to me? Do you think I'll believe you? The dusk gold demon spider said coldly, its killing intent rising. You guys are too close to my area. You're seriously affecting me. Gunai helplessly spread his hands. My classmates, colleagues, and friends have been invaded by the strange power in your bodies, which led to mutations, loss of control, and death. Do they deserve to die? Gunai asked. The dusk gold demon spider didn't retort. It could feel that the human in front of it was extraordinary. There was even an aura that made it feel fear. If they really fought, even if it won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I'll give you 3 days to evacuate this area and remove everything that's affecting my area. I'll let bygones be bygones. Gunai said in a flat tone. Retreat? The dusk gold demon spider seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The Oya continent is already in the master's pocket. It's the first stop for us to settle down and also the place where our race prospers. With just you, a mere level 8 transcendent? His mocking smile was full of mockery. Gunai's words were just a formality. Race? Ahigemin, Gunai's eyes narrowed. The dusk gold demon spider's words contained a lot of information. Yingluo, I don't think you know my identity. Gunai said. I am the follower of the indescribable Great Lord of Nightmares. Can't be named? The Lord of Nightmares, the dusk gold demon spider's 8 eyes narrowed slightly. The true name of the Lord of Nightmares is being spread in the Oya continent, and the Oya continent has become the territory of the Lord of Nightmares. I advise you to give up on invading the Oya continent. Unless you want to start a war with the Great Lord of Nightmares. The Lord of Nightmares' power has already radiated to the entire Holy Hajar, and it is still expanding. Do you really think that the Lord of Nightmares can't deal with you with your strange suppressing abilities? You're really naive. Gunyaloyo laughed. I won't repeat myself. From now on, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all. I'll show you the power of the Great Lord of Nightmares' followers. Gunai Fifan didn't back down, and his tone became even more aggressive. These strange creatures were definitely not easy to deal with. He had to at least let them experience his strength so that they would be afraid. And once Gu Ni retreated, they would definitely dare to invade the Oya continent. Sure enough, Gunai's words made the dusk gold demon spider angry and frightened. He muttered to himself for a moment, as if he had thought of something and received some information. The dusk gold demon spider shrieked. I've never heard of the Lord of Nightmares. So what if he's a powerful dominator or even an old god? When the Lord descends, even the great Thulhu creatures have to give way. You're just a small follower and you have the Lord of Nightmares that I've never heard of? Before he could finish his words, Gunai had already made his move. Since the negotiations had failed, he naturally had to strike first. The great thunderfire curse exploded at this moment. The terrifying frequency of 50 curses per second erupted. A dense and terrifying black gold lightning bolt shot towards the demonic spiders. Before, Gunai had been unable to display his full strength, so it had been very difficult for him to deal with these demonic spiders. Gunai could now use more than half of his strength, so dealing with these demonic spiders was a piece of cake. A single thunder flame curse had killed a demonic spider on the spot. Of course, most of the lightning curses landed on the dusk gold demonic spider. This dusk gold demon spider was extraordinary. After digesting it, the effects would clearly be even better. Boom! 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 The thick incantations exploded on the dusk gold demon spider's body in succession. The calamity origin shield that he had on his body was instantly torn apart. Then, the incantation landed on the dusk gold demon spider's body. Hiss hiss! The dusk gold demon spider let out a sharp screech. The power of this law incantation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Gun had thought that a dozen spells would be enough to kill the Dusk Gold Demon Spider. But the Dusk Gold Demon Spider's defense and vitality were beyond Gunai's imagination. More than a dozen spells bombarded his body, causing his dark golden body to crack and blood to burst out. However, he still did not die. Instead, it wailed and dragged its injured body, quickly retreating. You want to escape? With a thought, the sea of blood bloomed and the dead or injured demonic spiders were quickly absorbed into Gunai's sea of blood. With a leap, Gunai chased after the Dusk Gold Demon Spider. 414 The Spider Hive. The Dusk Gold Demon Spider at the peak of the 9th rank was not slow. Gunai couldn't catch up to him with his normal speed. But as he flew, he quickly put on the Mech Angel armor. With a thunderous boom, Gunai's speed doubled, and he caught up to the injured Dusk Gold Demon Spider. Boom! Boom! Several more bolts of lightning struck the Dusk Gold Demon Spider's main body. I'm willing to leave this area. As it felt the terrifying incantations coming one after another, the Dusk Gold Demon Spider immediately let out a sharp wail. It's too late to retreat now, Gunai said coldly. Immediately, a large number of spells bombarded him. Hegemon Doom won't let you off. The wailing Dusk Gold Demon Spider was quickly engulfed by the lightning. At the same time, Gunai used Soul Devour on the dying Dusk Gold Demon Spider. After the flash of lightning, the Dusk Gold Demon Spider was dead. Hegemon Doom. Gunai's heart moved. Gunai immediately began to digest the soul fragments he had just devoured. As he digested the information in the thoroughly meticulous state, many memories came back. Feeling all these memories, Gunai's brows furrowed together. About 10 minutes later, Gunai's brows finally relaxed. An ancient ruler who awakens from death? And you're going to start a war between Thulhu creatures? Hoo. After a long time, Gunai let out a sigh. He'd already known that the mutated creatures weren't ordinary. And those mutated creatures were the lowest level of disaster creatures. These demon spiders were the normal form of the demon spiders. Other than that, there were other forms of catastrophe source species, as well as even more powerful and terrifying species. Strictly speaking, this dark gold dire demon spider was only at the commander tier, while the other demonic spiders were only at the elite tier. However, even if it was just a normal form of the source of disaster, it was enough to cause destructive damage to the entire Oya continent. This calamity spider is just a species of calamity created by the ruler of calamity using a special method and the ruler's flesh and blood. And there are many, many more powerful species behind. It seems like the era of turmoil in Suanji is coming. Gunai's heart moved. However, it's a good thing that I'm no longer afraid of the suppression of this special creature. We can only slowly find a way to resist it. Otherwise, when the calamity spider enters the Oya continent, it will be a real catastrophe. Okay, let's go and get rid of that disaster doll first. Gunai collected the corpse of the dire spider and flew forward. This time, the reason why a transcendent had lost control of the Starry Sky Watchtower was partly because of the appearance of a creature of doom. On the other hand, it was because the Calamity Spider had a destructive grade sealed artifact, the Calamity Doll. The Doom Doll could cause extraordinary powers to go out of control. In the end, they would become mutated creatures without self-awareness and become food for the Doom Spiders. At the same time, the Doom Doll could also strengthen the unique characteristics of their race. These creatures were strange species, and they could use these strange sealed artifacts. Without a doubt, the Calamity Baby was a terrifying sealed artifact. If they were to enter the Oya continent, along with the scope of the impact, countless ordinary humans and even extraordinary people would die from the loss of control. 10 minutes later, Gunai arrived at the lair of the spider. At this moment, there were over 100 ordinary spiders of various sizes guarding this huge spider lair. Unfortunately, in front of Gunai, they didn't have the power to resist. A few minutes later, Gunai had killed all the spiders. At the same time, the spiders that were still in the process of being born were all exterminated. After the lair of the spiders was destroyed, Gunai finally found the source of the extraordinary calamity doll. It was a grey rag doll about half a meter tall, with many stitches on its body. When Gunai saw the doomsday baby, the pair of cloth-like eyes of the child also looked at Gunai. He could clearly feel that he was losing control of his blood source curse master power. The power of his blood gushed out towards the calamity child. At the same time, his origin power began to dissipate, and his soul began to distort. It's a destructive sealed artifact. Even god emissaries and ancestral spirits would find it hard to withstand its destructive power. Gunai didn't resist the power of this destructive sealed artifact. He just let it destroy him. About 10 minutes later, Gunai entered a state of death. As for the calamity child, he was the one who stirred up the ancient nirvana blood. His corpse quickly absorbed it and made it a part of his body. After confirming that he had been completely absorbed, Gunai clicked on reincarnation. Time and space were reversed, and he was reborn from the ancient nirvana and the void. At this point, the doomsday baby could no longer affect Gunai. Gunai took the doom doll and sealed it with some of the sealing materials before throwing it into the blood sea. After dealing with the calamity child, Gunai's heart was not at ease. From the memory of the spider, Gunai knew that there were more powerful creatures that would enter the Oya continent from other places. The so-called Lord of Calamity was about to awaken. He would not let go of the Oya continent, which was the closest to the land of mutation, as his first breeding ground. Gunai didn't have much of an idea on how to fight against this terrifying existence. Only when you're stronger will you be able to come into contact with more things. As a transcendent master, I can't deal with or even resist this terrifying Thulhu creature. But I might be able to handle it after I become stronger. The first step is to reach the peak of Type 9, then think of a way to break through and become a saint. We'll deal with those evil gods first. He opened the system and carefully browsed through it to confirm that there was nothing. Gunai followed the tunnel and flew towards the starry sky tower. After entering the area where he had been lost, he felt a sense of loss. Gunai quickly saw Andrew lying on the ground. Andrew did not move at all. It was unclear if he was asleep or had entered the bloody dream world. I've already dealt with those peculiar spiders and sealed the calamity babies. If this guy wakes up again and is still here, it's useless to take him out. If he changes places after he wakes up, it's useless to take him out. Well, let him sleep here by himself. Gunai then flew out of the tunnel. Gun opened the energy barrier and entered the Star Watchtower. Muland Elkli had already sensed Gunny's arrival. High up in the sky, Muland Elkli quickly descended. How is it? Muland Elkli looked at Gunny and asked with a serious expression. After some thought, Gunai told him about the demonic spider and the calamity child. He did not mention a word about Andrew and the strange ruler of doom. In other words, the meme of the loss of control has been resolved? Muland Elkli was overjoyed. The source is the doomsday baby, which I've already sealed. If he was not wrong, it should have been solved. Of course, we still need to observe the situation for a few days. This is what I should do. Muland Elkli nodded. However, Yingluo, you said that the calamity spider is a species from the land of mutation, and that there are other powerful species in the land of mutation? These species of disaster can suppress all source power creatures. Gunai nodded seriously. According to my memory, this is a strange species that was born in a strange environment. Initially, I think that this creature was created by a terrifying existence in a special environment. It's as if they were born to be the natural enemies of souls, origin power, flesh, and other living things. Gunai said in a deep voice. 415. A huge amount of sacred source coins. The natural enemy of extraordinary origin power. Muland Elkli frowned slightly. It would be a disaster if this kind of creature were to enter the Oya continent. It will indeed be a disaster. Gunai had long recognized the severity of these creatures. I'm currently thinking of a solution. In addition, I've also brought back some corpses. Senior, you can hand them over to the Transcendent Association for the researchers to study them and see if they can find anything useful. As he spoke, Gunai took out 2 large transcendence rings. Among them were 4 demonic spiders. This demonic spider, even if it was dead, as long as it was taken out, it would still have a strong suppression ability on the surrounding origin power. I'll give it to the Transcendent Association for them to study. I hope they'll be able to gain something. After putting away the ring, Meland Elkli looked at Gun. When you went in, you told me to collect those resources. I've done my best and collected a large amount of resources, and they're all here. Gunai opened it and counted. It could be sold for at least tens of thousands of sacred source coins, which was already a lot. After all, the Oya continent was just an ordinary mid-sized transcendent world. As he pondered, Gunai flipped his hand and 10 blood dream rings appeared. The blood dream ring. When he saw the blood dream ring, Meland Elkli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was very familiar with the blood dream ring's name. The blood dream ring could be used to trade items that were extremely far away in the blood dream arena. This item was priceless. These are the rewards given to me by the Lord of Nightmares. I'll now hand them all over to you, Senior. I think the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association will need these things. I don't need to elaborate on their value. I hope that Senior can continue to use the Transcendent Association's power to collect the resources I just gave you. I have great use for all of these things, Gunai said. After putting away the blood dream rings, Meland Elkli nodded slightly. I'll continue to help you collect resources in all areas. It wasn't appropriate for me to interfere with the resources of the other 2 empires before, but now that I have this blood dream ring, I think I should be able to collect more from them. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior. These are all small matters. The most important thing is for you to cultivate and become a saint as soon as possible. I know that. In another half a year, at most a year, Gunai would be able to become a saint. At that time, Gunai would have to go all out in the arena. He needed to accumulate a large amount of sacred source coins. Except for the Oya continent. Gunai also needed to exchange for more sacred origin coins with the sacred feathers darkness source. Compared to the Aoya continent, the sacred source coins in the sacred source hidden domain were obviously easier to obtain. He followed Meland Elkli to the top floor of the star observation tower. After entering the secret room, Gunir sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 10 minutes later, Gunai sealed the secret room again. He then used the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse to arrive at the Sacred Feather Dark Source Continent Arena. This place is much bigger than before. The speed of expansion is really fast. As expected, the efficiency of letting those extraordinary masters in is more than 10 times higher. After observing the arena, Gun couldn't help but sigh. Gunai went to the 4th floor. Sir Gunai, as soon as Gunny arrived, Sugura looked at him. Senior Sakra, I have 2 things to tell you. Gunai went straight to the point. What is it? The first thing is about Yingluo. With a flip of his hand, more than 50 blood dream rings appeared. I'm going to sell a batch of blood dream rings. Sakra laughed when he heard that. This is good news. The previous batch of blood dream rings was not enough. Many gods and demigods, as well as those oracles and ancestor souls, had directly given birth to transcendent master-level soul avatars and entered the blood dream arena. And there are quite a few of them. They all hope to acquire the blood dream ring. After all, the blood dream ring had the ability to trade in the blood dream world. The blood dream auction that was held a while ago was quite successful. Gunny's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sagra's words. He created a soul avatar at the Transcendent Master level and directly entered? These guys really know how to take advantage of loopholes, but this is also a good thing. If this batch of blood dream rings is for sale, they'll definitely rush to buy it. Furthermore, during this period of time, the blood dream arena has already begun to gradually spread throughout the entire Sacred Feather Darkborn. An all-out battle where you don't have to worry about death and you can even carry out online transactions. It can even be traded across tens of millions of kilometers of the Sacred Feathers Darkness Pool. This Blood Dream Arena has become completely famous. More than 100 deities have contacted us here in the Drake Dragon Mountains. They all expressed their desire to enter the Blood Dream Arena and to obtain the Blood Dream Ring. There are too many master-level extraordinaries who want to enter. A large number of blood crystals are filling up the warehouse. Our race is almost too busy. As he spoke, the smile on Sakra's face widened. The more this was the case, the better it was. The more people who entered, the more their clan would gain, and they wouldn't even be able to count the money. Even when their clan was at its most glorious, they had never felt so comfortable. Then your clan should also keep up with the expansion of the Blood Dream Arena. After all, the more sacrifices you make, the more importance the Lord of Nightmares will place on you, and the more stable your clan's position will be. Gunai said. Of course we've been continuously offering sacrifices during this period of time. I think the great Lord of Nightmares should be able to feel it. Sir Gun, how much are you going to charge for this Blood Dream Ring? Sakra asked. 50,000 sacred source coins. What do you think, Senior Sakra? Gunai said after some thought. 50,000 sacred source coins. It's a good price, but I think it's a little low. How about 80,000? After all, many oracles can get 80,000 sacred source coins if they really need it. Looks like I've still underestimated the wealth of the oracles of the Sacred Feather Dark Source. Alright, Senior Sakra will sell it for you then, Gunai said. Don't worry, Sir Gunai. I'll make sure everything is done properly. With plenty of time, this batch of Blood Dream Rings will make a lot of money if I sell them. Gunai thought. In addition, I can casually create this Blood Dream Ring. After giving the Blood Dream Ring to Sakra, Gun spoke again. In addition, Senior Sakra, I hope that you can gather a group of oracles, ancestral spirits, and experts of the saint level. They must all be in the 4th stage realm, and it would be best if they were especially strong. Oh, Sugara raised an eyebrow at Gunai's words. Sir Gunai, what are you going to do? Sakra had already guessed a little. Naturally, it's a cross-border battle, Gunai said. That would require a massive amount of energy resources. When the time comes, I will have my own ways. Senior need not worry about this. How much do you need? Sakra asked. 30 is enough. Gunai said. 30 isn't a lot. There are more than 100 level 4 divine messengers, ancestral spirits, and saints in the Moda Kilong mountain range. I'll inform the other experts during this period of time and have them prepare this batch of experts. What's the approximate time? About a year. Yes, a year's time is quite abundant. We can let them arrive first to gather with our Dawn Owl origin race. As Gunai's strength grew, the things that he could do naturally increased. After a short discussion with Sakra, Gunai had left the Sacred Feather Dark Origin. Next, it was time for Gun to go to Holy Hajar to complete his final breakthrough. 416 Chapter 64 Conversation. Holy Hajar. In the Divine Kingdom Arena. The battle between the two peak rank 9 transcendents slowly came to an end. This was a 1-star battle in the level 9 arena. Normally, there wouldn't be many people watching a battle of this level. However, there were more than 100,000 people watching this battle. The reason why there were so many people watching this battle was because half a month ago, the level 7 transcendent who had disappeared for half a year, the genius who was said to have the strength of a 7-star, Gunny Lawrence, suddenly returned to the arena and began a crazy massacre. Half a year ago, Gunai had only been a late-stage level 7 transcendent. After half a year, Gunny Lawrence had reached the peak of the 9th rank. It wasn't hard to guess that Gunny Lawrence had obviously used a powerful treasure to quickly improve his realm. Many people believed that Gunny Lawrence was very strong at the 7th step. However, he was currently participating in a battle between powerhouses of the 9th step. Moreover, he used treasures to rapidly increase his realm, so his realm would obviously be unstable. He definitely wouldn't win as easily as a tier 7. But Gunai had used his strength to slap those who didn't like him. 4 battles, 4 victories. Gunai had easily crushed his opponents. In these 4 battles, there were many 2-star and even 3-star type 9 experts. However, Gunai killed them all with ease. This was the 5th battle of the 2-star level, and it naturally attracted a lot of attention from the audience. Rumors had it that when Gunai took part in the competition, many people didn't dare to register. After all, this Gunai was very likely at the 9th step, and he was also a 7-star warrior. If they encountered other people, they could still win with their own strength. But against Gunai, they were basically guaranteed to die. In the arena, as he watched his opponent fall, the judge announced his divine power, and Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. With this victory, Gunai had become a 9th-ranked 2-star gladiator. His eyes scanned the entire arena as he looked at the audience. There's quite a number of people. It seems that it's time to do some publicity. Otherwise, the odds won't be high when the star rank is high. The odds Gunai was referring to were naturally the opposite. Gunai's odds for the first few rounds had been very low, at 0.1, and no one had been able to buy it. Gunai's odds were over 10, and there was even a match where the odds were 16. Gunai was very satisfied with the reverse odds. However, as the position of the stars increased, the odds would definitely continue to fall. After all, Gunai's opponents would only get stronger and stronger. Gunai didn't want the odds to drop. Everyone! Gunai's voice was like a thunderclap as source power surged through the arena, and everyone could hear it clearly. I, Gunai, have returned to the arena. I'm aiming for the 7-star rank. In this journey of killing, those who are not afraid of death can sign up if you want to challenge me. Any expert of the same star level can request to fight me one-on-one. I, Gunai, will not refuse anyone. I will kill anyone I see. I'm just afraid you don't have the guts to challenge me. Gunai's words caused the entire arena to erupt in cheers. It was obvious that the arena liked fierce and domineering characters like Gunai. With such a fellow around, they would be able to watch an even more exciting battle. He was going to fight with even more hidden powerhouses. Prepare the 7-star warriors for me. If you're afraid of death, then get the hell out of here. I, Gunai, look down on those who are afraid of death. If you want to fight me, then come out. When I was a 7-star warrior, I didn't refuse anyone. I don't care if there are 10 or 20 of you. If you dare to hand in an invitation, I, Gunai, will fight you. Everyone here can bear witness to what I've said today. The entire arena erupted in cheers at Gunai's words. Tisk, 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 I like this guy's ferocity. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fierce guy. I'll challenge all the 7-star warriors. You must know that there aren't as many hidden Type 9 powerhouses as Type 7 and Type 8 powerhouses. That's right. There are many transcendent level 9 powerhouses who can't break through. After cultivating in level 9 for hundreds of years, their strength is completely different from ordinary oracles and ancestor souls. There are even people who have single-handedly killed experts on the level of divine envoys and ancestral spirits. That Gunai guy is overconfident. Then how can you be sure that this Gunai guy doesn't have the strength of an oracle ancestor soul? Just that instant cast powerful lightning type spell is enough to give others a hard time. If he doesn't have the ability to dodge, I'm afraid that those 6-star and even 7-star warriors might not be Gunai's match. That's true. It's not good to be in the limelight. It'd be a joke if you were to meet an extremely powerful being at a certain level and die in battle. It's all over now that I've died in battle. What's there to laugh about? That's true. As the audience discussed, Gunai left the arena. 10 minutes later, in a snack and beverage store, Gun and Duolan were together. You're already a peak level 9 transcendent. Gun said after looking at Duo Lance. I only broke through after half a month of closed-door cultivation. I still need to stabilize for a few months or even half a year before I can become a saint. There's no hurry. I also need about half a year to break through. Gunai said with a smile. By the way, Gunai looked around. Then, the energy fluctuation bloomed and completely isolated the small room from the outside world. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, how many sacred source coins have you prepared? With the sacred source coins I earned before and the ones I won recently, I have almost 2 million sacred source coins. 2 million sacred source coins is already a lot. Gunai nodded. During this period of time, Gunai had only managed to gather around 8 million sacred origin coins through the Transcendence Society in the Oya continent and the sacred feather dark source he had. However, Gun had already asked Sigrid to help him borrow some sacred source coins. He had only managed to get more than 1 million sacred source coins last time because he was in a hurry. He had plenty of time this time, so it was not a problem to borrow tens of millions of sacred source coins. It was even possible to borrow 20 million sacred source coins. After all, there were many demigods and deities with sacred feathers darkness origin. Moreover, Sakra was the one who wanted to borrow money, so naturally, someone was willing to lend him money. And this would be Gunai's bet for a two-way reversal. Although 2 million isn't a small amount, it's not enough, Gunai said. Still not enough, Duo Lance raised his eyebrows. You won't make much money if you bet on it with your current win rate. There's no way I can earn more with so many sacred source coins. Duo Lance spread his hands. This is something you don't know. Gunai laughed. I told you to gather more, so you must do everything you can to gather more. Trust me. Gunai used his world power Upanishad to send a message. I'm a follower of the great Thulhu creature. My main body is not afraid of death. What? Duo Lance was startled. After a few seconds of silence, Duo Lance seemed to have understood. I know. I won't tell anyone about this. I'm going to borrow money from my friend now. No problem, he said. Gunai nodded. I'll inform you when the time is right. After knowing Duo Lance for so long, Gunny knew his temper. Besides, Duo Lance had been helping Gunny a lot all this time. If he gave him some information in advance, he would be able to calm him down and borrow money. Otherwise, he would not have dared to borrow so much money without telling him anything. After all, there was interest when he borrowed money. The interest of 1 million sacred source coins was not something that he could bear easily. Telling Duo Lance wasn't a problem. Gunai was the one who decided which match he would lose, and Duo Lance only had the right to follow him. Moreover, Gunai wouldn't bet on winning or losing. After all, Gunai's demonic CO soul had already started to move. While Gun and Duo Lance were talking, Gun's demonic CO soul was resting in the mechanical angel armor's bedding area. 417 The Great Plan Bloody Dream. In the following period of time, Gunai began to steadily cultivate and improve his strength in the Divine Kingdom arena. The demonic CO soul became a regular customer in the gambling area of the arena. Every time Gunai took part in a fight, the demonic CO soul would press down. During this time, Gunai was betting on himself to win. Gunai won every battle, more or less. In the Blood Sea, Gun had left behind a statue of the Lord of Nightmares. It could automatically respond to the sacrifice, and then let the Blood Dream Elf host it. After such a long period of development, the Blood Dream Elves had already become a clan with thousands of Blood Dream Elves. They could complete all the sacrificial activities in the world of Bloody Sea. It was just as Sakra had said. As the reputation of the Nightmare Lord and the Blood Dream Arena spread in the Sacred Feather Darkness origin world, a large number of extraordinaries began to offer sacrifices to the Lord of Nightmares, seeking an opportunity to enter the Blood Dream world. This also caused the sacrificial activities in the world of Bloody Sea to directly enter an explosive stage during this period of time. There were thousands of sacrifices every day. The Blood Dream Elf was too busy. Not only was the Blood Dream Arena unable to accommodate so many people, but even the Blood Sea Elf was a little too busy. For the Blood Dream Arena, the speed of its expansion and the demand of the supernatural beings who entered the arena day by day were the biggest contradictions. After much consideration, Gunai made an agreement with Sigrid to gradually release the oracles and allow ancestors' souls to enter the arena to speed up the expansion. Furthermore, the Blood Dream Ring was also gradually supplying them. With the arrival of the oracles and the ancestors' souls, the arena's expansion speed had increased by more than 10 times. From the Blood Dream Arena in the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent, Gunai had also seen the potential of the Blood Dream Arena. This gave Gunai the idea of building more transcendent worlds and more Blood Dream arenas. The wider the sea of blood, the stronger Gunai was. Putting everything else aside, just the Blood Sea's current level of pressure alone was enough. It was more than enough to make it difficult for a regular Type 9 1-star or 2-star level warrior to fly, or even lie on the ground, unable to resist. Among the Transcendent Level 9 experts, there were only a few who could withstand the suppression of the Blood Sea. However, this was only the initial development of a large-scale extraordinary world. It had already allowed the Blood Sea to expand to its current state. If the large transcendent world Grongton and hundreds of small and medium-sized transcendent worlds around it were to become the territory of the Nightmare Lord's influence, they had all offered sacrifices to the Nightmare Lord to expand the Blood Sea. It was easy to imagine how powerful Gunai would be. At that time, Gunai would be able to easily kill demigods as a saint. A demigod was comparable to a god. Gunai already had a plan. After becoming a saint and dealing with the evil gods, the Lord of Nightmare would begin his conquest of many worlds. After all, Gunai was strong enough to fight against the powerful beings who were secretly coveting the Oya continent. The war between the transcendent worlds was about to begin. Conquering an extraordinary world did not necessarily require starting a war to forcefully colonize it. That was because it would take a very, very long time. He was using the Blood Dream Arena as a sharp knife. Launching at Blood Dream Arena, he would support his followers and use them to expand the Blood Dream Arena. Then, a large number of extraordinary humans would enter the Blood Dream Arena and open a free trading platform there. All prices would be measured by the Blood Dream coins sold on the Blood Dream trading platform, which would complete the economic colonization and plunder of the supernatural world. Wasn't this method of continuously harvesting leeks fragrant? Of course, it was more complicated to do this. Gunai needed to build a platform and a Blood Dream, as well as a large number of people with the corresponding skills. Fortunately, a large number of superhumans from the Holy Feather Darkness origin and Dawn Owl origin race were doing exactly that. Once the Blood Dream Arena's power had spread to every corner of the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent, he could first use the Holy Feather's Darkness pool to conduct experiments on the many small and medium-sized transcendent worlds around him. Then, it would be gradually promoted to other large extraordinary worlds. As more Blood Dream Elves were born in Gun, they got used to these operations. Gun could also use his power to radiate to larger groups of transcendent worlds, recruiting followers and clans. When Gunai's strength was strong enough, he would be able to use his full strength. In this high-dimensional transcendent world, Holy Hajar would also be within the range of Gunai's radiation. But Gunai didn't plan on doing that. After all, there were too many powerhouses in Holy Hajar. There were many experts who could enter the Blood Dream world. If Gunai's arena was discovered, the god-level warrior could destroy it with one strike. All his efforts were in vain. After all, Gunai's Blood Dream Arena was essentially a means to seize territory. Only when Gunai was strong enough, such as when the gods couldn't break through his Blood Dream Arena, or when they didn't dare to mess with him, would he be able to march into Holy Hajar. Before he knew it, more than 2 months had passed as Gunai trained and fought. Holy Sea Cower, in the secret training room. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gunai sucked in the blood, and the power of blood surged. At this moment, Gunai's blood aura began to change. At this moment, Gunai was completing his transformation from a leader to a lord. Compared to the bloodline transformation of other leaders, this would definitely be a huge transformation. But for Gunai, the effect wasn't as obvious. However, it would definitely be a significant enhancement. After all, Gunai's body was already very strong. A level 9 Transcendence attack might not be able to do much damage to Gunai. However, it was definitely a good thing to be able to undergo a transformation. Roar! The roar of a giant abyss beast could be faintly heard from the depths of Gunai's body. At the same time, a brutal and overbearing aura bloomed from Gunai's body. This was the aura pressure of the Thanator of Death. It was so cold that it was suffocating. A few hours later, Gunai slowly retracted his aura. At the same time, the blood mist was quickly absorbed by Gunai. Gunai smiled as he examined his body. My physical strength has increased by about 20%. It has increased my survivability by quite a bit. I'm afraid that I'm not at a disadvantage against an ordinary oracle now. Once I become a saint, I won't be afraid even if I face a more powerful oracle. I can even kill them. The good days of the evil gods of the Oya continent are coming to an end. Gunai thought. After browsing through his body, Gunai focused his mind and opened the system. Gunai couldn't help but be happy. The wind spirit fruit has finally come out. 418 Chapter 66 A Letter of Challenge from a Powerhouse. A long time ago, Gunai had planted the divine hurricane tree in the plantation. After almost a year, the acceleration of time would be about 1,500 years. The divine hurricane tree had finally borne the wind spirit fruit. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a fist-sized blue crystal wind spirit fruit. As soon as he held it in his hand, an extremely strong hurricane force formed around the wind spirit fruit. Hoo 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 hoo! The entire secret room was filled with the howling of the wind. It was very strong. If Gunai hadn't let go, the wind spirit fruit would have flown away. However, the secret room had been completely sealed off by Gunai, so it couldn't escape. Gunai swallowed the wind spirit fruit. Gunai sucked the entire fruit into his stomach and began to digest it. It's been a long time since I've condensed the Saint Shadow runes. It's time to do so. Gunai thought. As he digested the wind spirit fruit, Gunai didn't stay idle. He calmed his mind and began to condense the Saint Shadow runes. Gunai had already formed 3 Saint Shadow runes. This time, Gunai was going to form 10, or even more, Saint Shadow runes. In this way, not only would speed not be Gunai's weakness, but it would also be his advantage. As his cultivation level increased, his physical body became stronger, and his blood sea expanded. Gunai's capacity for runes had also increased. Storing 10 occultic runes was no problem. The 4th and 5th crystals quickly formed. When Gunai had formed 5 holy shadow runes, Gunai felt a subtle sense of lightness in his heart, as if he had become one with the surrounding air. As Gunai condensed the 6th, he tried to feel the effects of the 5th. This 5th rune has made my body more agile and light. The base speed increase should be the same as before. 1 Saint Shadow rune should increase my base speed by about 25%. However, these 5 Saint Shadow runes have reached a critical point and made my body lighter and more flexible. The effect might reach 30% or more. I'll only know the specific effects after a good flight. I'll try my flying speed after I'm done condensing. As time passed, the 6th, the 7th, one after another, the ancient Nirvana crystals began to form. When the 10th crystal was successfully condensed, boom! A strong wind spirit power burst out from Gunai's billions of cells. Suddenly, the entire secret room was filled with the power of the wind spirit. At the same time, the wind spirit power that Gunai had gained from digesting the wind spirit fruit bloomed. The wind spirit power condensed by the 10th Saint Shadow rune was 5 to 6 times more than the wind spirit fruit. However, being able to obtain the wind spirit's power from two channels was naturally much better than obtaining it from one channel. Moreover, there was an endless supply of wind spirit fruits. I feel that if this wind spirit's power were to burst out, it would be able to double my current maximum speed. As expected, the power of the wind spirit is a good thing. It's a power that's known as the darling of the wind. 10 Saint Shadow Runes is obviously not my limit. Continue to condense. The ancient nirvana began to form. The 11th. The 12th. The 13th. The 14th. By the time he reached the 14th, Gunai could feel that he was reaching his limit. Sure enough, Gunai felt some pressure when he condensed the 15th Holy Shadow Rune. The good thing was that the Blood Sea had greatly increased Gunai's capacity. Gunai was able to form the 15th Saint Shadow Rune without any trouble. When Gunai had formed 15 Holy Shadow Runes, Gunai could feel that the power of the wind spirit in his body was probably 10 times stronger than when he had just started to gather it. After stabilizing the Holy Shadow Rune, Gunai smiled. Let's go and try. Gunai immediately used the Blood Sky Dream Curse to enter the Blood Dream Arena in the Oya continent. Flying around in the bloody dream world of Holy Hajar would definitely be discovered. If those experts were to see his astonishing speed, it would not be good. However, in the blood dream world of the Aoya continent, there was nothing to worry about. Gunyang had arrived at the blood dream world from the blood dream arena. Gunai's entire body was sent flying. Gunai's speed had increased by 5 times. Previously, I still needed to use the mechanical angel armor to increase my speed, but the increase is not much. After all, I am already a peak rank 9 transcendent. With the condensation of the Holy Shadow Runes, my speed has increased by 5 times. The mechanical angel battle armor has become a burden and can no longer help me. Let's try using the power of the wind spirit. With a single thought, the power of wind spirit bloomed from Gunai's body. Gunai's speed began to increase. The bloody dreamland below him quickly flew past Gunai. It's about 6 times faster than the previous maximum speed. In other words, my current speed is 30 times that of when I was at the peak of the 9th step. This speed is already comparable to the divine emissaries' ancestral spirits, perhaps even slightly faster. The Saint Shadow Runes are really powerful. After flying around the bloody dream world, Gunai left it and returned to Holy Hajar. Just as he was about to cultivate again. Buzz! Gun's medallion began to tremble. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out his gladiator medal. After carefully examining it, Gunai's expression changed. A letter of challenge. During this period of time, Gunai had fought 12 consecutive battles. Now, Gunai's star had reached the 4-star level. However, Gunai's battles weren't continuous. After all, Gunai also needed to study the profound meaning of the runes. There were also some other things that he had to deal with. At the same time, Gunai also had some free time to allow others to challenge him. Sure enough. Today, he had sent the challenge invitation. Interesting, Gunai chuckled. Since it's a challenge, it shouldn't be a suicide mission after all. The probability of death is usually higher when matched with me. There's not much difference between challenging me to die and being matched to me to die. It won't change the issue of the odds. This means that no one will use this method to manipulate the odds. We'll see the odds later to determine what's going on. In short, the guy who challenged me should be a super strong person. Gunai accepted the request. I'll study the odds later and see how strong this guy is. Then I'll decide the winner of this round. Gunai thought. 419 Chapter 67 Mueng Goat. In a rather remote secret room, Gunai sat there with his eyes closed. This was the place where Gun and Duo Lance had secretly contacted each other. It was a place that could only be reached through a special teleportation array, so it was impossible to trace it. Even though the price was relatively high, it was safe. The odds are a little low. After a long time, Gunai opened his eyes. At this moment, Gunai's demonic CO soul was at the plate area. When the Type 9, 4-star warrior called Muang Mountain Goat challenged Gunai, Gunai accepted the challenge. Naturally, the betting table was opened. Gunai's odds were higher, between 0.2 and 0.3. In the past, you wouldn't even be able to bet on a 0.1. As for the one called Old Mew Goat, his odds were between 7 and 9. Before, Gunai's odds had always been between 10 and 15. Gunai faintly sniffed out a strange smell. That was that this guy named Old Mew Goat was a super powerful being, and he might have killed a terrifying existence like the divine envoy ancestor soul. This was the information that Gunai had deduced from the bets. He would have to wait for Duo Lance to get the details. As Gunai pondered. Wang 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 wang. The extraordinary door lit up. Gunai rose to his feet and opened the extraordinary door. Duo Lance was standing outside the door. After Duo Lancey entered, Gunny closed the door and sealed the entire room. All the information on that old shepherd goat is here. I've asked a lot of people to get it. Duo Lancey handed a ring to Gunny. After receiving it, Gunai immediately began to look through the battle videos and related information. After half an hour of searching, Gunai finally withdrew his soul consciousness from the ring. How is it? Duo Lancey asked. This guy is a super powerful expert. Gunai said in a deep voice. The information clearly shows that this Muang Goat guy easily reached 4-star rank 9, and his last battle was 28 years ago. The battle before that was 52 years ago. As for the earlier battles, there's no need to look at the year. Such a long time. Duo Lance frowned. This won't be easy to deduce the opponent's strength. We can still see the other party's strength from the clues. Gunai said. And he won every battle easily. It's obvious that he didn't use his full strength. This Muang Mountain Goat should be a peculiar existence that's trapped at the peak of transcendent rank 9. In fact, I suspect that he has a divine sense, the power of an ancestor soul. It can be seen from the gambling table that many people are very optimistic about this old shepherd goat. What did Ran say? Duo Lancey looked at Gunai. I'm not afraid of him winning, I'm only afraid of him dying, Gunai said softly. You're saying that this guy might be here to die? Duo Lancey was a bit surprised. That's hard to say. Gunai shook his head. After all, judging from this guy's age, he really won't live for long. But if you say that he's really seeking death, this fellow's strength is so powerful that he might not be willing to die. You see, the suspense of this battle is very thought-provoking. Therefore, the bets on this gambling table are quite attractive. The corner of Duo Lance's eyes twitched at Gun's analysis. Tell me, how should we bet on this match? Duo Lance said. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he rubbed his hands together. After thinking for a few minutes, Gun finally made a decision. I've been thinking of doing an extreme reversal. In fact, if the odds are good, I can earn more sacred source coins after a few more rounds of interest. And this old shepherd goat guy is obviously a good start. All on me. Gun looked at Duo Lance and said seriously. Are you confident? Duo Lancey looked at Gunai. Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't even use a tenth of my strength? Duo Lancey was stunned for a moment before he let out a sigh. You really are a monster. Gunai laughed. Now, my odds are 0.26. As time passed, this number would normally continue to rise. We'll just bet around 0.3. All in. Yes, all in. Gunai nodded. I understand. Duo Lance nodded seriously. After some discussion, the two of them left quietly. Gunai returned to his secret room and sat down cross-legged. Gunai had used the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse to reach the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. As soon as he entered, Gunai felt the aura of more than 30 powerful oracles and ancestral spirits. At this time, these oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses were all doing their best to open up the blood dream space. After carefully sensing it, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. The arena of the Holy Feather Darkborn is probably as large as a large city. The speed at which the Oracle and Ancestor Soul experts are opening up the place sure is fast. How many can it hold? Gunai carefully checked. Yup, Yingying can accommodate about 400,000 to 500,000 people at this rate. It would soon be able to accommodate 1 million extraordinary humans. However, compared to a large transcendent world like the Holy Feather's Darkness Pool, the capacity for 1 million people is still considered small. I estimate that it will take about 100 million people to barely satisfy the needs. If it's fully satisfied, it's estimated to have a capacity of 200 to 300 million. After all, the base number of extraordinaries in large extraordinaries worlds is here. And for the Oya continent, a capacity of 500,000 to 600,000 is enough to satisfy all the extraordinary humans. At most, it can only accommodate 1 million. After observing for a while, Gunai went straight to the 4th floor. Sakra looked over when he sensed Gunai's arrival. How's the funding coming along, senior? Gunai asked. I borrowed 22 million Saint Origin coins. You don't have to pay the interest. After all, there are many people who want to enter the blood dream space. After thinking for a while, Sakra said. He had been in a hurry to borrow money before, but now he had plenty of time. Since it was an interest-free loan, and Sakra had said so, there was no need for him to force it. The other 3 million is from the Blood Dream Rings sale. And this 2 million is my personal donation. I've accumulated 27 million Sacred Source coins. Please check them. As he spoke, Sakra handed the Blood Dream Ring to Gunai. How can I accept this? Gunai laughed. Although he said this, Gunai still accepted the Blood Dream Ring. You don't have to be so polite with me, Sir Gunai. After all, our clan has always served the Great Nightmare Lord with all our hearts, Sakra said. I know. I think the Great Lord of Nightmares can feel your sincerity. Also, about the few things I mentioned to you before, have you considered and inquired about them? Gunai asked. Gunai had been in contact with Sakra a few times. There were 3 points mentioned. One of them was the implementation of Blood Dream coins. The second was to expand and occupy the small and medium-sized transcendent worlds around the Sacred Feathers Darkness Pool. The third was the information that Gun had asked Sakra to gather about the world-crossing treasure. These things were related to Gunai's occupation of the transcendent world from the Blood Dream plane. There were many things that Gunai couldn't do. For example, the conquest mode that used the Blood Dream arena as the sharp knife. If Gunai were to occupy them one by one, no matter how much energy he had, he wouldn't be able to occupy a sea of transcendent worlds. As for using his subordinates to occupy worlds and construct the Blood Dream arena, the snowball effect was slowly growing. A large number of extraordinary worlds would be incorporated into the system under Gunai's control. At that time, Gunai would just wait for the sacrifice. 420 A feasible plan for occupation. After thinking for a while, Sakra slowly opened his mouth. It's about the right to occupy the surrounding extraordinary worlds that the Great Lord of Nightmares has given us. Naturally, we will carry it out resolutely. There are more than 300 medium to small transcendent worlds around the Holy Feathers Darkness Pool. Many of these worlds have precious resources. If we can mine them, they will play a vital role in the development of the Blood Dream arena. More importantly, the resistance to mining in these places will be very weak. It won't be like the one in the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent, where every single place is occupied by organizations of varying sizes. Furthermore, when combined with Blood Dream coins, the economic harvest is extremely effective. Moreover, such a teleportation is only a one-time entry to Blood Dream arena. There will be no additional fees. I have to say that the Great Master of Nightmares is supreme. He can use the Blood Dream Ring to make a deal even over such a long distance. It's unimaginably terrifying, Sakra sighed. That's natural. Gunai chuckled. The Blood Dream arena was personally built by the Great Ruler. Its vastness and magnificence are indeed not something that extraordinary people like us can see through. I've also completed the preliminary negotiations with the other forces in the Darch Dragon Mountain range. They're all in favor of this plan. These small and medium-sized extraordinary worlds will be our powerful source of resources in the future. Currently, the plan has already been steadily carried out. However, I'm afraid that the amount of Blood Dream coins we have is not enough. After all, we need a sufficient amount of them to implement a new currency. Sakra said. That's not a big problem, Gunai said. I will inform the Great Lord of Nightmares. This is not a problem for the Lord of Nightmares. It was easy for Gunai to make these Blood Dream coins, which were made of law incantations and blood crystals, and contained a small amount of faith. In other words, after the blood was absorbed by the Blood Sea, a portion of it would become Gunai's own power, while the other portion would be turned into Blood Dream coins. Only the blood crystal that contained the Lord of Nightmares' faith and the power of the Lord of Nightmares' blood could be used. Any imitations would be ordinary blood crystals and would be absorbed by the arena. Of course, the construction of the Blood Dream coins was not complicated at the moment. But Gunai still had to make it himself. Once Gunai became stronger and had time, he would be able to kill the demon. Gun would build a steam-powered factory in the Blood Sea to work with the Lord of Nightmares' statue of faith and the Blood Dream elves. He could set up a Blood Dream coin manufacturing plant to produce Blood Dream coins of large denomination. Printing money was a profitable business. After I informed the Lord of Nightmare, he will give you a certain amount of Blood Dream coins every time you make a sacrifice. Correspondingly, you will also need to set up shops in Blood Dream arenas so that Blood Dream coins can be circulated. As for the fixed price of the Blood Dream coins, it will be decided by the market. I'm clear about this. Sakra nodded. With the Lord of Nightmare's willingness to hand over Blood Dream coins, everything will be easier. By the way, have you found the teleportation treasure I asked you to find? There's already some news, and we're still in the middle of discussion, Sakra said. Well, then let's continue to talk about it. The price is not a problem. I understand. Also, how's the news about the Divine Crown coming along? Gunai asked again. Gunai's Blood Sea was now so huge that it could be considered an inland sea. It could completely accommodate more Blood Dream clan members. Naturally, Gun had to start raising more Blood Dream elves. The number of crowns that could be produced was currently enough. But as more and more worlds were covered, Gun would need more and more Blood Dream elves to host the sacrifice. Now, Gun had already begun the early breeding of Blood Dream elves. The God's Crown is not easily sold in our Sacred Feather Darkness pool. After all, it can be seen as the stable birth of a god. Basically, no force would sell it easily. Gunai thought for a while and then nodded. I know. It seems like. Gunai rubbed his glabella. I still have to buy it from Holy Hajar. When I have enough money, it won't be difficult to buy a Holy Spirit crown. I can even buy many divine crowns. The most common divine crown for oracles will do. It's cheap and useful. After a short discussion with Sakra, Gunai left the arena with 27 million sacred origin coins. In the secret room, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. The expansion of the Blood Dream arena and the Blood Dream coins has been steadily carried out. There are no major problems in any other aspect. Once they've succeeded, I'll be able to borrow their methods and models and start to occupy the major extraordinary worlds of Gronton, as well as other minor extraordinary worlds. However, the Sacred Feather Darkborn is centered around the Dawn Owl origin race and the Darkalong mountain range. And in our Gyolantan world group, the Oya continent is the core. Gunai then focused on the Sacred Source coins. I've earned more than 10 million Sacred Source coins from the battles. I had 8 million Sacred Source coins before. With the 27 million I got this time, I have a total of 37 million. 37 million is nothing in this bet. After all, there were far too many extraordinary humans participating in this bet. Even if each person is paid 100 Sacred Source coins, it would be hundreds of billions of sacred source coins. In fact, the number might be several times higher than this. After all, there are many rich people in Hijjar. Making the bet big enough was one of the reasons why Gunai was so high profile. With more fame and more participants, no one would notice Gunai making money. And he would earn enough. Otherwise, there would only be 100 million sacred origin coins in the bet. Gunai's 37 million wouldn't get him anything. I'm going to have a life and death battle with that old goat Mew tomorrow. I hope that guy is strong enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry out the follow-up plan. The next day. Transcendent Level 9, 4-star One-Horn Battle Arena. 3 hours before the battle started, the place was already packed with people. It even had live broadcasts in more than 1,000 regions. In many places, a large number of extraordinary humans were watching this final battle. There were simply too many people paying attention to this battle. News of the battle between Gunai and Mu Weng's goat had spread like wildfire. It became a hot topic. Gunai was a 7-star warrior at the peak of the 9th rank, a tough character. He even declared that he would not fear the challenges of all the Divine Kingdom's Stage 9 experts, and would kill whoever came. He was extremely arrogant. As for the supernatural being known as Mu Weng Goat, a lot of information had been dug out. The son of a god, a super expert who had been cultivating for more than 900 years. He had even killed a god's messenger before, and his strength was unfathomable. Both of them were 7-star warriors. Such a battle was rarely seen in the history of the Divine Kingdom arena. Therefore, there were simply too many people who wanted to watch the battle, and it was difficult to get a ticket. It was said that the ticket price, which was originally 100 sacred origin coins, had been increased to 300 or even 500. In the war preparation tunnel, Gun and Duo Lance were flying side by side. Luckily I bought the tickets in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get them even if I wanted to. Laughed Duo Lan Si. If you win this battle, you'll get a lot of benefits, right? Not a lot, about 1 million. Gunai shrugged his shoulders. Tisk, 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 1 million is already not a small amount. What? Gunai suddenly felt something. Gunai looked to the side. What he saw was a strange creature with a goat's head, 2 antelope horns on its forehead, and a grey beard. It looked like a standing goat spirit creature. This guy was Gunai's opponent this time, Old Shepherd Goat. The old shepherd goat's eyes narrowed as it glanced at Guniang. There seemed to be a strange creature surging in the depths of his eyes. Then, the 3 demigods led the way, flying past Gunai and toward the battle hall. The stars in Gunai's eyes moved, and he looked away from the old shepherd goat. His aura is terrifyingly thick. At the same time, the light and dark power Upanishads intertwine perfectly. It's an amazing balance. And there's a heart-palpitating feeling coming from his body. In general, he is a very terrifying guy. Gunai thought to himself. All right, you can go to the spectator area. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter later. Okay, I'll go over now. Be careful. Don't worry. Those guys won't dare to play any tricks on me. Gunai could feel the mysterious gaze that had been on him ever since he entered the arena of the Blood God Nation. This gaze was surveillance and also protection. 421 The profound meaning of the world. They entered the battle preparation lounge. Apart from the several divine envoys and ancestors' soul staff in the hall, the rest of the people were all experts from the shepherd elder and the goat's side. Gunai sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Before, Gunai's speed had been a bit lacking. However, as he ate the wind spirit fruit and condensed the Saint Shadow runes, he became more and more powerful. In terms of speed, Gunai was comparable to a first-order god emissary ancestral spirit. With all the other aspects, he wasn't afraid that the other side's oracles and ancestors' souls would secretly attack him. Gunai opened his system. First hack slot, True Scales Kun's Protection, Level 7. Second hack slot, Dusk Star Source Cannon, level 6. Third hack slot, Little Thunder Flame Curse, level 10. Fourth idle slot, Great Thunder Flame Curse, level 10. Fifth hack slot, Blood Source Ocean Divine Scripture, level 7. Sixth hack position, Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, level 9. Seventh hack slot, Mana Corrosion Blade, level 8. Eighth hack slot, Lightsaber Spell, level 7. Gunai's eyes swept over a few important ancient records. True Scale Kun's protection is already at level 7. Combined with World Intent, its defensive power is naturally strong. And I can easily cast it. Just the level of this shield is enough for him to attack for a long time. Secondly, my Great Thunder Flame spell is already at level 10. I can feel that its progress is very slow, and I think it's close to its limit. Its power changes with every level. If this level 10 Great Thunder Flame spell hits that old shepherd goat, I'll basically win. Then, Gunai's eyes fell on the book Demonic Erosion Blade. This was one of Gunai's true killing moves. Ever since he had obtained the Demonic Corrosion Blade, Gunai had only used it a few times. He had the skill to kill dragons, but no dragon came to kill him. It was a pity. A level 8 middle rank Secret Engravings Profound Meaning Ancient Book. This level 8 basic power is very close to the middle rank Forbidden Spell. With Profound Meaning added to it, it will directly surpass the level of Forbidden Spells. More importantly, this Demon Obliteration Blade is not like ordinary incantations. When multiple incantations overlap, it will even have a second form. Gunai then looked at the rank 8 Blood Source Ocean Scripture. In terms of rank, the Blood Source Ocean Scripture was not low. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Gunai's Blood Sea. This was the most terrifying part. The current Blood Sea was a real Blood Sea. This was Gunai's true trump card. Let's see how strong you are and how many tricks you can force me to use. After browsing through the information, Gunai closed his eyes and began to rest. The two of you. After about half an hour, the voice of the Divine Messenger Manager suddenly rang out. Gunai opened his blood-red eyes, which had a dark golden luster. Please enter the arena, the battle is about to begin. The shepherd goat's body leaped and flew along the tunnel. Gunai stood up and slowly flew away. As soon as old shepherd goat entered the arena, the audience's eyes immediately gathered on him and cheers rang out. When Gunai entered, in an instant, a surging wave of cheers came from all over the place. Gunai's body flickered as he began to fly in his direction. As a level 9 arena, the arena was extremely wide, with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters. This distance was enough for the two of them to fight. After the two of them were in position, everyone! A demigod's voice reverberated through the entire area as he controlled his divine power. Next up is the highly anticipated battle between the strong. On the other side is the genius extraordinary spellcaster who rose to fame when he was only a 7-star. There's no doubt about his strength. The other party is an ascetic who has cultivated for hundreds of years and rarely fights. His strength is even more unfathomable. Today's battle will definitely be an extremely exciting one. Let's cheer for this battle. Roar roar. Kill that goat and roast it. We'll do it. Kill 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 Bayan. The passionate cheers came in wave after wave. Begin. The demigod expert shouted coldly. Swish. As he began, Gunai immediately put on the dragon scale shield he had already created. The shield had just been put on. Gunai felt the world around him shake, as if it was about to collapse. Then, a terrifying sealing power enveloped Gunai. Gunai wanted to move, but he found that he couldn't. Groan. A curved blade separated the darkness and light. One side was bright and the other side was dark. This slash was the dividing line, and it was aimed at Gunai's head. The blade was too fast, so fast that Gunai couldn't even see where the goat was. However, Gunai didn't need to see clearly. As long as the other party got close, Gunai would naturally know where they were. The 3 lightning curses turned into dragons and engulfed the goat. Gunai was shocked. When the thunder flame curse pierced through the body of the old shepherd goat, it was as if it had hit the air, and it did not affect the goat at all. The shepherd goat seemed to have no physical form. The blade of darkness and light struck Gunai. Like a roaring volcano, the accumulated explosive energy poured down and madly destroyed Gunai's shield. At the same time, a sharp blade passed through the shield and struck Gun's chest. The penetrating ability of profound meaning can penetrate through my shield and hurt me directly. This old shepherd goat is indeed good. The goat shepherd's blade was very fast, so fast that it made people's hearts tremble. The blade fell, but the afterimage had not dissipated. It was followed by another blade. Darkness and light intertwined and reversed. One slash was the blooming and melting of darkness and light. Nullifying spells, he asked. Gunai frowned. The incantation of law being nullified was an ideal situation that obviously did not exist. It was possible to seal the origin power and prevent the spell from being cast, but it was clearly impossible to nullify the spell after casting it. In essence, whether it was a spell or any other form of attack, they were all different forms of use of origin power. Moreover, the incantation of law also had profound meaning. It would be abnormal if even profound meaning couldn't work. Gunai's mind was filled with thoughts. The old shepherd mountain goat slashed at Gunai more than 10 times. Not only did the power of Gunai's dragon scale shield rapidly decrease, but the power of the blades also landed on Gunai's body. We can't let him continue like this, or the shield will break soon. After all, it's close to the power of an oracle's blade, so you can't just take it head on. Break, Gunai roared in his heart. The profound meaning of the world that had been hidden for a long time suddenly bloomed at this moment. The profound world power Upanishad bloomed in a domineering manner. Cracking sounds could be heard from the depths of the space. Immediately after, pang! A sound. Something seemed to have exploded in the depths of the space. Gunai instantly undid the seal. The powerful sacred art was instantly broken, and Elder Mu's eyes suddenly sank. This was one of his core innate abilities, but he didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. And when he sensed the terrifying world intent of the other party, he was stunned. The goat's face turned even gloomier. What a terrifying guy! His power Upanishad is so terrifying. I'm afraid this world power Upanishad is even more terrifying than his darkness and destruction power Upanishads combined. 422 The strength of an oracle. When Gunai used the world power Upanishad, the audience was in an uproar. The oracles, ancestral spirits, and saints were all moved. Even the demigods and god-level experts were shocked. What a terrifying world power Upanishad! This guy is hiding the world power Upanishad. It's even more profound than the darkness and destruction power Upanishads combined. This guy has hidden himself so well. No wonder he's so confident. With this profound meaning of the world, he can easily become a demigod. He can indeed become a demigod. This is truly astonishing. He's only a level 9 transcendent, but he's already able to stabilize his position as a demigod. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to become a god. Indeed. At this time, the most shocked people present were the many sage experts and sage-level demigods. The path to the saint position itself was the path of profound meaning. However, they were well aware of how difficult it was to comprehend profound meaning. The higher the level, the more difficult it was. In the end, it was simply difficult to take a single step. This also led to the long stagnation of the realm of many saints. And this guy named Gunny Lawrence. It was simply unbelievable that he had reached such a high level of profound meaning at Transcendent Level 9. One had to know that even many demigods couldn't reach the height of this profound meaning. As soon as he broke free from the restraint of the technique, Gunai was like a dragon diving into the sea. With a light leap, Gunitang moved 2,000 meters away in an instant. This speed immediately caused the eyes of many experts to light up. This speed was also shocking and terrifying. This is a little tricky. Seeing the other party's astonishing speed, covering more than 2,000 meters in an instant, the shepherd goat thought to himself. However, he wasn't slow either. With a leap, he quickly charged toward Gunai. As Gunai retreated, he quickly cast one thunder flame curse after another. However, the thunder fire curse had encountered the same situation as before. The spell pierced through the body of the goat, but it did not cause any damage. But Gunai's thunder fire curse was different from before. Gunai hadn't used his world power Upanishad before. Casting the thunder fire curse was just a simple magic attack on the opponent. At this moment, the world's profound meaning bloomed. As Gunai released the thunder flame, he was also carefully sensing the changes in his opponent and the great thunder flame curse. They were constantly retreating. After more than 20 thunder flame curses, Gun finally stopped. Gunai chuckled in his heart. So that's the situation. The penetrating attack of the great thunder fire curse is indeed effective, but it's not very effective. It's not because he can ignore my incantation of law. It's because he seems to have used some special divine power to transmit the power of my incantation of law over. It looks like the incantation of law is ineffective on him, but in reality, he just dodged the incantation of law. This method is quite strange. The conduction characteristic of the thunder fire curse can be easily guided away. Then I'll cast a spell that won't be guided. It'll stay at your position and kill you. Let's see how you're going to ignore my spell. It's time for the demonic corrosion blade to show its face. Gunai thought. Whoosh! 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 The 5 demonic erosion blades quickly pierced through the air and headed straight for the old shepherd goat. The Muang mountain goat wasn't afraid of the spell at all, and it quickly chased after Gunai. Chi 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 chi! The 5 demonic obliteration blades were like the great thunder flame curse, also piercing through the mountain goat. The incantation of law has no effect on me. You will die today. The shepherd goat said coldly in his heart. Gunai didn't expect the demon annihilate blade's cutting power to be effective. What Gunai needed was another level of destructive power. Under Gunai's control, the 5 demonic obliteration blades quickly connected with each other, then converged into a pinwheel-like shape, quickly enveloping the goat. Following the rapid rotation of the demonic erosion blade, combined with the space profound, the area strangling power quickly enveloped the old goat. Chi 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 chi! A dense and wonderful cutting power instantly enveloped the old shepherd goat. The old shepherd goat's expression changed. It's broken. What he was most proud of was his innate ability to transmit spells. He could transmit any incantation of law through his body without being attacked by the incantation of law. However, this ability was not invincible. When he was in a place where the entire area was filled with attacks, such as the omnidirectional 3-dimensional attack in front of him, he had no extra direction to transmit it. That would only cause the power of the conduction to collide with each other, and then his own conduction barrier would continue to be damaged, and eventually break. He didn't expect that the other party would find the weak point of his transmission talent so quickly. If the other party couldn't find it, he could ignore any attack spells and kill it. However, the other party had discovered his weakness. Once the enemy broke through his conductive barrier, he would be able to break through it. Even an oracle wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying spell. As for him, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive the bombardment of the other party's spells. The demigod expert had already told him about this. This guy called Gunai's spell was terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention him, even if it was a level 9 transcendent, no one would be able to resist the bombardment of spells from this guy called Gunny Lawrence. He made up his mind. The Muang goat knew that if it didn't make a move now, it would lose its chance. He had to at least seriously injure the enemy before the enemy could break his transmission barrier. As long as he could heavily injure the other party, he could use a special method to completely end the other party in one fell swoop and obtain victory. With the thought, the old shepherd goat ignited the strange flame that had been hidden in his body for a long time. The reason why he couldn't advance was because he had ignited a special flame for too long to avoid being hunted down by powerful enemies. This peculiar flame could help him increase his strength explosively. However, it would block his path and even burn his soul, body, and origin power. It caused his strength to drop and even make it impossible for him to increase it again. However, the battle in front of him was a matter of life and death. Moreover, he had long been unable to break through, so he didn't care whether his strength would drop or not. I have to end this as soon as possible. Otherwise, the burning power will destroy my conductive barrier. Whoosh! 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 As the strange flame was ignited, the goat's aura also expanded rapidly like a balloon. His strength had increased by 4 to 5 times. This was already a powerful aura that was close to the level of an oracle. The audience knew that the battle had reached a critical point when they saw the goat's aura expand and explode. Die! With an angry roar, the shepherd goat crossed a distance of more than 600 meters in one step. With a slash of his blade, the source power collapsed layer by layer. The blade landed on Gunai's body. Pang! A sound. Gunai's shield, which had long since been unable to withstand the pressure, exploded, turning into a large number of dragon-scale fragments. At the same time, Gunai's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, cracking the ground for 30 meters around him. Roar! A strange roar filled the sky. The goatee once again slashed at him. Whoosh! As the dust from the cracked ground filled the air, a strong wind spirit power suddenly erupted. A shadow that was hard to catch flashed by. Boom! The goat's blade landed on the ground, creating a 20-meter deep trench in the ground. But he didn't touch Gunai. Fortunately, I was fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by this knife, even though I can recover in the blink of an eye. But if their bodies are cut open, it will be troublesome. This strange flame is so powerful it should be this guy's last resort. It's a certain threat to me, but not a big threat. It's almost time to perform. Gunai thought to himself. If Gunai won with a huge advantage, then his odds would not increase. But what if Gunai barely won, or was even seriously injured? The result was obvious. Gunai's odds would rise a lot. This way, Gunai could earn more sacred source coins. 423 Chapter 71 A Tragic Victory. As the old shepherd goat exploded with the powerful combat power of an oracle, the experts in the spectating area of the gods and demigods began to discuss among themselves. That Muang mountain goat's power is so strange, I've never seen such a strange energy before. There are many strange powers in the transcendent world. As long as it's not divine power, it's not against the rules. That's true. This shepherd goat has already reached the level of a divine messenger. When it erupts with that mysterious power, Gunai might not be able to beat it. It's hard to say. You didn't see the power of the wind spirit just now. In terms of speed, this guy is the darling of the wind. That old shepherd goat might not be able to kill him in a short time. It's not good for him to drag this out. Indeed, when this strange power burns, it will cause damage to the Muang mountain goat, and it's not weak at all. However, Gunai is indeed powerful enough to be able to reach this level. He is indeed powerful. That's true. The space intent he released was truly astonishing. He's a quasi-sage demigod. This strength is one of the best in the history of the Divine Kingdom arena. I just wonder if he can survive today's battle. It's hard to say. Well, let's keep watching. We'll know when the results are out. In the arena. Whoosh! 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 The old shepherd's goat blade controlled the light, and the light and darkness complemented each other. One strike after another landed on Gunai's body. 3 of Gunai's shields had been broken. Even Gunai himself was left with many scars. The black flames were burning the wound, making it difficult for it to heal. What a troublesome fellow! Gunai was also grimacing in pain from the black flames. If Gunai wanted to, he could dispel the flames and heal his wounds. After all, Gunai's body and blood weren't ordinary. After absorbing the ruler's flesh and blood, Gunai had a strong resistance to these flames. It looked like it was burning, but that was all it could do. It couldn't do any more damage to Gunai. When Gunai saw this guy's true hidden strength, he knew that it could pose a threat to him, but not enough to kill him. Gunai already had a plan. He had to win this battle with great difficulty, so that he could maximize his benefits. With his explosive speed, Gunai could easily leave the shepherd goat in the dust and let the flames slowly burn him to death. However, this way, the program's effect would be lost. Gunai's speed was slightly faster than the goat. If the shepherd goat didn't go all out, it wouldn't be able to catch up to Gunai. However, if it exploded, it would die even faster. As he fled, Gunai's demon corrosion blades were unleashed one by one. All of them combined together to burn the old shepherd goat. The two sides gradually entered a stalemate. Gunai was constantly injured by the blade. The enemy's barrier was also being destroyed by Gunai's fire and his demon corrosion blade. Gunai was waiting for his opponent to give up. The other side was waiting for Gunai to give up. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Gun's soul, body, origin power, and sea of blood could be easily transformed by the 10 demonized runes. Trying to waste time with Gunai was probably the stupidest decision he had ever made. The battle between the two sides caught the attention of many extraordinaires. A level 9 transcendent had the combat power of an oracle. This kind of battle was quite exciting. Everyone was overwhelmed by the scene. After a few minutes, the stalemate had finally reached a critical point. Caw 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 caw. A slight cracking sound suddenly rang out beside the goat's ear. His expression changed drastically. His conductive barrier was about to collapse. Gunai seemed to have felt it, and immediately increased the speed of his blade. Chi 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 chi. The strangulation power was even stronger. Gunai's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Victory is right in front of us. I can finish this guy off with this attack. The silver frost snakes that came from the depths of the soul runes in its body were activated by the shepherd goat. This was his greatest trump card, a powerful soul annihilation. It could even directly transmit energy from the soul into the soul source core of the other party and shatter it. Die! The shepherd goat roared. The shapeless, soul-shaped silver frost snake attacked Gunai's soul. You attacked my soul. You are truly outstanding. Seeing this, Gunai's eyes twitched. This soul attack was a killer move for others. But Gunai wasn't. Whoosh! The silver frost snake rushed into the depths of Gunai's soul. Immediately after, chi 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 chi. Gunai's astral soul was quickly destroyed by the attack. At the same time, Gunai's source power began to transform into a soul, and the silver frost snake began to destroy it. The huge silver snake wrapped around Gunai's star soul and tried to destroy it. However, Gunai's tiny astral soul was like a small boat in the middle of a wave. No matter how the silver frost snakes were annihilated, they were able to resist and annihilate the other party. The transformation from the occultic runes would nullify the attack power of the silver frost snakes. It didn't matter how powerful the attack was, it would still be the same unless Gunai was completely annihilated in an instant and his soul source core was destroyed. Otherwise, if the origin power was not exhausted, the blood sea would not be exhausted. Gunai didn't die. Although Gunai was able to fight back against the silver frost snake in the sea of consciousness, he was still very powerful. But Gunai's face changed. Ah! A mournful wail came from Gunai's mouth. This is a good opportunity. The goat was overjoyed. It suddenly burst out with the power of a strange flame and rushed forward, slashing down at Gunai's head. The blade flashed, and blood splattered. Gunai crashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The ground within a 100-meter radius cracked open, and the ground trembled. Die! The shepherd goat wanted to continue his attack. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. No! He let out a shrill scream. A large number of Gunai's demonic erosion blades bloomed in this place. Kashadhadhadha! The old shepherd goat's conductive barrier also exploded at this moment. Then, the terrifying power of the spell came down brutally. The power of this law incantation was something that even an oracle powerhouse couldn't withstand, let alone a mere level 9 extraordinary like him, who wasn't even known for his defense. The demonic corrosion blade's terrifying penetrating power had directly crushed his soul source core. Their bodies were turned into pieces of meat and fell from the sky. Old shepherd goat, dead. The tables had turned so quickly that no one had time to react. Some of them reacted, but they were also stunned. This Taowu was too unexpected. When he saw the old goat's soul attack heavily injure Gunai, he was stunned. He had thought Gunai was going to die, but who would have thought? At the last moment, the lock-on spell had actually killed the shepherd goat at this crucial moment, directly locking in the victory. 424 really out of control. The entire spectator area was in an uproar. The battle before and after, as well as the crucial reversal at the last moment, was truly too unexpected. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it was life and death. F***ck. This was just too exciting. That old goat Mew almost won. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing Gunai won. Damn it, Ying Ying was so close. Damn it, I lost more than 2,000 sacred origin coins. Sigh, I should have bet on Gunai. Ha ha ha, Ying Luo, I bet 2,000 Gu Ni on him. Although I didn't make much, I still made over 600 sacred source coins. All sorts of discussions rose and fell among the cheers, completely intertwining together. Even if Gunai won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. To be able to win against an explosion of power at the level of an oracle, a Pyrrhic victory is enough to brag about. After all, it's a power that could kill an oracle. A level 9 transcendent can defeat an oracle. Although it's only at the beginner level, it's still a very terrifying existence. Indeed. As long as we win, that's everything. It's better than death. That's right. That Gunai must have taken a lot of effort to win. I could see the flesh and blood rotted and charred by the fire. After all, it's a flame that burst out with the power of an oracle. Against a level 9, it's already not bad to not be burned to death. However, Gunai suffered an extremely shocking soul attack at the end, and he still hasn't come out of the hole. Could he be dead? Don't jinx it. Both sides have died in battle, so the bet will kill everyone. No one can benefit the arena. That's right. After the death of the old shepherd goat, everyone's eyes fell on the pit where Gunai was. Please don't let both of them die. At this moment, many people couldn't help but feel apprehensive. It wasn't impossible for people to die together in a bet. Half a minute passed. Only then did Gunai manage to crawl out of the hole. The audience cheered when they saw Gunai. Haha. He's out, he didn't die. You scared me to death. I thought my hundreds of thousands of sacred source coins had gone to waste. When the crowd cheered. Pfft. Gunai's face turned ugly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the dark golden blood on Gunai's body turned into a large number of earthworms and began to break free from Gunai's body. Gunai was losing control. This scene fell into the eyes of many experts. Naturally, they could tell that this was not an act, but a true loss of control. Some of the experts began to discuss among themselves. At this point, he's already losing control. This guy should be at his limit. The strength of an oracle. This limit is something that many people are envious of. Indeed, he has the foundation of a quasi-demigod and the powerful combat power of an oracle. This is enough to make people envious. He. Someone laughed in a low voice. That's hard to say. This Gunai has basically revealed all of his strength. He's strong, but he's far from being invincible among his peers. Moreover, this fellow has lost control of his transcendence. His soul source core and soul must have suffered severe injuries. Even if it can be recovered, you all know that there will be some disadvantages. If others can attack his soul, it's not impossible for them to win. As of now, many of the masters of the ruler nations have set their eyes on Gunai. If he can defeat Gunai, he will definitely be looked at differently by the masters of the countries. Gunai may not be able to survive the soul attacks of those soul spirit masters. The following battle will be very exciting. Indeed. Hu. Gunai stabilized his aura and took a deep breath, then flew out of the tunnel. The battle had come to an end. In a small secret room, Gunai sat cross-legged on his cultivation seat. At this moment, Gunai was recalling the information he had received in the Divine Kingdom arena. After the battle, Gunai was met with a demigod from the Kingdom arena. The demigod expert said that there was an expert in a ruler's nation who was very optimistic about Gunai and hoped that Gunai would join their ruler's nation. The demigod had come to deliver the message. After all, the god wouldn't easily meet Gunai, a mere ninth-order extraordinary. Although Gunai didn't say anything on the surface, he was still a bit moved by the ruler's high opinion of him. After all, there were only 7 ruler nations in the entire Saint Hajar. These 7 countries were all top existences. They also controlled a large number of large transcendent worlds. If he joined them, the benefits would naturally be immense. However, Gunai also knew the harsh rules of joining. At the very least, if one joined the Divine Kingdom, they would not be able to come out unless they were at the demigod realm. Therefore, Gunai was still hesitant. In reality, Gunai wasn't used to the rules and restrictions of these large forces. Gunai's true goal was to become a supreme being. The path to godhood wasn't what Gunai had been pursuing. Therefore, Gunai only gave a response that he needed to think about. He didn't refuse or agree. Just as Gunai was thinking this, the extraordinary door suddenly lit up. Gun stood up and opened the extraordinary door. He was greeted by the smiling duo Lance. You must have earned quite a bit, Gun joked after the man entered and closed the extraordinary door. I bet at 0.32. I made more than 2 million sacred source coins this time. Duo Lance's smile faded. Are you all right? I've heard a lot of negative rumors about you just now. According to the information, your soul was severely injured, and you lost control of your transcendence. This can't be true, right? Duo Lance asked in a low voice. Duo Lance had also seen Gunai's reaction, but he didn't expect Gunai to lose control. However, as the news spread, Duo Lance couldn't help but become suspicious. It would be bad if Gunai lost control of himself. Is that really how the news is spreading? Gunai asked. How could it be fake? It's said that it was leaked from the discussions of those demigods and divine spirit experts. And all the divine spirit experts think that you've lost control. Don't tell me Yingluo really lost control. Gunai chuckled in a low voice. Losing control is naturally true. How can losing control be fake? Gunai shook his head. But Yingluo, I often lose control at certain times. I'm already used to it, Gunai said without a care. Duo Lance was stunned. Could losing control become a norm? Then how did you survive? You have to know that I'm not an ordinary person. For others, losing control is a sign of their foundation shaking and death. But to me, losing control isn't a big deal. It's just like an injury to my soul. I can recover very quickly. If I don't lose control, how can I earn more sacred source coins? Previously, Gunai had used the Doom doll to make himself lose control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fool the eyes of those experts. Losing control was true, but it was a threat. It was close to zero. You bastard, Duo Lance didn't know what to say for a moment. 425 Chapter 73 Compound Interest. I've earned quite a lot this time. Gunai sighed. Gunai's 37 million was all in. The odds were 0.32. Gunai had earned more than 11 million sacred source coins in one round. With his capital, Gunai now had 48 million sacred origin coins. Yes, to the outside world, I'm seriously injured, and so is my own performance. At the same time, they've also seen through the weakness of my soul's defense. I'll rest for a while. I'm sure someone will challenge me in the next few rounds. By then, my odds will be higher, and it'll be the time for me to earn sacred source coins. At the right time, he would suddenly lose control in battle and lose to his opponent. In the end, he would be defeated and the curtain would fall. It's a pity. If this script were to be filmed, it would definitely sold well at the box office. Gunai thought to himself. After chatting with Duo Lance for a while, Gunai said his goodbyes and began to cultivate. Gunai's cultivation confirmed the speculations of the outside world. Gunai's soul was severely injured, and his transcendent was out of control. Even the news of him going into seclusion and waiting for death seemed to be true. But without a doubt, Gunai's momentum had been reduced. Even in the beginning of the battle, Gunai wouldn't be favored, at least not as much as before. This was exactly what Gunai wanted to see. After half a month of secluded cultivation, Gunai finally came out. News of Gunai's defeat had spread throughout the city. When Gunai accepted the challenge, the odds on the market confirmed this. The odds for Gunai's victory rose to 1.2. There was no reason for Gunai to lose at such high odds. After a close fight, Gunai won by a small margin. This was another huge win. In the next 3 matches, Gunai's odds weren't low. They were 1.1, 0.8 and 0.8, respectively. Gunai's successive victories had an impact, but in general, Gunai's sacred source coins won several rounds in a row. From the initial 37 million, it had already soared to more than 710 million. 700 million sacred source coins was a huge sum of money even for a powerful deity. There were many things Gunai could do with this money. In the dark and quiet secret room, Gunamo toyed with the medal in his hand. In his gladiator medal, the challenges of 7 5-star gladiators were listed in front of him. Gun's eyes fell on a challenger named Olust. He knew that this extraordinary named Orlutas was very powerful. Especially the soul. During this period of time, Gunai's small weakness had been made known to the outside world through his battles. Gunai's soul didn't seem to be too strong, or it could be said that Gunai's soul had suffered irreversible damage in the battle with Old Shepherd Goat. Therefore, every time his enemy used a soul attack, Gunai would find it hard to defend himself. They were even injured by the enemy's continuous attacks. As a result, the Transcendents who had challenged Gunai were all very strong in soul attacks. Of the 5, Olust might not be the most powerful, but his unique soul attack technique was definitely the most powerful. While Gunai was thinking, the extraordinary door lit up. It was Duo Lan-si. After entering, Duo Lancy threw an extraordinary storage bracelet to Gunny. This is the information on the 7 5-star warriors who challenged you. Gunai nodded. Then, he began to examine it carefully. About an hour later, Gunai stopped his investigation. They're all very powerful people, however, I'm still a bit stronger. Gunai said. Then how should I bet on it? Duo Lan-si asked directly. Yes, you have to think about it carefully. I'll tell you when the time comes. Duo Lancy didn't show any unusual reaction. Gunai had done this in the previous matches. He would only ask Duo Lance to suppress it when it was close. While he was talking to Duo Lance, Gunny had an idea. Yes, I still have some things to deal with. I'll send you a message when the war starts. I understand. Duo Lancy nodded and left without delay. He waited for Duo Lance to leave. Only then did Gunai use the blood source, great blood dream curse to enter the blood dream world of the sacred feather dark source continent. Gun had felt Sagra calling out to him earlier. When Gunai entered the 4th level of the arena, Sugara was already waiting for him. "Senior, is there something you need me for?" Gunai asked. "I've got some news about the treasure you asked me to find for interworld teleportation," Sakra said with a smile. Gunai couldn't help but feel happy. Gunai could use the ancient shadow door to teleport across worlds. However, the consumption was still not low. However, if he used it with other powerful treasures, he would be able to teleport across worlds. The energy consumption would be greatly reduced. This would also give Gunai enough power to radiate to more extraordinary worlds in the future. "What kind of treasure is it, and what are its effects?" "It's an extremely ancient and unique bridge of light," Sakra explained softly. "If it's built in a teleportation array, it will naturally absorb the free energy in the starry sky. At the same time, it can also absorb the transcendent world's energy from the entrance of the teleportation array on both sides. The efficiency of absorption is also quite high. When the amount of energy absorbed is high enough, it's completely possible to let demigods or even deities pass through easily by spending a small number of energy treasures. If it's used to teleport oracles, ancestral spirits, and experts on the level of saints, then the energy consumption will be even less. If that's the case, this is indeed an extraordinary treasure," Gunai laughed. "However, the price of this treasure is not cheap, although I said that it's needed by the kin of a great existence. However, that person was willing to lower the price from 50 million to 30 million. He couldn't lower it any further. 30 million sacred source coins. That's a reasonable price." Gunai slightly nodded. "Let's go with this price," Gunai said after some consideration. "I'll give this sum of sacred origin coins to you after I'm done with my business here. You can pass it to that person. As for this treasure, can we trade it in Blood Dream Arena?" Gunai asked. "That treasure isn't small at all. I'm afraid the Blood Dream Ring won't be able to contain it." Sakra shook his head. "Then how about this? When the time comes, let him use the altar to offer it to the Lord of Nightmare. I'll talk to the Lord of Nightmare and have him pass the item to me. This is no problem for the Lord of Nightmare." "Good. It's a good idea to use the almighty ruler of nightmares to send this treasure over. It's settled then. I'll contact that person now. I'll have to trouble Senior." "It's just a small matter," Sakra said. After saying goodbye to Sakra, Gun started to think. It's almost time. The Divine Kingdom arena is about to end. Gunai thought to himself. "I hope that the odds of that fellow called Olust are higher. That way, I'll earn more." 426 The Fall of a Genius. In the Divine Kingdom arena, Gunai's battle was still as hot as before. The audience had already arrived at the audience stand. There were sounds of laughter and chatter everywhere. The rumors outside say that Gunai is seriously injured and has even lost control of himself. However, in these few battles, Gunai didn't seem to have lost control at all. He's still as fierce as ever. Indeed, that Gunai is terrifyingly fierce. After all, he killed an oracle. Even if his soul has a small flaw, it's not something an ordinary extraordinary can fight against. Those who want to challenge Gunai to become famous are overestimating themselves. That's not necessarily the case. The first few battles were all extremely intense. Furthermore, Gunai said that he would not refuse anyone if we keep fighting. Who knows when we'll lose? However, for now, the probability of an accident is still relatively small. After all, it's still a 5-star hotel. When it's a 6-star or even 7-star hotel, it may not be the case. That's true. He could feel the last of the noise outside. As for Gunai himself, he was quietly waiting in the war preparation room, waiting for the battle to begin. In the betting area of the Divine Kingdom arena, a mysterious man in a black angel mech quietly opened the betting machine for Gunny and Oluster. Gun Lawrence 1, 0.7. Oh, last one, 1:6.8. There was a lot of negative news about Gunai. However, Gunai's winning streak and his own strength had been enough. As Gunai's winning streak continued to fall, the odds for his opponent began to rise. The odds of 6.8 is really shocking. The mysterious man's lips curled into a smile. This mysterious man was naturally Gunai's demonic CO soul. His current CO soul was also at the peak of Transcendent rank 9. He looked at the time and saw that there were still 7 to 8 minutes before the closing. Then, the demonic CO soul put all 710 million sacred source coins into it. He was betting on Olast's victory. The odds didn't change at all even after 700 million Saint Origin coins were put in Diana, which showed how rich the money was. After the bet, the CO soul went to a hidden place. When Gunai died in the battle, the devil CO soul would die with him, so it had to be hidden. At the same time, Gun used a special transmitter to send a message to Duo Lance. 2222. A series of numbers 2 were sent over. At this moment, Duo Lancey was also in the betting area. Duo Lancey, who was guarding the bet area, was shocked when he received the message from Gunny. He naturally knew what the 222 meant. Has this finally come? Then Duo Lancey opened the bet, took a deep breath, and placed all the 90 million sacred source coins he had earned during this period on it. Duo Lancey didn't bet all his money like Gunny did. Dolans also kept a few million in case of an accident. He wouldn't be unable to pay back the money he had borrowed. However, this 90 million was more than enough. After the bet was placed, Duo Lancey quickly flew toward Gunny's arena. There was still enough time. In the battle preparation lounge. Gun Lawrence, Olust, get ready to enter the arena. Gun flew in first, and Olust followed. As soon as Gunai entered, the crowd cheered. Gunai, I'll bet all on you winning this time. Haha, Jianjia will definitely lose to Gunai this time. Hurry up and start fighting, don't waste time. Gunai. Good luck. Gunai. Good luck. All sorts of voices mixed together, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gun and Olust. Begin, the demigod's voice reverberated in the arena. Boom! As the demigod's voice fell, an indescribable and terrifying aura exploded from Olust's body. His entire body was as hot as the sun. There was even a faint aura of an oracle. This aura was even stronger and more intense than the aura of the old shepherd goat. He's a strong enemy. If I really die at his hands, no one will suspect me of cheating. Gunai thought. While he was thinking, Gunai's hands didn't slow down. The great thunderfire curse burst out one after another, surging violently on Olust's body. Olust was even faster than Gunny. At the same time, he exploded with power. Roar! A furious roar came out, shaking the mind. At the same time, Gunai felt the world twist and turn dizzy. A strange soul attack power bit into Gunai's star soul like a venomous snake. Gunai wasn't surprised at all that his opponent was using a ferocious soul attack. Ever since Gunai had shown that his soul was weak, his opponent had used a soul attack to deal him a heavy blow. If they had known that Gunai was so strong at resisting soul attacks, they would have been shocked. They would probably all vomit blood. Gunai was least afraid of soul attacks. The soul attack was very strange. Gunai didn't even know how it was formed or where it was going. It had already penetrated the dragon scale shield and entered the depths of his soul. Not only that, but when the snake-like soul attack bit Gunai's soul, a strange energy that was as cold as black ink and could corrode souls also penetrated into the depths of Gunai's star soul. Although it didn't do much damage to Gunai, Gunai couldn't completely destroy the soul attack. Instead, Gunai let down his defenses and let the other party contaminate his soul. At the same time, the Doomsday doll inside Gunai's body was also being activated by him. Ah! An incomparably mournful wail came out of Gunai's mouth. At the same time, earthworm-sized tentacles of blood burst out of Gunai's body. Gunai's entire body began to emit a strange aura. It was out of control. When many powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions could not help changing. Gunai's soul is indeed his weakness. I was exposed long ago. In the past few battles, I've been constantly targeted by souls. It's only a matter of time before I find a breakthrough point. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Indeed. As a top expert, I can't have any shortcomings in any aspect. This time, I'm afraid Gunai is in danger. Gunai roared with a twisted face. You're looking for death. After his death, Gunai's demon obliteration blade bloomed under the control of his incantation and origin power. Unfortunately, Gunai had deliberately used the Doom Doll to affect himself, causing him to lose control and his control of origin power to change. The flight path and precision of the demonic erosion blade were greatly reduced. The terrifyingly fast Olust quickly dodged the attacks of these incantations, and even when two of them landed on his body, he was able to withstand them. Olust, who saw the hope of victory, did not hold back. I'll take your life while you're down. Reaper, Scythe of Soul. Olustor's trump card, the powerful soul-harvesting divine ability, exploded. It's dangerous. Gunai felt a sense of danger. An attack of this level would indeed cause Gunai a lot of damage. Gunai's body flickered as he tried to avoid the strange soul attack. Gunai's speed was indeed fast, but it was a pity that the strange soul attack completely ignored his speed. As the strange death god's scythe fell. Crack, a sound. The star soul in Gunai's head shattered. In essence, the shattering of the planet's soul had no effect on Gunai. But to others, this would mean their own death. When the soul star was broken, Gunai destroyed the soul of the star. Gunai's soul power suddenly stopped. Many experts sensed this subtle scene. This Gunai is going to die. Indeed, his soul has been destroyed. His soul is still his greatest weakness. Although he is a law incantation master, his soul defense seems to be a little weak. It's a pity that the curtains are about to fall on the genius. It's a pity. The audience was sighing. At the same time, Gunai shattered his soul source core, which was hidden in the depths of the blood sea. Gunai's true death would only come when his soul source core was completely shattered. Gunai had destroyed his own soul source core and committed suicide. Gunai had also entered the death realm. Then, Gunai felt one of his astral souls reincarnate. The scene that was left in the arena was: the genius extraordinary, Gun Lawrence, had suffered a series of soul attacks, causing his extraordinary to lose control and his soul to be destroyed. His physical body fell from the sky and turned into ashes, leaving behind his clothes, transcendent bracelet, and transcendent ring. The sudden conclusion of the genius battle immediately set off a huge wave in the entire arena. For a time, there was an uproar. The entire arena was filled with the sound of discussion. The news of Gunai's death spread like wildfire. Everyone turned around and thought carefully. Gunai's death seemed sudden, but it was reasonable. When Gunai had fought the shepherd goat, he had lost control of his soul, which seemed to indicate the end of his life. In the end, he still fell under the strange soul attack. Although it was a pity that a genius had died, a dead person was still dead. This was the iron rule of the Holy Sea Kale Divine Kingdom Arena. The two were in a life and death battle. Victory in life, defeat in death. No one could disobey him, not even geniuses. 427 5.5 billion. In the secret room, Gunai was reincarnated. At the same time, in the secret room, there was also a black mechanical angel battle armor. As Gunai was resurrected, his Devil CO soul was also resurrected. Then, the Devil CO soul jumped out of Gunai's soul and merged into the mechanical angel armor. Then, the black mechanical angel battle armor came to life. The demonic CO soul still needed to collect the massive amount of sacred source coins that he would earn next. After all, with Gunai's death, it was no longer suitable for him to move around in the Divine Kingdom arena. It would be bad if they were discovered. He followed the demonic CO soul to the betting area and used his God Kingdom origin card to check. The amount of money he saw made Gunai smile. It was a total of 5.538 billion sacred source coins. 5.5 billion sacred source coins was an unimaginable amount. Of which, 710 million was his capital, and the other 4.8 billion was earned this time. Gunai extracted the information. After 5.5 billion sacred source coins were put into the Divine Kingdom origin card, Gunai finally felt relieved. Then, the next step is to make a big purchase, Gunai said. A certain number of divine crowns, a large number of energy crystals required for teleportation, treasures for saints to quickly cultivate and raise their realms, as well as powerful Upanishad tomes, inheritance systems for extraordinary professions, and many other things. I'll need to purchase them. But these purchases are nothing to me. Save it. This amount of money is enough for me to easily advance to the deity realm. Gunai thought. When Gunai withdrew his sacred source coins, Duo Lancy also took out his sacred source coins. Looking at the huge sum of money, Duo Lancy knew that it was enough for him to become a god easily. A saint-level deity. Duo Lancy thought to himself. This was the first step of his long-standing goal. After a few days, Gunai had finished his shopping. Gunai spent a large amount of sacred origin coins, and at the same time, a large amount of resources went into his pocket. Even though Gunai was making such a large purchase, it had only cost him a few 100 million sacred source coins. Gunai took out the remaining 5 billion and put them into his system space. It was truly safe to keep the money in his own hands. And NBSP, outside the Divine Kingdom arena, there were many residential areas. Every residence here had restrictions that even powerful demigod experts couldn't open, so their safety was unquestionable. Gunai's CO soul had bought one of the unremarkable houses. At the same time, this residence was also equipped with a huge teleportation array that was large enough to teleport to a large transcendent world. As the restriction was opened, Duo Lancy flew in. In the living room, Duo Lance saw Gunai sitting on the sofa, cooking something. Duo Lancy sat down across from Gunai. I'll have a cup. Gun poured a cup of coffee for Duo Lance. Duo Lancy frowned as he drank the wine. What is this? Lance asked after he swallowed. It's a special product of the transcendent world I'm from, coffee. The taste is really special. This is a high-quality coffee that ordinary people can't buy. Gunai took a sip, savoring the rich, bitter taste. He was starting to like this strong coffee. I'm afraid you've earned 600 or 700 million this time. Gunai said. Yes, Duo Lancy nodded slightly, unable to hide the smile on his face. This time, I've indeed made a lot of money by following you. It's enough for me to cultivate and become a deity. However, my foundation is still shallow, unlike you, who already has the foundation of a demigod. I still need a long time to cultivate. However, I still have some confidence in becoming a god. Duo Lancy said. What's your plan next? Duo Lance asked. Let's advance to the saint rank first. I've already contacted many experts from another major transcendent world. After I became a saint, I opened a teleportation channel to let many top oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses enter the fried rice world I was in. I started a war that swept the entire continent and destroyed the resistance forces and evil gods in one fell swoop. And then start a war in our supernatural world. To tell you the truth, my world is in a very dangerous situation right now, and you also know that in the near future, those sleeping terrifying existences will be awakened. When that time comes, the true catastrophe will befall us. Before that, I need to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Duo Lance nodded. I've also heard a little about it. In fact, I've heard that the divine kingdoms and the rulers' kingdoms have already begun to set up their plans. The real turmoil was indeed coming. Before that, we must raise our strength to a sufficiently high level. In the following period of time, I'm also going to cultivate and break through to become a saint. When the time comes, you can contact me and I'll come over directly. No problem, he said. Gunai nodded. After some discussion and leaving behind some special means of contact, Duo Lance stood up and left. After finishing his coffee, Gunai entered the Blood Dream Arena on the Sacred Feather Dark Source continent. He gave the borrowed Sacred Source coins and the Sacred Source coins to purchase the teleportation treasure Space-Time Light Bridge to Sigra. After confirming the information about the 4th tier oracles and ancestral spirits with Sigra, Gunai left. The next step is to cultivate and become a saint. Once you become a saint, it will be the beginning of the war. After some preparation, Gunai entered the secret room. This time, Gunai was going to become a saint in one go. He sat cross-legged in the secret cultivation room. Gun flipped his hand and produced a bottle of dark blue, gel-like liquid. This potion was a commander-grade soul engraving potion. By drinking it, one's soul could transform into a commander-level soul. Gunai didn't have enough Sacred Source coins before, so he couldn't afford this bottle that was worth 2 million. Now that he had money, Gunai naturally wanted to level up his soul to commander tier first. That way, he would have a better chance of leveling up. As Gunai's power increased, the gap between different levels of existence would gradually narrow. However, to the system, measuring the level of life in many aspects was extremely important. Therefore, a commander-level life transformation was necessary. Unfortunately, there were no Overlord Soul potions for sale. Otherwise, Gunai would definitely buy them. Then, he drank the medicine in one gulp. Gun digested the potion and calmed his mind. He focused on the next level of the extraordinary realm, the Saint position. Saint Plane. It required a peak stage 9 transcendent to use powerful cultivation manuals to condense a corresponding saint seat. The construction of a saint position was based on the foundation of profound meaning. Relatively speaking, the stronger one's profound, the more profound they would be. The more stable the saint position would be, the further the path would be in the future. Gunai's current power Upanishad was enough to easily reach the demigod level. This wasn't difficult for him to become a saint. Gunai was in secluded cultivation. Using the precious fruit, he was able to return to the peak of transcendent rank 9 in a week. Gunai had reincarnated once before, so he didn't have to worry about his foundation being unstable. After his realm stabilized at the peak of transcendent rank 9, Gunai began to focus on the core of the Twilight Star Source Canon on the construction of the holy position. He began to use the hack system to construct the holy position, and then let Gunai advance. Gunai and his CO soul started to learn the world, dark, and destruction Upanishads. Although Gunai's rune power had reached the level of a demigod, that wasn't his goal. Even the god level wasn't Gunai's goal. Although he did not know how to make Thulhu into a living form, he had no idea. However, the stronger one was, the more opportunities one would have to come into contact with that extraordinary life form. Time quickly passed by as Gunai continued to cultivate. 428 Chapter 76 Promotion to the Saint Position. Unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed. In the secret cultivation room, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on Gunai's face. My soul has reached the commander tier. A total of 3 bottles of soul potions have increased my soul's extraordinary characteristic by about 3 times, reaching the middle stage of the commander tier. Just in terms of perception, it has become much clearer. At the same time, the world, destruction, darkness. His comprehension of the 3 profound meanings had also improved to a certain extent. Also, Gunai carefully checked his body. Finally, Bayan has completed the condensation of his sage position. This time, he had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. In the 2nd month of his closed-door cultivation, Gunai had sensed that he had reached the critical point. After that, the esoteric rule in his body began to naturally condense into an esoteric sage position under the system's hack. Of course, Gunai was also there to guide the construction. The saint seats Gunai had built were based on the World Power Upanishad and the Dark Power Upanishad and the Destruction Power Upanishad. They were all accommodating seats. The construction of this saint seat meant that Gunai had a high tolerance for his comprehension of Power Upanishads. Using the World Power Upanishad as a frame, he could strengthen the stability of the whole world. At the same time, the Darkness and Destruction Power Upanishads complemented each other. With this understanding, Gunai could easily become a demigod or even a god in the future. After Gunai finished his guidance, he focused on the construction of the saint seat while comprehending the profound meaning. After all, the hack system's own operations were more perfect than Gunai's. As long as Gunai had the right direction, the system would operate the Sunset Star origin canon and he would naturally be able to complete the formation of the saint position. The entire process took more than a month. Today, Gunai had finally completed the process of becoming a saint. A transcendent master's promotion to the sage level was a huge leap, so it was normal for it to take so long. At this moment, as Gunai's saint position was formed, Gunai's soul source core also began to transform. At the same time, his soul source core turned from solid to virtual and naturally appeared in the saint's seat. After becoming a saint, the soul source core would be protected by the esoteric rule, which would greatly increase the survival ability of a saint. Along with the transformation of his soul source core, Gunai's soul, source power, and physical body also began to transform and improve in all aspects. Gunai's breath was filled with turbulent air. The depths of his soul had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Gunai's aura began to grow rapidly, and at the same time, it was being refined and compressed. When Gunai finished his transformation, the blood mist quickly spread out, filling the entire room. Then, the entire area that Gunai had bought was filled with a bloody mist. When the blood mist spread out again, the barrier that was strong enough to block demigods stopped the mist from spreading. Then, the blood mist began to thicken within a 200-meter radius. The strange scene that appeared during this kind of cultivation. People who passed by occasionally glanced at it, but no one paid much attention to it. After all, there were many experts and strange existences in the floating sky continent. This kind of breakthrough phenomenon was just too normal. Gunai's breakthrough lasted for 3 days. On this day, all the blood mist in the entire area. Whoosh! 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 A large amount of blood mist was sucked in by Gunai. In the secret room, as a large amount of blood mist was absorbed, the space around Gunai trembled. Then, a fierce, brutal, and vast aura of the saint seat spread in the secret room. When this aura bloomed, it was as if the entire secret room had kneeled before Gunai's feet. Gunai had already become a saint. First level of the saint plane. Gunai was only in the first level of the saint realm. However, the aura emitted by the source power of a sage was not any weaker than those third-level sage experts. After all, Gunai's origin power and soul had been refined many times. And Gunai's saint position was formed by the power of the demigod realm. In addition, Gunai's soul source core was a rare 6-vein soul source core. That was why Gunai, who was only a first-level saint, was comparable to a third-level saint. After carefully sensing it, Gunai opened his eyes. After this transformation, my overall strength has increased by more than 20 times. I can easily kill oracles, ancestral spirits, and saints of the same level. However, it's still a bit difficult for oracles and ancestors' souls of the same level to burst out with divine power. After all, divine power in the hands of extraordinary masters and in the hands of oracles and ancestors' souls is a completely different concept. But it's not impossible. We can still kill them if we take out some of our trump cards. Of course, it also depends on the opponent's strength. However, even if the oracles and ancestral spirits of the Oya continent burst out with divine power, I can still kill them relatively easily. After becoming a saint, my strength will increase explosively. There are many things that I can do. In fact, there are many things that I have to do next. After some thought, Gunai didn't immediately take action. Now that he had just become a saint, he still needed to stabilize his position. After all, Gunai had a lot of things to do in the near future. Whether it was the banishment of the evil gods in the South Church, the exploration of the mysterious areas of the Land of Mutation, or the expansion of the Blood Dream Arena to the ancient floating dragon world group, all of these required a lot of time. At that time, Gunai wouldn't have much time to cultivate. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed by quickly. Hoo. Inside the secret room, Gunai slowly let out a breath. When he opened his eyes, stars could be seen in the blood-red vertical pupils. After more than a month of cultivation. After Gunai had completely stabilized his position as a saint, he finally ended his cultivation. My realm is already stable. It's impossible to improve too much in a short time unless I become a demigod. With my current strength and means, I can almost solve the problem of the Oya continent. Gunai squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. Let's build the teleportation channel first and see how the teleportation is. Although Gunai was rich, it would be great if the teleportation fee could be greatly reduced. With a wave of his hand, the ancient shadow door appeared on one side of the secret chamber. With another flip of his hand, Gunai took out the space-time bridge worth 30 million sacred origin coins that he had bought some time ago. If he were to use the space-time bridge to construct a single teleportation formation, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. However, if it could be integrated into the ancient Shadow Gate, a treasure that could connect to many teleportation arrays over long distances, the effect would be outstanding. Holding the space-time bridge, Gunai placed one hand on the ancient shadow door. Swish! As origin power and space intent bloomed, the space-time light bridge began to merge into the ancient shadow door. 429 The beginning of the teleportation. About 10 minutes later, the space-time light bridge was completely fused into the ancient shadow door. I don't know how effective it is, but I'll try it first. Gunai placed a hand on the door and began to connect to the teleportation formation he had prepared in the star tower of the Oya continent. Wang. As the shadow door flickered. Very quickly, the ancient shadow gate was connected to the teleportation array of the Starry Sky Watchtower. The ancient shadow gate is still the most powerful. Even if the teleportation array over there is isolated from the outside world, it has energy and can be used for teleportation. Hence, it can be forcibly connected by the ancient shadow gate. After all, it's a world-class mystical item. It's indeed powerful. After the teleportation array between the ancient shadow gate and the heavenly watchtower was completed, immediately, an invisible origin power whirlwind began to sweep in from all directions. The gathered origin power was quickly absorbed into the ancient shadow door. The door of ancient shadow itself has the ability to build a teleportation channel. As for the space-time bridge, it absorbs energy to stabilize the teleportation passageway, making it more stable. This way, the cost of space-time energy crystals will be much lower. The core energy crystal that was required to teleport across time and space was the time and space energy crystal. The price of time and space energy crystals was very expensive. One pill was 100 sacred origin coins. Even if they were within the same major transcendent world group, they would still be able to teleport across worlds. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of them, which was hundreds of thousands or even millions of sacred source coins. It was like asking the extraordinary humans of the Oya continent to pay hundreds of thousands or even millions of sacred source coins for a cross-border teleportation. They could not do it at all. However, if it was to cross between major transcendent worlds, the price would increase by several times, or even more than a dozen times. In other words, it would take millions or even tens of millions of sacred source coins for an extraordinary to teleport across worlds. This was why Sigra had rejected this idea when Gun had approached him. Gun had also thought that it was impossible. Gunai simply didn't have that much money. Although Gunai was rich now, it still cost a lot to use this kind of cross-world teleportation. He had to save as much as he could. After absorbing the source power for more than 10 minutes, the source power tornado finally weakened a little. Gunai placed his palm on it. Gunai nodded his head after sensing it. Normally, it would cost at least tens of millions of sacred source coins to teleport from Holy Hajar to the Oya continent. But now, the energy consumption has been reduced to about 2 or 3 million. And it's still continuing to absorb and stabilize the passageway. The energy consumption will continue to decrease. As expected, the 30 million yuan was not wasted. Furthermore, the space-time light bridge can be used to its fullest on the door of Ancient Shadow. I'll continue to wait quietly until it has completely absorbed the energy and stabilized the passageway. Then, I'll see how much energy is consumed by the teleportation. It's time to send a message to Duo Lance, but he's here. Gunai thought. After sending the message to Duo Lance, Gunny sat down with his legs crossed. He comprehended the profound meaning of the runes while waiting for the ancient shadow door to absorb the energy. Gunai waited for 3 whole days. Gunai breathed out and opened his eyes. At that moment, the ancient shadow door in the secret chamber had completely absorbed the massive amount of energy and had completely stabilized. Gunai placed his hand on it and carefully felt it. After feeling it for a while, Gunai's face revealed a smile. It will only cost about 120,000 sacred source coins to complete the teleportation between Holy Hajar and the Oya continent. The price has dropped by 100 times, truly astonishing. Gunai couldn't help but wonder. Then, Gunai felt something and looked outside his house. Duo Lance is here. Gunai opened the door to the secret room and flew out. After they met in the hall, Gunai glanced at Duo Lance and found that he had become a saint, and his aura was very strong. It was obvious that he had broken through for a while. You've also become a saint? Duo Lance laughed. You're not bad either. Gunai replied. You've already set up your teleportation array, Duo Lance asked. Yes, it's completed. Gunai nodded. In addition, there is another transcendent world that requires me to construct a passage for even more transcendence to be sent to my own transcendent world. At the same time, I also need to inform the divine envoys and ancestor soul rulers of my transcendent world. We don't have to waste too much time. Follow me to teleport into our world. Gunai said. No problem, he said. Duo Lance nodded seriously. Gunai started to place time energy crystals into the door of Ancient Shadow. As it was released, the grey fog began to shine brightly within the Ancient Shadow door. The Oya continent, the Star Tower. In a large teleportation secret room. The large teleportation formation with a diameter of 10 meters was emitting a bright light. However, it was completely blocked by the energy restriction on the roof. Whoosh! 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 A wave of surging energy and space power Upanishad bloomed. Duo Lance appeared from the teleportation formation. After a while, shua shua shua. Gunai's figure reappeared from the teleportation formation. This teleportation circle was specifically requested by Gun from Maurand Elkli. Although Maurand Elkli didn't know what Gunny was going to use it for, he still gave it to Gunny. And Gunny also wanted the teleportation formation for teleportation. When Gunai was teleported over, Holy Hajar's secret chamber had his astral soul and energy projection. After the teleportation was complete, Gunai used the astral soul to put the ancient shadow door back into his system space, leaving the astral soul behind. This is where your tribe is located. Duo Lance looked around and chuckled. Yes, Gunai nodded. Follow me. Gunai opened the transcendent door to the teleportation chamber and flew out. When Gunai left the secret room and entered the Starry Night Watch. In the 3 training grounds of the Starry Sky Watchtower, the Oracle-level powerhouses, Muland and Black Rosa, opened their eyes at the same time. The auras of 2 saints appeared very close to them. And it was a very thick aura. They were vaguely familiar with one of the auras. Immediately, the two of them quickly got up and flew towards the aura that had appeared. Long time no see, Senior Mulan raised his head and looked at the descending Murand. Greetings, Senior Black Ruzan. Soon after, the two men, Maur and Elkli, also arrived quickly. The two men's eyes swept over Gunai, and they were both happy. Gunai had become a saint. This was good news. However, when their eyes fell on the foreign saint next to Gunai, they all felt a dangerous aura from each other, and their expressions became a little more serious. This foreign sage was definitely an expert. This is my friend, Duo Lance, a genius transcendent from the high-dimensional transcendent world, Holy Hajar. Holy Haikar, a genius extraordinary. Greetings, Senior Duo Lan Si said in his unpracticed Oya language. The two of them were moved. A foreign genius. Furthermore, he was a transcendent genius from a higher dimension. This was the information that appeared in their minds at the same time. But they knew that Gu Ni was a follower of the Great Lord of Nightmares. He could communicate with the Great Lord of Nightmares and enter a more powerful world. When Gunai asked him for the teleportation formation, he had already guessed that Gunai would invite the experts from the foreign lands. He didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, Gunai had returned with the foreign powerhouses. They had a vague guess. 430 The beginning of a great era. Senior Murand, Gunai said softly. Now that I've become a saint, it's time to solve the problem of the evil gods in our world and the South Church. Deal with the evil gods and churches. The three people's expressions changed when they heard this. Gun, I know you're strong, but you have to know that the South Church and the evil gods have a lot of resources. Those churches have many believers in themselves, and they even have the legacy of the power of the gods. This is also one of the reasons why we haven't easily destroyed the South Church. Secondly, there are those evil gods. They are true gods. Although they have been suppressed by the will of the world's origin, they have been absorbing the world's origin for the past 1 or 2 years. Their strength has increased a lot, and they have some treasures. I'm afraid that even with the strength of the two of you, it would be difficult to form a sufficient advantage, Murand explained. Gunai said in a calm voice. With me and Duo Lancy, it's indeed difficult for our northern supernatural organization to have enough of an advantage. Senior, this friend of mine isn't the only foreign expert who has come to assist us. It's a tribe of followers of the Great Lord of Nightmares. They will also send a certain number of oracles, experts of the 4th stage of the ancestral spirit to help. A god envoy of the 4th stage realm, an ancestor spirit. The few people's expressions couldn't help but change when they heard this. A stage 4 divine envoy, an ancestral spirit, was only a step away from becoming a demigod. In the Oya continent, such an expert would be a first-class expert. The Transcendent Association, which was jointly established by the 3 great empires, gathered almost all the forces in the north. Among them, the strongest 4th stage realm was only 5 to 6. The rest were mostly in the 1st or 2nd stage. The number of 3rd stage realm cultivators were much fewer. It could be said that once they started fighting, 4th stage realm was definitely the most important core strength. They could even dictate the direction of the war and the overall situation. It was no wonder that when Gunai said that a 4th stage realm cultivator would descend, their expressions changed. Looking at Gunai, the 3 of them were all thinking. If Gunai's words were true, then when the Type 4 experts that Gunai had teleported over arrived, then, the situation in the Oya continent would change. The war between the North and the South, which had lasted for thousands of years, would come to an end. And NBSP, as for those evil gods, even if they weren't killed, they would be chased out of the Oya continent. The true era of great unity would begin. The extraordinary era that truly belonged to the Imperial steam engine was about to arrive. The 3 of them looked at each other, their expressions particularly dark. They knew very well the weight of Gunai's words. This was a historical moment that would change the entire Oya continent. How many of these 4-level ancestral spirits are there? Murand asked in a grave tone. The heretic churches in the south were very powerful, and it would be difficult for them to form an effective advantage if they had too few people. 30 of them, and they are all top 4th stage realm experts. 30th. The 3 of them were slightly suffocated. 30 peak 4th stage divine envoy ancestor souls. This number was enough to sweep across the Oya continent several times. Such a terrifying power descended in a daze. This era is really going to change. The 3 of them thought to themselves. The 3 of them also vaguely noticed it. Gunai's words should be true. This battle, the Transcendent Association would definitely win. And next, the Oya continent would enter a new era. It was a new era that connected with the outside world. The Oya continent had always been like an isolated island. Many people believed that the Oya continent was the whole world. What they did not know was that the Oya continent was just one of the hundreds of small and medium-sized extraordinary worlds in the ancient floating dragon world group. However, the Oya continent didn't have a portal to the outside world, nor did it have enough resources to help them reach the outside world. Therefore, the Oya continent had always been isolated from the world. And this time, once Gunai opened the teleportation gate to the outside world, adding on Gunai's identity and the mysteries of the arena, they had a rough idea of what was going on. Even if they were unwilling to start communication with other extraordinary worlds, the ancient Nirvana would also open. Moreover, who would dare to stop Gunai? Gunai was the subordinate of the Great Lord of Nightmares, and he had a certain amount of control over Blood Dream Arena. No one in the entire Oya continent would dare to offend him. In addition, Gunai would be a powerful god in the future. After a moment's thought, Milan spoke in a deep voice. Gunai, it's a matter of great importance to let foreign powerhouses enter our extraordinary world. If anything goes wrong, our transcendent world will be doomed eternally. The South can't fight against so many rank 4 Oracle Ancestor souls, and neither can we. It wasn't strange that Muran was worried. Don't worry about this, Senior. Gunai said. Those people are under the Lord of Nightmare. There are more than 10 deities in that force, and there are more than 30 demigods. This force is doing its best to serve the Almighty Lord of Nightmares. Even the gods do not dare to disobey the Nightmare Lord's orders, much less these Type 4 divine envoys. When they arrive in our transcendent world, without my orders, they will not dare to act in any other way. After the battle is over, I will send them back. Their arrival will not cause any other interference to our supernatural world. Gunai explained. After Muland pondered for a moment, he nodded slightly. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about for us. Muland naturally believed what Gunai said. Also, Murand muttered to himself as he looked at Gunai. No matter what, the descent of the foreign experts is no small matter. Besides, Qian, you must want to open up a passage for our world to expand to the outside world, right? Gunai couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Murand said. As expected, you're old and wise. I can't hide my thoughts from you, Senior. Gunai nodded. I do have such an idea. After all, our Oya continent is very weak among the supernatural realms of ancient floating Dragon Island. These evil gods came from ancient floating Dragon Island. Moreover, our Oya continent is too close to the land of mutation. As time passes, those creatures of disaster will continue to enter our extraordinary world and gather. Our world must become stronger. For Gunai, the more worlds he invaded, the more extraordinary people would believe in the Lord of Nightmares. As a result, Gunai's strength had grown to a terrifying level. However, this is obviously not my problem alone, and I can't do it alone, so. Gun looked at Muland Elkley. And how could Muland not know what Gunai was thinking? It was obvious that Gunai was trying to pull them onto the ship. After all, when the entire transcendent world began to expand to the outside world, it was definitely not a matter of one person. Don't worry. The Yulan Empire, the Transcendent Association, and the entire Oya continent will be your solid backing. Mulan clearly knew that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, if they fell behind, they would not only be beaten, but their entire clan might be exterminated. Gunai laughed. If Senior says so, then I can be at ease. Gunai didn't dare to reveal too much. But now, things were different. After becoming a saint, Gunai already had enough power. At the very least, there was no one who could easily threaten him. At the same time, he also had a powerful race and force as his trump card. The entire Yulan Empire, the Transcendent Association, and even the entire Oya continent in the future. They had to follow in his footsteps and not sing a different tune. That was how Gunai could have a stable base and expand into the endless starry sky. The first step was to get rid of the parasites and invaders in this stable base in the Oya continent. 431 Blood Dream Coins. Sacred Feather Dark Origin, Blood Dream Arena. Gunai quietly arrived. As soon as he entered, Gunai looked around in surprise. Compared to the previous capacity of 500,000 to 600,000 extraordinaires, the Blood Dream Arena had now expanded to more than 2 million. There were also many independent small spaces. More than 50 oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses, as well as a large number of transcendent masters, were rapidly expanding the entire Blood Dream Arena. In a few years, that would be the capacity of 20 to 30 million people. This expansion speed is truly astonishing. Gunai said. The speed at which Sacred Feather Dark Origin and Blood Dream Arena is expanding has already entered the fast lane. Senior Sakra and the others have spent a lot of effort. Gunai stepped into the 4th level. Gun felt Sakra's gaze as soon as he landed. There was a faint pressure of a superior level in his gaze. Gun looked at Sugara and was shocked. Senior, you've become a god. Sagra chuckled. I just became a god not long ago. With the resources, I can buy more things. Naturally, I will be able to advance to the god realm. Then I'll have to congratulate Senior. Gunai congratulated. Haha. At this moment, Sakra was also laughing out loud. Sir Gunai is too polite without your help. It would have been difficult for me to break through. This was true. The cooperation between the Sugara and Gunai was a win-win situation. Sir Gunai has also become a saint. It's only a matter of time before he corroborates and becomes a god. Sakra said. It will take a lot of time to become a god. Gunai knew that he was still a long way from becoming a demigod. Gunai asked after some thought. Senior Sakra, you're expanding so quickly here, and there are quite a number of powerful deities in the Holy Feather Dark Origin. There are also a few particularly powerful divine kingdoms. There won't be any trouble, right? There's some trouble, but it's not a big problem. Sakra said softly. We've already established the Blood Dream Alliance and have established connections with more and more forces. After all, any force can join the Blood Dream Arena. In essence, it will be an organization with a high tolerance and will not involve the occupation of any territory or resources. All in all, the Blood Dream Alliance is an organization that helps each other in the exchange of resources and information. It's also an excellent battlefield to train. We will give preferential treatment to those who are willing to join. We will give them a special area for their organization to log in, and they will be able to expand it themselves. We won't have much contact with those who are unwilling to join or even resist. Gunai immediately understood what Sakra meant. This was equivalent to using the Blood Dream Arena as a huge communication platform. There were some conflicts of interest that did not involve any real interests, but this would not be an excuse for a conflict between the two sides. After all, the benefits of joining them were far greater than fighting them head-on. If you came in, you would have to spend your own money to come in. You had to follow the rules here and do whatever you wanted. If they took the initiative to join and become a member of the Blood Dream Arena, they would enjoy certain preferential treatment. Sakra's explanation made Gunai understand. Obviously, the method described by Sigra was more suitable for the expansion of Blood Dream Arena. At the same time, we've also contacted some chambers of commerce. They'll be buying some Blood Dream rings. At the same time, we will begin to exchange for Blood Dream currency. When the time is right, everyone has a Blood Dream ring on their hand. Once Blood Dream coins start to circulate in the Blood Dream world, the entire Blood Dream arena will become the best platform for communication to sweep across the entire Sacred Feather Dark Origin. Resources from anywhere can enter the Blood Dream arena and flow to every corner of the Holy Feathers Darkness Pool. At that time, we will control the entire Blood Dream arena's trading market. There will be a huge amount of profits flowing into our hands. Indeed. Gunai nodded. However, from the looks of it, the two most important things are the number of Blood Dream rings and Blood Dream coins. Although the Great Lord of Nightmare has given us a lot of Blood Dream coins, it's still a drop in the bucket. The same goes for the Blood Dream ring. We're in dire need of it at the moment. I hope you can tell the Great Lord of Nightmares. Yes, Gunai nodded. At present, the Lord of Nightmares is in a critical stage. Soon, a massive amount of Blood Dream rings and Blood Dream coins will be delivered to you through the sacrifice. Gunai said. Gun's words made Sigra's heart skip a beat. A critical stage. After thinking about it for a while, Sigra nodded. Now, Gunai had found that the amount of sacred source coins he had earned from selling the Blood Dream ring was quite shocking. Furthermore, as the number of extraordinaries who entered the Holy Feathers Darkness Pool increased, the Blood Dream ring's demand also increased by the day. However, the sale of the Blood Dream ring was only a drop in the bucket. What was truly in need were Blood Dream coins. He would wait until Blood Dream coins became widespread. It was the time when the ancient Nirvana Blood Sea would explode. By then, Gunai would be able to change the way he obtained Blood Dream coins. Blood Dream coins could be obtained by offering sacrifices. In order to obtain more Blood Dream coins, the massive amount of sacrifices would be even more intense. When there was a clear value, then the sacrifice would become an effective channel to top up. Do you want to become stronger? A young man. Then sacrifice. One could only imagine how many people would sacrifice their lives for Blood Dream coins. It seems that the construction of the Blood Dream mechanical factory is about to begin. Fortunately, I've purchased enough resources in Holy Hajar this time. It won't be a problem to build a Blood Dream mechanical factory in the world of Bloody Sea. Once Blood Dream factory is activated, a huge amount of Sacred Origin coins will flow into the Blood Dream arena of Sacred Feather Dark Origin. The Blood Dream elves have already been nurtured by the 50 Divine Crown Oracles that I bought a while ago. When all these races are born, it's almost time for Blood Dream's mechanical factory to start operating. Gunai said after the discussion of the Blood Dream ring and the coins was over. Senior, my main purpose for coming here this time is to deal with the cross-border battle. Sugara didn't find it strange when Gun said that. When he had noticed that Gunai had become a saint, he had understood. The 34th Order God emissaries and ancestors' souls have already been prepared here. They are currently cultivating in our clan. As long as Sir Gunai can set up the teleportation array, they can immediately travel there. Alright, I'll connect the coordinates on my side and activate the teleportation array. I'll naturally inform Senior Sakra when it's stable. I'll inform them to be on guard. When we get there, Sir Gunai will be able to command them freely. Then it's a deal. Gunai nodded and said. 432 The arrival of a foreign land. The Oya continent, the Star Tower. The ancient shadow door stood quietly on the wide platform. The space-time vortex formed by the fog was constantly spinning. After a few days of absorbing the origin power, the ancient shadow door had completed the solidification of the transmission pathway. In front of the ancient shadow door, Gunai threw a large number of time and space crystals into the ancient shadow door. After a while, Gunai stopped. Immediately, Gunai placed his palm on the ancient shadow door and carefully felt it. Not bad. Gunai said with a faint smile. The teleportation between the Oya continent and the Holy Hajar will cost 120,000. The teleportation between the Oya continent and Sacred Feathers Dark Source continent only costs 30,000 Sacred Source coins. It only costs 1.8 million Sacred Source coins to send 30 oracles and ancestor souls in and then teleport back. This price is already quite acceptable. Gunai then quickly replenished the energy crystals. At the same time, the demonic CO soul had already contacted Sagra, who was far away in the Sacred Feathers Dark Source continent. After a while, the 30 powerful Type 4 divine envoys from the Ancestor Soul region would descend on the Oya continent to start the war. Gunai retreated. The surrounding 7 or 8 people all looked at Gunai. "How is it?" Murand asked softly. "It's done. In a moment, the foreign experts will descend," Gunai said. The people around him couldn't help but smile. And NBSP, after several years, Du-Tu's battle against the evil god in the Oya continent was finally over. Once they won this battle, the Oya continent would enter a new era. Other than Duo Lance, Muland, and Black Lusa, there was no one else. There was also the one Gunai was familiar with, as well as the Emperor of the Yulan Empire, Dylan III, whom he had heard of many times. Step by step, the Yulan Empire had grown from a weak border country to the most powerful country among the 3 great empires in the north. The Emperor of the Yulan Empire, Dylan III, had contributed a lot. At the same time, the Emperor, Dylan III, also had the strength of a stage 4 ancestor soul. This was also one of the reasons why the Yulan Empire was so powerful. This time, the Emperor of the Yulan Empire, Dylan III. He was one of the people involved in this plan. 3 days before the attack on the church and the evil gods, Gun and Muland had already begun plotting. Since they were going to launch an attack, they naturally had to do it in one go and annihilate the evil gods and the powerhouses of the church. He didn't give them the slightest chance to fight back or catch their breath. After a round of discussion with Muland, Murand was the one who had secretly contacted the Emperor of the Yulan Empire, Dylan III, and the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association. After a few hours of discussion, the 4 of them finally came up with a very covert plan. The Transcendent Association would once again gather their forces to launch a frontal assault from the south to the north. The main purpose of this attack was to harass and delay. In the Starry Sky Tower, one would need to use Gunai's ancient Shadow Gate to directly teleport to the hidden teleportation array in the southwest. When the supernatural organization fought the evil gods and the church head-on, the 30 supernatural beings of the foreign world would pounce from the side under Gunny's lead. This way, all the members of the other side would be restricted on the battlefield, and they could be annihilated in one fell swoop. If the 30 experts from the Star Watch and the Transcendent Association flew over in a grandiose manner. And NBSP, when those evil gods saw that things weren't going well, they would definitely run. The higher UPS of the South War Church weren't stupid, and they wouldn't fight to the death. If they escaped. If they couldn't find any traces of them, they could hide in some hidden corner and come out at any time to cause destruction and big trouble, such as assassinating and massacring the entire city. This would be a huge headache for the 3 great empires. Therefore, the best way was to delay them and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The few of them were in the midst of a soft discussion. Swish! Within the ancient shadow door, time and space trembled. Immediately after, an ancestor soul expert from the Dawn Owl origin race flew out from the ancient shadow gate. This peak 4th level ancestor soul realm expert from the Dawn Owl origin race saw Gunai the moment he landed. Baraka greets Sir Gunny. Baraka, a member of the Dawn Light Source, saluted Gunai. Gunai's name was like thunder in the morning sunlight origin race. Everyone knew about the great Lord of Nightmare's follower, Gunny Lawrence. This was the person who had brought prosperity to their group. And in fact, it was true. In the past few years, the development of their tribe could only be described as explosive. He had an ocean of cultivation resources that he could never use up, and he could choose any powerful extraordinary equipment he wanted. Anyone in the clan could do their best to cultivate and improve their strength. This situation was completely different from the previous one. As one of the higher UPS of their race, he knew very well that if their race controlled the Blood Dream Arena, in the long run, their race would definitely become the most powerful race in the entire large-scale transcendent world of Sacred Feather Dark Origin. This time, the race's great elder, Sigra, was even more eager to help him. This is an important opportunity for our tribe to establish a good relationship with the great follower Gunny Lawrence. We must let them know the power and piety of our tribe. We must let Sir Gunny know that our tribe has enough strength to help him. After all, it's hard for us to come into contact with the great Lord of Nightmares, but the Lord of Nightmares can let us enjoy the favor of the Lord of Nightmares at the closest distance. This is even more important than the sacrifice. If you can complete this mission perfectly, it will be a great contribution. If you don't, you'll be severely punished when you return to the clan. Therefore, as the leader of the group of 30, Baraka was determined to complete the mission. As for the others, they were the other members of the Dark Dragon Mountain Range. Baraka was not worried that they would not help. If any of them didn't contribute or do their best to fight for their great followers, when they returned, what awaited them would be the punishment of their clan. Even the power and benefits of their clan's forces would be reduced because of their slacking. But if they fought hard for the sake of Gunny Lawrence, when he returned, he would naturally have unparalleled glory. Comparing the two, Baraka naturally knew that these warriors, who had been carefully selected from their race and forces, would not be so stupid as to joke about their own future and the prosperity of their race. This battle was the time for the Dark Dragon Mountain Range to show off. Gun nodded at Baraka's greeting. Gun had already received information on the 30 people who had come from Sigra. As Baraka entered, Weng, 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 Weng. The energy of the ancient shadow door surged out in waves. One after another, the Type 4 ancestor souls entered the tower. Every master who entered saluted Gunai respectfully. The aura of the living experts naturally made the people of the Oya continent surprised and happy. They were shocked by the dense energy fluctuations and auras of these people. The Type 4 powerhouses of the Oya continent were obviously weaker than them. Even a Stage 4 expert from a foreign land would have no problem fighting against 3 or 4 experts of the same stage from the Oya continent. Naturally, they were happy that so many experts were here to help the northern continent and not to invade. When the 30 foreign powerhouses had all arrived in the Star Observation Tower, a thick and suffocating aura filled every corner of the platform. As they had crossed through space and time to conquer a foreign land, they naturally had to show their strength. Gunai nodded after a while. Although there was still a gap between these Oracle Ancestor Souls and Holy Hajar's powerhouses of the same level, it was not a problem for them to become 2 or 3 star class oracles among the 4th rank Ancestor Souls. This batch of foreign soldiers was indeed extremely powerful. All right, restrain your auras, Gunai said. Immediately, the 30-odd foreign warriors from the Holy Feather's dark origin retracted their auras. With that, Gunai raised his hand and distributed the 30 scrolls. The information in this scroll is all of our current enemies. Among them are 3 evil gods, 8 foreign experts, and 12 high-ranking members of the local church in the Oya continent. These people will be your targets. These people aren't easy to deal with. They all have all sorts of powerful techniques. As for everyone here, you all come from a major transcendent world and are experts who are about to become demigods. You all have many techniques, so I don't need to say more. We must exterminate all these people in this battle. We can't let any of them live. Don't worry, Mr. Gunai. We'll kill them with all our strength. Baraka, who was the leader, shouted in a low voice. That's good. Gunai nodded. Gunai then looked at Dylan 3. Senior, how's the Transcendent Association's preparation? It's all prepared, Dylan 3 nodded. That's good. I'll activate the teleportation formation now and teleport all of us to the southern region. We'll directly enter the enemy's rear, Gunai said in a deep voice. 433 Chapter 81 Start the War. At the edge of the huge world source extraction array, Mu God, the giant god, and the human-faced flower mother god, the three true gods, were sitting quietly in the air beside the huge world origin extraction array. Around them were 8 foreign oracle ancestor soul experts of various forms, as well as the higher UPS of the Church of War. At this moment, many experts were discussing. Everyone should have received the news. The Pope of the Church of Healing, who was dressed in white and exuded the holy light of healing, spoke softly. His voice was ethereal and warm. Everyone nodded in agreement. Did they not learn their lesson last time? You returned in a crushing defeat and still dare to come again. An expert from another region said in a deep voice. Who knows if they're that stubborn? Who knows, he might be here to die, someone sneered. These words made the others either sneer or smile with powder on their faces. Since they dare to come over, then we'll kill them all this time. The 3 senior gods should have recovered some of their strength, so it won't be a problem to kill them all. At this moment, the Pope of Healing spoke softly. No matter what, this time, those guys from the north came in full force, and our spies didn't get much information or clues that they prepared. At the same time, several top core experts are not with them. I think they came prepared this time. Although we have prepared many methods, it's better to be careful. However, even though the Pope of Healing had said so, the powerhouses of the foreign races did not care at all. The Pope of Healing swept his gaze across the faces of many powerhouses from other races. She didn't have much of a choice against these foreign oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses. After all, these foreign experts were all extremely powerful and would not listen to his words. As for commanding them, that would be even more wishful thinking. After some thought, the Pope of Healing looked at the shepherd, one of the 3 gods, and spoke softly. Senior Mu, what do you think? At this time, the Mu god, who was uncharacteristically steady, was frowning. After a moment of silence, the priest looked at the Pope of Healing. Is there a teleportation formation in your world that can connect to the outside world? I didn't. The Pope of Healing gave an affirmative response. Senior Mu, are you suspecting that Gun is using the great Thulhu creature to ask for help from other worlds? The human-faced flower mother god looked over. N. Mu Shen nodded slightly. You've all heard the rumors. That Gunny might be the kin of a Thulhu creature. It's very likely that he's asking for help. After all, the energy extracting array is greatly restricted this time. It won't pose too much of a threat to this world in the short term. And no matter how that Gunai cultivates, he's only a saint now. He can't be any more powerful. The comprehensive strength of the North is only as much as it is on paper. With Gunny and Nigel, they won't affect the overall situation too much. Logically speaking, it's the right thing to do for them to come here after they become gods. But they're here this time. It can be said that this is a completely unnecessary battle. They'll definitely suffer if they come here. It's even possible that we'll lose the right to rule the entire world. But they came. It's very likely that they have outside help. That was how Mu Shen explained. Everyone's expression turned serious at this explanation. It would be a completely different story if they had external help. Senior Mu Shen. The giant god's deep voice rang out. It's not time for the Thulhu creatures to wake up yet. We've already analyzed that the Nightmare Lord behind Gunai is just a wisp of consciousness. From the large amount of sacrifices required for the Blood Dream Arena in the Blood Dream world, it's obvious that the Thulhu creature isn't strong. It needs a large amount of flesh and blood to help it recover faster. This also means that he hasn't woken up at all. In fact, this ordinary flesh and blood is of limited help to Thulhu creatures. That Thulhu creature can't possibly cause a big commotion. On the contrary, once it causes a big commotion, it will definitely attract some attention. Those powerful beings are extremely interested in killing Thulhu creatures. If he really reveals his location in a semi-conscious state, you can also report to your organization immediately. They will definitely send experts to investigate and even kill him. So, there's basically no chance that Thulhu will make a move. It's not the time for them to resurrect yet. Since it's not a Thulhu creature. And you know about the matter of crossing worlds. Even the gods can't bear the cost of resources. No god would be willing to do such a thankless thing. Besides, I have eyes in ancient floating dragon island. Gunai has never appeared in ancient floating dragon island, and neither has anyone else. The other few transcendent worlds nearby are also occupied by other gods. I have connections with those gods, and some of them have even begun to absorb the source of the transcendent world with all their might. In the Gulantan world group, Gunai didn't ask for help from the outside world. Can Gunai still cross the distance and ask for help from an even further galaxy? That's basically impossible. The divine envoys and ancestral spirits in the northern part of the Oya continent simply can't produce such a large amount of resources. Even if Gun is a Thulhu creature's kin, he was only an extraordinary master before. He only became a saint recently. That's all. He doesn't even have that much energy to cross worlds. I don't think the matter of external help is reliable. Actually, I also feel that it's unrealistic to get outside help. Wan Mu Shen also nodded slightly. But the experts from the north are coming with great momentum. As he spoke, Mu Shen looked towards the north. He could already feel the dense auras blooming. In the clouds, they swept over in a mighty manner, getting closer and closer. It was clear that they were going to have a big fight. I really can't understand why they would dare to attack us like this. Senior Mu Shen, we've set up many traps here to prevent them from causing trouble again. At the same time, we're also on guard against the attacks of those terrifying creatures of disaster. After all, the creatures of calamity have already appeared in many places in the Gulantan world group. We've laid out so much to gain a firm foothold. When the catastrophe source creature erupts in all directions, we can gain enough benefits here. In the near future, even if they don't attack us, we will. After all, we can't let them get the benefits from the outbreak of the creatures of disaster. Now that they're here, this is our home ground. We have a huge advantage. We don't have to worry too much about their conspiracies and tricks. If they dare to come over, we'll dare to kill them, the giant god said, seething with killing intent. Indeed, the human-faced flower mother goddess also nodded slightly. Senior, you told us about the calamity origin creatures and the many benefits they would bring. We've been waiting for this once in a 1,000 years opportunity. If we miss it, we'll probably never get a second chance. Naturally, we can't let it go. It's even more impossible for us to retreat just because of some tricks and fearlessness. It's naturally impossible to retreat. Mu Shen said softly. I'm just a little worried. However, as you said, this is our home ground. We can't back down. Since they dare to come, we have enough strength to kill them all here. With that, Mu Shen looked at the crowd. Everyone, this battle is extremely crucial from the looks of it. It's very likely that they're going to fight us to the death. I've already told you all the benefits of being a calamity origin creature. The opportunity to become a deity and even climb to a higher peak is right in front of you. This time, we must annihilate those northern bastards in one fell swoop. That way, we can enjoy the benefits of the entire world when the calamity creatures erupt. Moreover, the Oya continent is so close to us, so the benefits will be terrifyingly rich. So, everyone, you must give it your all in this battle. I will obey Senior Mu Shen's orders. Everyone shouted in unison. The voice fell. Kill. Kill. Invader, die. Kill them all. The clouds in the northern sky were suddenly stirred up, as if there was an infinite hand that was controlling the clouds. The next moment, the stirred clouds suddenly exploded, and the source power in the sky surged violently. Many experts descended from the sky in a mighty manner. 434 Blood Sun in the sky. Boom. 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 Peng peng peng. Die! Eat my knife! Dian heavenly lightning! Giant frost dragon, come out! Following the roars and the chanting of spells, all sorts of long-range spells, elemental spells, summoning spells, and soul attacks exploded in the sky. Boom! 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 The expert's divine power burst out one after another. For a moment, the entire world was intertwined with the energy of all kinds of spells and attacks. A hurricane surged. The light spread. The earth trembled. Time and space twisted. In fact, some of the experts even fought their way to the deeper layers of the shadow space. This time, the Transcendent Association's battle was particularly fierce. Compared to the last time, this time it was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I die. As the battle continued, the Extraordinary Association relied on their numbers to suppress the evil gods and the churches. Many of the attacks even landed on the huge energy array, causing the protective barrier to tremble slightly. Among them, some of the Church of War's not-so-powerful experts were being forced to retreat. The Church of War and the evil gods were clearly feeling the pressure. The previous attack was a probing attack, but this time, it was an attack of life and death. Without any reserve, it was naturally particularly fierce. Senior Mew, hurry up and attack, we can't hold on much longer. Blood splattered all over his body, and one of the foreign experts couldn't help but roar. At this moment, Mu Shen was sitting cross-legged in the air. He looked at the battlefield and didn't make a move. This is too strange. These guys are fighting with no regard for their lives. Don't tell me they're chi-chi? Vaguely, Mu Shen had a bad feeling. After a moment of thought, Mu Shen's expression darkened. No matter what you have up your sleeves, you can't win this battle. Mu Shen gently patted the air with one hand. In an instant, the clouds in the sky began to burn. The vast sun in the sky had also turned into a blood sun. The blood sun hung high in the sky. The foul smell of blood filled every corner of the world. Even when he was breathing, he felt like he was breathing in blood. The origin power between heaven and earth seemed to have a color, turning into blood-red origin power. It was as if heaven and earth were about to turn into a sea of blood. A strange and mysterious power enveloped the entire land. For a moment. Whoosh! 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 The bodies of the many experts from the Transcendent Association started to burn with blood-colored flames. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. An indescribable pain seeped into his bones and soul. At the same time, the consumption of origin power also increased by several times. This strange scene caused everyone's attacks to slow down. On the other hand, the Church of War and the evil gods were like fish in water in this strange world with a bloody sun in the sky, and their strength was stronger than before. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! If you still dare to come here to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ha 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 ha! As the blood sun rose to the sky, a strange scene appeared. The presence of the evil gods and the church's powerhouses grew. They had relied on God Mu's powerful divine arts in this battle. He could completely kill all these people from the Northern Extraordinary Association who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the blood sun rose in the sky, Mu Shen's expression grew more and more solemn. A bad feeling kept emerging in his heart. Previously, when he had used the blood sun magical power, the experts of the Transcendent Association had immediately retreated and fled in defeat. At this moment, the power of the blood sun was stronger than before. However, not only did the experts not retreat, but they also attacked even more fiercely. It was a battle to the death. How did this happen? Moreover, many of their experts have yet to appear. Could there be another ambush? With a slight frown, Mu Shen began to sense his surroundings with the thoroughly meticulous state. All of a sudden, Mu Shen sensed something, and his body quickly rose up, quickly reaching the clouds. Then, Mu Shen once again headed towards the west. After carefully sensing it, Mu Shen's expression changed. Run! Everyone, run! Don't stay here! Run! His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire area and rang in everyone's ears. Escape! For a moment, everyone was stunned. Didn't we just agree to fight to the death? They would defend this place together and enjoy the fruits of victory when the source of disaster erupted. Why was he running now? And he was roaring so resolutely. Could it be? Someone was imitating Mu Shen's voice? Deliberately disrupting the morale of the army? Just as everyone was bewildered. You want to escape, it's too late. Gunai's voice was like a nightmare that reached the depths of everyone's soul. After Gunai finished speaking. Boom! 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 One after another, the dense and suffocating auras of peak stage 4 ancestors' souls exploded. This aura was so vast and mighty that it was like an insurmountable mountain, rolling over. In fact, there were even the sharp auras of many quasi-relic weapons mixed within this aura. Of course, it was mostly the aura of powerful magic weapons. Devil curse weapons, half-divine artifacts, the vast number of foreign oracles, and the massive aura of peak level 4 ancestral spirits. Each of these auras was an existence that made them tremble in fear. Mother God and Giant God were the first to react. Outside help. Moreover, he was the external helper of an extremely powerful force. These 30 or so terrifying auras were more than enough to kill the 3 suppressed gods here. Run! Without any hesitation, Mother God and Giant God leaped and fled at high speed. If he didn't escape now, he would die here. The others reacted a little slower, but all of them had expressions of shock and fear. Escape! He fled madly. If he didn't escape, he would die. None of the church and Thulha members had any intention of fighting. Everyone tried their best to burst out their divine power and quickly escape to the side. Just the power they felt from this source was definitely not something they could contend with. If they didn't escape, they would all die without exception. If they wanted to escape, the Transcendent Association would not let them go. Some of the experts in the Transcendent Association had already received the news in secret. Their goal was to stall these people, as much as they could. The War and Association members fled. They immediately used their own techniques to stall their opponents. As long as he could delay them, the other party would definitely die. Gunai and the others were very close to him. He was not fast enough when he concealed his aura. However, at this moment, when they unleashed their full power, the situation was completely different for those peak stage 4 god emissaries and ancestor souls. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, some experts had already used their techniques to charge toward the battlefield. 435 The World War. Baraka, who was in the lead, crossed the distance of more than 10,000 meters. He directly entered the range of the Blood Sun. The supernatural beings of the Oya continent could not resist the strange power of the Blood Sun. However, a layer of divine power on Baraka's body turned into a solid barrier and easily blocked the strange burning power of the Blood Sunday. At the same time when they entered this area, Baraka slashed down with his semi-divine weapon. A cold light flashed. Swish! A second-level Oracle Bishop of the War Church was cut into 2. At the same time, the bishop's soul core was also shattered by the blade. This expert had fallen. After killing the war bishop, Baraka frowned. The extraordinaries from these medium to small extraordinaire worlds are too weak. As an ancestor soul expert of a major transcendent world, the ones he was fighting were all experts who had a decent understanding of intent, were skilled at using divine power, had cultivated intent scriptures, had powerful weapons, and were extremely talented in fighting. In the battle between the strong, he would naturally become stronger and stronger. However, the small Aoya continent didn't even have any decent books on the cultivation of power Upanishads. The difference was too great. Baraka was extremely fast and killed one of them in an instant. The other experts who used long-range god art abilities were not at a disadvantage either. Each of them went all out, easily killing the remaining 7 or 8 people. In fact, there were too few people left behind, while too many people came. As a result, some unlucky fellows were dealt a double blow. The Transcendent Association, which had left behind many experts from the Church and the evil god members, had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, they had never thought that the foreign reinforcements would be so powerful. They had crossed such a long distance to enter the battlefield and instantly killed the powerful enemy that they had found difficult to deal with. This made them feel slightly suffocated. And NBSP, at this moment, they understood why the evil gods were so determined to escape. These foreign reinforcements were truly too fierce. Don't let any of those who have escaped escape. Kill them all. Gunai's roar came from behind. These experts had no intention of letting the fleeing enemies go. With Gunai's order, they were even more determined to kill their enemies. Almost at the same time, the 13 fastest people, who had the ability to teleport, leaped and quickly chased after the 3 evil gods at the front. The Oracle Ancestor Souls and the others who had scattered in all directions did not give chase. And NBSP, they were fast, so they naturally chased after the evil god that ran the furthest and the fastest. As for the others, he would leave them to the others. The 13 of them moved as fast as lightning. And NBSP, using the powerful technique of crossing space, he quickly closed in on the 3 evil gods. Everyone! Baraka said in a deep voice as they flew. This evil god must not be left alive. After all, he is the core of our mission. We worked together to wipe out these 3 evil gods. That is a huge contribution. Baraka, don't worry. We want to kill this evil god more than you do. Someone said. Hee, Baraka, if you don't do anything and just watch from the side, we'll kill for you to see. How about it? That's right. The others all laughed. All of them had treasures to kill this evil god. They didn't even have time to take credit, so how could they not attack? No matter what, we can't let this evil god leave today. Yes, they're going to split up, so we'll split up as well. After we catch up to them, we can't give them any chance to escape. Don't worry. If we don't kill this evil god today, we won't have the face to return to our race. Today, I must kill this evil god. The dozen or so people who were closing in were all filled with killing intent. And NBSP, even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to kill all of them. At the same time, near the Origin Energy Absorption Formation, the remaining dozen or so foreign powerhouses also quickly chased after the fleeing oracles and ancestor souls. Their speed couldn't catch up to the evil gods, but it was more than enough to catch up to the oracles. At the same time, the Transcendent Association's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rank experts all scattered in pursuit. This was a crucial battle, so he had to contribute any bit of strength he had. For a time, auras and battle energy bloomed from all directions. It had only been a short while. Some of them had already chased him to the sea. Some went deep into the mountains in the north. Some of them had even entered the southern desert plateau. The speed of these experts was simply too fast. For a time, the entire Aoya continent was filled with endless battles. This was a battle that would engulf the entire Oya continent. It was a battle between the strongest powerhouses. Wherever these experts went, the aftermath of the divine power swept over. The mountain peak was easily shattered. If the waves accidentally spread to the town, they would either die or be injured. When the divine power vibration wave spread out, ordinary humans would be killed on the spot. The many transcendent masters and advanced powerhouses also felt the terrifying fluctuations. They did not know what had happened. However, they could guess that this time, the Aoya continent was going to change. At this moment, it was Gunai and the other injured First Order God emissaries who had nothing to do near the world's energy extraction formation. The people that Gunai could chase after had all been killed, and the ones that had escaped were not people that Gunai could catch up with. After all, Gunai didn't have any divine power. Compared to the experts who used divine power, he was much slower. If he had divine power, he would be able to hunt down the masters of the third and fourth ranks, as well as the Church of War. At this time, everyone was not idle, and everyone was paying attention to the battle situation in all directions. This battle situation was just as everyone had expected, it was completely one-sided. It could be seen from the crazy escape of the evil gods and church members just now. If they didn't escape, they would all die. Even if they escaped, if they couldn't escape, they would die. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. If those evil gods could use a portion of their strength, they might be able to fight back. However, their normal strength was restricted to below that of a demigod. Moreover, the more they burst out, the more they were suppressed, and the more terrifying the subsequent backlash would be. Those oracles and experts at the peak of the fourth level of the ancestral spirit realm were all extremely terrifying existences. Even if the evil god were to burst out with the power of a half-god for a period of time, they would be able to suppress it. And NBSP, this was also the reason why the evil gods fled without putting up any resistance. They knew that they would die if they resisted. In everyone's perception, the divine power of the war church and the evil god members was constantly being destroyed. If one's divine power was extinguished, then needless to say, one would be killed. He could feel the auras being extinguished one after another. Gunai felt an indescribable comfort and clarity in his heart. The shackles that had been suppressing the Oya continent for a long time were finally going to be broken. And this would usher in a new era for the Oya continent. 436 The New Era. After a few minutes, the battle began to enter its climax. The forces of the two churches were almost wiped out. Only one or two of the evil gods' subordinates were left. Only the three evil gods were still fighting. Even from 1,000 kilometers away, Gunai could feel the terrifying divine power. Even the waves formed by the battle swept over in waves. And NBSP, the battle between the three evil gods had entered an intense stage. This also meant that they had been entangled and could not escape at all. Death was also a matter of time. After all, the Dagon Mountains was a powerful faction in a large transcendent world like the sacred feather Dark Source. They were well aware of the means and strength of the invading evil gods. Gunai had told them so much in advance, so they must have prepared many methods. The defeat of the evil god and the others was almost certain. Gunai gradually recovered. Then, he turned his attention to the world origin energy extraction array below. As he pondered, Gunai began to attack the formation with his demon corrosion blade. Boom! 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 Under Gunai's attack, the formation began to shine with all kinds of light. Seeing Gunai's attack, the other oracles also began to attack the formation. No one was able to block them. Naturally, the formation couldn't stop the attacks of Gunai and the others. After a while, it was accompanied by the sound of boom 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 of collapse. The huge array that extracted the world's natural source shattered. Seeing the destruction of the world origin extraction formation, everyone's hearts trembled. It was because of this array that extracted the world's origin that the Transcendent Association in the north was forced into a passive position. I've finally broken this damn thing. Someone let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed. After breaking this thing, our world will not have to worry about the withering period and the death of living beings. However, I still managed to absorb quite a bit. That's something that can't be helped. All of a sudden, everyone sensed something and involuntarily looked at their surroundings. They were all powerhouses, so they could naturally feel the will of the world's origin gathering. Their actions had clearly been sensed by the world's origin. The will of the world's origin transmitted a slight thought. You guys did a great job. His voice echoed in the sky. Everyone could feel the joy from the depths of the world's will. A moment later, the intent that enveloped him slowly dissipated. The great world's origin. Just as it dissipated, Gunai used his world power Upanishad to communicate with the world's origin. The scattered world origin gathered around Gunai once more. The origin of the world responded. Great world origin, I want to start a world war that transcends the distance of time and space. Gunai said. The world origin didn't respond to Gunai. On the contrary, the other oracles' faces changed. A world war could not be started so easily. And Gunai couldn't just casually say he wanted to open it. Not only did he have to seek the approval of the world's principal will, but he also had to obtain the approval of the world's principal will. He also needed the approval of the three great empires and the Transcendent Association. After all, once a world war broke out, it was a war that could only be won by exhausting the strength of an entire world. And if they couldn't win, then the world would definitely decline and be devoured. Sir Gunai, isn't this a bit too rash? At this time, a God's messenger expert frowned and said. I've already discussed this with the supernatural organization in secret. Starting a world war is the inevitable choice of our Oya continent. Gunai said as he looked at the expert. This was something that Gun had discussed with Muron, Dylan III, and the other top powers. If the Oya continent wanted to grow stronger, a world war was inevitable. Gunai needed to use this method to expand Bloody Dream's territory. Seeking the approval of the world's principal will at this time was also a very useful part in essence. If the world's origin will did not agree, it would be confined and would not absorb the power of other worlds. He would not be able to strengthen himself. And no one could enjoy the benefits of the world's expansion. If the world's origin agreed, things would be much easier. As long as everyone could occupy the transcendent world. Help the world's origin to build the strange domain passage. Then, the world's origin could absorb the transcendent world into itself. It was as if the wall between the two rooms had been broken through. As time passed, the two worlds would eventually merge into one. And when enough extraordinary worlds were accommodated, the Oya continent would become the core of the absorption, absorbing all the transcendent worlds that were close enough. This was how the high-dimensional transcendent world, Holy Hajar, came about. Of course, the absorption and fusion of the two worlds was time-consuming, easily thousands of years. However, the construction of the strange domain passage was very simple. And the establishment of this connection was the key to Gunai's trip to the various transcendent worlds to establish the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai had used the Door of Ancient Shadow to enter the Holy Hirjar and the Holy Feather Dark Origin. He knew the coordinates of the teleportation, so he could accurately locate it. As for the worlds in the depths of the starry sky, Gunai had no way of finding their specific coordinates and locating them. At that time, he would need to use the will of the world's origin. In one world, one would know the position of the other world very well. The origin of the world could find the corresponding teleportation coordinates. This way, Gunai could be sent to the Blood Dream Arena. This was Gunai's true goal. World wars, strange domain passages, and so on would all be byproducts of Blood Dream Arena's occupation of a world. After the Blood Dream Arena took over a world, Gunai could establish a force loyal to him. Once the time was right and the strange domains passage opened, many experts would enter. Those who were willing to join could join the Blood Dream Arena Alliance, and those who were not would be killed. After that, he would be able to unify the entire world and make it a world under Blood Dream's control, contributing a steady stream of power to Blood Dream. In fact, if the Blood Dream Arena's influence in the transcendent world could be like the Dawn Light origin race in Holy Hirjar and establish an effective conversion method, it would allow the Blood Dream Arena to sweep across the transcendent world. In that case, a powerful invasion might not be necessary. He would use the origin of the world to find a detailed world, and then Gunai would use the ancient Shadow Gate to find the teleportation point, where he would release it and receive the sacrifice. This was the best way for Gunai to steadily increase his strength. If Gunai had to rely on himself, he wouldn't have had the time to explore the starry sky and slowly discover the transcendent worlds. Danger, 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 danger. After waiting for a long time, the voice of the world's origin slowly came. The world's war can strengthen the world. I'm the only one who can do it. I'm the only one who can destroy the world. The world's war, the 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 war. After explaining his will, the world's origin slowly dissipated. The experts who had witnessed the entire process couldn't help but be moved. All of a sudden, they began to discuss among themselves. Approaching danger, what kind of danger? Isn't the evil god that wants to destroy the world about to be destroyed? I'm not sure, but since the world's principle will said that there's danger, then there must be danger. I'm guessing that this might be related to the creatures of calamity. A creature of calamity. Quite a few people looked over. I've heard about it too. It's said that it's a very terrifying and strange creature. If we let them be, a world can be easily destroyed. The danger that the world's origin mentioned is most likely these extremely dangerous creatures of disaster. Everyone was in the middle of a discussion. Everyone's mind was suddenly moved. They turned the railway around at the same time and looked in the same direction in the distance. A wave of energy bloomed magnificently like brilliant fireworks before quickly withering away. This was the fall of a god. 437 The destruction of evil gods. It's that guy, giant god. Yes, it's him. This vicious fellow is finally dead. In the past, it was the group of admirers of this man who loved to do some shocking killing business, and they would easily slaughter an entire village. Now, that fellow is finally going to suffer the consequences. And NBSP, these evil gods invaded our world and wanted to destroy it. Damn! Indeed, he should die. Everyone was indignant. If we start a world war in the future, won't we also become invaders? Someone glanced at Gunai, who was not far away, and whispered. The essence is the same. It's just that the way they eat is not so ugly. After a while, someone said indifferently. However, the nature of this world has always been like this, hasn't it? Someone retorted. Hee, Ying Luo. The others chuckled. Who could say otherwise? These experts were all smart people and saw things very clearly. These guys seem to be criticizing my actions. Gunai thought to himself. To be honest, I really don't have any plans to invade other worlds. I just want to put up the Blood Dream Arena to recruit more subordinate forces and obtain more resources. An old man in a scholar's robe said softly. Actually, if it's just the communication of the extraordinary region passages between worlds, commercial activities, and resource exchange, it might not be an invasion even if the worlds don't absorb each other. When the old man said this, many people immediately looked over. In some ancient literature, there are related theses. It talks about the balanced framework between worlds. The strange domain channel itself is a channel for communication on the world level. However, once the communication channel is established, you can't be sure if I will invade, and I can't be sure if you will invade. Thus, a chain of suspicion is naturally established. Even if the two sides communicate and exchange resources, when one side becomes stronger, it may not be guaranteed that they will not attack. The more ideal situation would be for both parties to only exchange resources and information, which would be beneficial to both parties. In fact, the established channels to the wondrous zones are basically judged as intruders. Therefore, many gods in the extraordinary world will only communicate with the outside world by themselves. They will not easily build a channel for communication. On the one hand, it is to maintain their own sovereignty over the world. On the other hand, it is to prevent the invasion of more powerful gods. Someone asked. Senior Abat, if an oracle were to become a god, they would still need to care about the number of believers in the outside extraordinary world and maintain their faith. It is understandable that they would not build a channel to communicate with the outside world. If it's an ancestor soul powerhouse, then they don't need to care about the believers of this world. They should be able to establish a communication channel with the outside world. Of course, but the problem is, if you are an ancestor soul powerhouse, and you become stronger day by day, this world will not have the power of faith for you, and even the entire extraordinary world will not be of any help to you. Do you still need to stay in this world and painstakingly manage the passage to the group of worlds? The scholar named Abat said. The man was stunned. Oracles and gods needed to maintain stability and not communicate with the outside world. As for ancestor souls and sainthood, they didn't need a world, and they wouldn't spend the effort to construct a passage to the wondrous domain to establish an exchange. Wouldn't it be nice to head to a large transcendent world? Indeed, Gunai nodded. For those powerful gods, it would be a good idea to go to a more powerful world after their promotion. For the current Gun, he was only a saint, so he had to develop step by step in Gronton and cultivate his own power in the Blood Dream arena. He had to establish the Blood Dream world system. This way, he would be able to expand to more worlds when he became stronger in the future. Everyone was discussing in low voices. A few minutes passed. Then, everyone looked in the same direction again. Another dazzling divine power bloomed and then disappeared. Another god had fallen. It was the human-faced flower mother goddess. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he felt the death of the human-faced flower mother. Now that the human-faced flower mother god is dead, Misha and the others can't escape. When this is over, it's almost time to kill Misha. I don't even have to do anything. The members of the Transcendent Association will not only surround and annihilate the remains of those evil gods. But I still need to deal with this Misha myself. After a while. Boom! A particularly surging divine power surged and bloomed in a dazzling manner. Everyone who felt the explosion of divine power was stunned. Gunai also frowned. This explosion of divine power is too powerful. I'm afraid there will be casualties. We'll know the result later. At this moment, many experts of the Transcendent Association felt a wave of comfort in their hearts. The three evil gods were all dead. It had been more than a century. Invade the Oya continent. The evil god and the South Church, which had caused a great deal of destruction, were finally destroyed with the death of the priest. An indescribable and wonderful emotion surged in everyone's heart. The era of the Church and the invasion of the evil gods is finally over. The entire Oya continent will welcome a new era of steam and machinery. Gunai thought to himself. With Mu Shen's death, everyone was relieved. The battle that had spread to every corner of the continent had ended. The Transcendent Association and the experts who had come to support them also began to gather here. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the Transcendent Association's people had arrived one after another. Every expert from the Transcendent Association who returned had a smile on their faces. Obviously, they were also aware of the victory of this battle. This was a new chapter in the history of the Oya continent. Gunai. Murand flew over. Senior, he said. In a few days, there will be an important meeting regarding some issues after this battle as well as the expansion of the Oya continent that you mentioned earlier, Murand said in a low voice. I know that. Gunai nodded. After this battle, the three northern empires would have no more obstacles. The division of the vast territory of the South Wind, as well as the division of the North, the depths of the ocean, and the other territories of the continent, had to be discussed properly. If they won, they would naturally split the fruits of victory. Everyone waited for a moment. Only then did the foreign experts return one after another. Baraka and the others were the last to return. Baraka said as he bowed to Gunai. Mr. Gunai, we killed the three evil gods on the spot. What are the casualties? Gunai asked. 2 of them died in the final self-destruction of the evil god called Shepherd. Baraka replied. Gunai nodded. Death was inevitable. I will compensate the forces that the dead belong to. Gunai's eyes swept over the surrounding powerhouses. You've come from afar to help the Oya continent kill the evil god and destroy the South Church. After this victory, you can rest in the Oya continent for a few days. It's not too late to leave after the celebration. Baraka and the others couldn't refuse Gunai's offer. Thank you, Sir Gunai. 438 Chapter 86, Bright Dawn and Kiwan. After a few days, a piece of news was published through the Supernatural Daily. Although there had been rumors spreading in the past few days, there was still a lot of news. But when it was published by the Supernatural Daily, which was an official and authoritative newspaper, it was clear that the news was even more shocking and shocking. The destruction of evil gods and churches, the beginning of a new era in the Oya continent. This was the title used in the article. The space below it reported in detail the war in the Oya continent, the battle process of the Church of Healing and the destruction of the three evil gods. Even though the content of the report was just a simple and straightforward description. However, every single word in it struck the reader's heart. The confrontation between the North and South had lasted for thousands of years. The arrival of the evil god cast a shadow of danger and destruction over the entire continent. And now, all of a sudden, the church that had once ruled the continent and fought against the Northern Empire had been destroyed. The evil god that brought danger to the Oya continent was also killed. The old chapter had already been covered. The Oya continent was indeed about to enter a new era. Very quickly, this piece of news was spread to every corner of the continent in the Blood Dream Arena. In just one day, the entire Oya continent was caught in the shock of this news. The old era of history had passed. A new dawn was about to be born. And the new world was divided in the Star Tower. The Star Tower. In front of the ancient shadow door, after sending off the many reinforcements from the sacred Feather Darkness origin continent, Gunai finally let out a sigh of relief. The thought of the celebration over the past few days gave Gunai a headache. So many experts had come to help the Oya continent resolve the crisis. Naturally, they had to be treated with care. Fortunately, these few days of socializing had finally passed. Gunai let out a long breath. Muron and Black Rosa laughed. They could tell that Gun didn't like this kind of social interaction, but it couldn't be helped. Gunai didn't even have time to rest. Muland, who had already flown over, reminded him in a low voice. The leaders of Yulan, Adamantium, and the Saint Ruya Empire are still waiting in the living room. Gunai raised his eyebrows. The division of territory. Yes, I am. Muland nodded. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, Gunai spread his hands. But the world war has something to do with you, right? Murand laughed. Since we occupy more territory, we naturally have to send more troops. Also, there are some other matters that they need to discuss with you in detail. All right then, Gunai shrugged his shoulders. Gunai wasn't interested in the division of territories. However, he was still quite interested in the world war. When they arrived at the living room, the three rulers of the empire were waiting there. The Emperor of the Yulan Empire, Dylan III. The Great Duke of the Black Jade Empire, Yaders Kaslort. And the President of the Saint Liuya Federal Empire, Saint Rol Piazza. Sir Gunai. The three of them first saluted Gunai. The current Gun was different from the past, whether it was his future position as a saint or a god, his identity as a great follower, or the followers of the Lord of Nightmares. They couldn't afford to offend them. Three seniors. Gunai slightly bowed. I don't know much about territory, so I hope the three seniors can discuss it among themselves. As long as you two don't fight, it'll be fine. Gunai sneered. The three of them chuckled. They wouldn't fight, but quarrels would be inevitable. After all, a territory was an extremely rich resource to them. This was more important than anything else. The three of you, I'll take you to the conference room. It's a big place, and it'll be convenient for you to expand your territory. Muran said. The three of them nodded and did not refuse. A moment later, Miland, who had brought the three of them into the meeting room, returned. Before he could sit down, Dylan Ii's voice was already filled with anger. The Church of Healing shares a border with our Yulan Empire. I want all of the Church of Healing's territory. Bulsh *T. The Black Jade Empire has more borders. Logically speaking, I should be the one taking them all. How about this? You two can split the territory of the Church of Healing, and the rest will belong to us, Saint Ruya. What do you think? You're crazy, with so many territories, aren't you afraid of bursting? Hehe, there's nothing special about our Saint Ruya. We just have a big appetite. Why don't we join forces and destroy this Saint Ruya first? I think this is a good suggestion, Ying Luo. Soon, the argument became more and more intense. Fortunately, I didn't get involved. Gunai felt lucky. Sitting down, Murand casually waved his hand. An invisible barrier had already isolated the living room from the outside world, and also stopped the three people's quarrel. While drinking coffee, Gugni, Miland, and Black Rosa began to chat. As for the matter of the World War, it would be better to wait until the ruler of an empire finished discussing it. Do you still want to cultivate in seclusion, or do you want to talk about Ying Luo? Murand asked softly. A world war doesn't actually require much of my power. I've decided to cultivate in seclusion. At the very least, I have to advance to the demigod realm. Gunai said. That's true. Murand nodded slightly. The first, second, third, and fourth levels of the Saint Plane were all unable to use divine power. They were very weak compared to the divine envoy and the ancestral spirit. However, it would be different once he became a demigod. Those in the Saint Plane would catch up from behind and easily suppress those in the ancestor soul plane. Recently, those creatures have begun to appear in our Aoya continent. There are also many groups of creatures infiltrating the surrounding area. If you have time, you can go and check it out. Murand said softly. These words made Gunai frown. The creatures of calamity were indeed a problem, and a very big problem. Gun also heard that after someone killed the members of the church and the masters from the foreign lands, they used their psychic abilities to investigate the souls of some of them. The information given by these souls was that the catastrophe source creatures would pose a terrifying threat. It might even cause a catastrophe. At the same time, these strange creatures would appear in every corner of the Gulantan world group and the surrounding world groups. The ability to cross extremely long distances in space and time was also a unique ability of this strange creature. I understand. The three of them were chatting. Soon, half an hour had passed. At this moment, the door of the meeting room opened. The three rulers of the empire filed out. Although their argument had been very intense, they were all calm at this moment, not affected by the argument at all. The discussion is over so quickly. Murand cast a sidelong glance over. The general direction has been decided, but the details still need to be discussed. However, that will take a lot of time, so there is no need to waste too much time here. Dylan 3 said. The three of them then sat down on a large sofa. Since everyone is here, I'll leave it to you. Then, Gunai, tell me your plan for the world war. Murand looked at Gunai. Since Gunai was the one who started the world war, he had to lead it. After all, Gunai did have the ability and strength to do so. Moreover, no one would be dissatisfied. Even if they did, they would have to hold it in. Ladies and gentlemen. After a moment of silence, Gunai spoke. 439 Giving Blood Dream Arena. I'm one of the followers of the Great Lord of Nightmares. As you all know, I'm one of them. The Blood Dream Arena was created by the Great Lord of Nightmares. You should know how powerful the Blood Dream Arena is. The reason why I want to start a world war is to use the power of the world's origin to find and locate the many transcendent worlds in the ancient floating dragon world group. Then, we can accurately locate the teleportation point of the transcendent world. and then complete the deployment of Blood Dream Arena. This is also something that must be done as a follower of the Lord of Nightmare. Gunai paused. In fact, as long as we find these worlds and complete the deployment, and the Blood Dream world quickly expands in that world, then, there would be no need to mobilize resources and manpower to invade at all. Hearing Gunai's words, everyone looked at each other in shock. They had thought that Gunai was going to use the same method as before to open a portal and directly occupy a transcendent world. From the looks of it, Gunai's main goal was to set up the Blood Dream Arena. To be more precise, he was serving the Lord of Nightmares and expanding his influence. Then, what good will it do for us if Sir Gunai were to set up the Blood Dream Arena? Dylan 3 asked softly. The benefits are naturally huge. It can even be said that it far surpasses the occupation of a transcendent world. Gunai explained. Once it's released, it can be controlled by spells and blood crystals of all levels. We can manage the Blood Dream Arena in the transcendent world in our world. Furthermore, after the deployment, Gunai began to explain the case of the Holy Feather's dark origin. He also began to come up with a blueprint for the management of the Holy Feather's dark source, as well as the Blood Dream Ring and Blood Dream coins that Gunai was about to mass produce. As Gunai explained, everyone's faces changed. The Blood Dream Ring in the Blood Dream Arena could be used to complete a cross-world transaction. When Gunai explained, everyone was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately felt that it contained a huge amount of resources and benefits. Previously, they had already felt the terrifying power of the Blood Dream Arena's online trading from the Oya continent. However, he did not expect that after it expanded, the Blood Dream Arena would actually be able to cross the extremely distant starry sky. This was a little too terrifying. Once the Blood Dream Arena expanded sufficiently, almost all the extraordinary humans in this world would enter the Blood Dream Arena. After each person had a Blood Dream Ring on their hand, a massive amount of resources would be sent into the Blood Dream Arena. And the Blood Dream Arena was in their hands. At that time, they would be able to purchase the resources of a transcendent world as they wished. The Blood Dream Arena was a divine weapon that could permeate an entire world. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a world god weapon. As Gunai explained, everyone felt the terror of the Blood Dream Arena. This was a divine tool for harvesting. He waited for these people to digest the information carefully and fully realize the great role of the Blood Dream Arena. Gunai continued. I'll get a lot of Blood Dream Arena from the Lord of Nightmare and give it to you. Communicate with the world's origin and find the coordinates of the transcendent world's teleportation array. Enter that transcendent world and complete the deployment. Then, how you use this Blood Dream Arena to expand your power will depend on your own methods and strength. If we operate it well, the Blood Dream Arena will expand rapidly in a year and a half. You've all seen the speed of its expansion. It's an explosive expansion. If you can't use the Blood Dream Arena to disperse the power of the Blood Dream Ruler, you can't use this to obtain a vast amount of resources to strengthen yourself. Then don't blame me for falling behind. I've already done my best to give you the arena of the Bloody Dream. The future will be in your hands. The three rulers of the empire all had grave expressions. They understood the importance of this. Once they succeeded, the resources of the world would be drawn in continuously. Their forces would also continue to grow and expand, and then rapidly strengthen. If they fell behind, others would definitely replace them. After the few of them thought about it, Gunai waved his hand. 9 basketball-sized Blood Dream Arena appeared around Gunai. This is the Blood Dream Arena. By casting a spell, you can expand your influence in the transcendent world. It's essentially no different from the Blood Dream Arena in the Oya continent, where we live. If you feel it carefully, you'll know a lot of content. At the same time, you can't skip the necessary sacrifices. There are detailed rules in it. If you miss the sacrifice, the Lord of Nightmare will take back your authority. With that, Gunai waved his hand, and the 3 Blood Dream Arenas fell into the hands of the 3 Empire rulers. Using the power of the three great empires to expand was obviously a very good idea. At least Gunai didn't have to spend too much effort on these things. In fact, as time passed, the three great empires of the Oya continent would definitely do their best to expand and occupy more extraordinary worlds. After all, the more they occupied, the more resources they would obtain, and the more powerful they would be. The three leaders of the empire asked Gunai a few more questions, and then left with the arena. All we need to do is wait for the three great empires to continue expanding. Gunai thought. As time passes, Gronton and the Holy Feathers Darkness Pool will be continuously devoured by the Blood Dream Arena. In the end, they will become my source of power. Gunai. Muron, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. What? Gunai looked over. Now, the crisis of the evil gods and the church in the Oya continent has been resolved. However, the crisis of the land of mutation and the creatures of disaster in Suanji has not been resolved yet. We cannot let our guard down. After all, this is a more terrifying danger than the evil gods. Yes. Gunai nodded. I know that. I don't have many clues at the moment. I'll have to ask the Lord of Nightmare about this. For the next period of time, I still need to cultivate in the Starry Sky Watchtower. After all, my current strength is not very strong. I'm only a first-level saint. At the same time, I'll slowly find a way to solve the problem of these creatures of calamity. If there's any important news, I'll inform you in time. Yes. Murand nodded slightly. All right, Senior, I'll go to the secret cultivation room first. You can go. Gunai then stood up and walked back to his secret room. On the way, Gunai began to think. I'll start with the construction of Bloodream's mechanical factory first. After buying so many things, coupled with the energy tower, mechanical heart, and a large amount of life metal, it won't be a problem at all to build the mechanical life factory. Once the construction is complete, the Blood Dream coins and Blood Dream ring will be produced in large quantities. After the creation is completed, it's time to find that Misha and end the remaining heathens of the Human Face Flower sect. After that, I'll have to make a trip to the Great Ruler, Andrew. In the end, the creature of calamity still has to ask this powerful ruler, Gunai thought. 440 Chapter 88 Life Machinery Factory. The world of Bloody Sea. The current Blood Sea could already be regarded as a real Blood Sea. At the edge of the Blood Sea, over 100 blood rivers continued to flow into the Blood Sea. There were more than 10 blood rivers that flowed into the Blood Sea like ordinary streams. 3 of them had already formed a small river. The river water flowed continuously and eventually converged into the Blood Sea. At the same time, a small number of fish-like creatures had been born in the Blood Sea. Gunai didn't even know where the fish came from. The entire world of Bloody Sea had already become a living world of Bloody Sea that had its own ecosystem. According to the ancient records that I've read, even if a blood source curse mancer were to become a god, their Blood Sea would still be an energy pool. It's a dead existence and can't give birth to life, much less develop into an ecosystem. However, the development of my Blood Sea is completely different from the path of ordinary blood source curse mancers. Is it because my Blood Sea scriptures level is too high that it's causing this change, or is it because I've digested a large amount of the ruler's flesh and blood that it's causing this change, or is it both? After thinking for a while, Gunai gradually collected his thoughts. No matter what, this is a good thing. The bigger this Blood Sea is, the stronger the energy level is, and the more powerful I am. Now, even if I encounter a powerful rank 2 or 3 oracle or ancestral spirit, I can still resist them with my Blood Sea. I didn't waste so much power, energy, and methods to expand my Blood Sea. Furthermore, this sea of blood that is digesting the ruler's flesh and blood will become the key for me to become a ruler creature in the future. Gunai then looked down at the 50 islands scattered across the Blood Sea. Each of the 50 islands had a blood pool with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 5 meters. Within the blood pools, there was a crown of a god's oracle. Gun checked and saw that many of the Blood Dream Elf embryos in the Divine Crown had already grown to the point where they were about to be born. The number of elves that had been born from the first Holy Throne Crown had already reached more than 3,000. There were so many Blood Dream Elves. At this time, most of the Blood Dream Elves were at the sacrificial passage, receiving the sacrifices. At the same time, they had collected the blood crystals and regularly contacted the Blood Dream Elves at the Blood Dream Arena to throw the blood crystals over. Apart from that, the first batch of Blood Dream Elves continued to patrol the 50 islands. Once a Blood Dream Elf was born, they would bring it back and learn about the relevant information. When the population of the tribe was large enough, they could return to their own Blood Dream Elf tribe and develop themselves. It was all thanks to Bloodsea's powerful and independent specialty, as well as a massive amount of sacrificial resources. These Blood Dream Elves were growing stronger by the day. Gunai didn't even need to do anything. They would follow Gunai's orders to complete the sacrifice, the deployment of blood crystals, and the expansion of the arena. When the Blood Dream Elves are born, the entire Blood Sea will become prosperous. Gunai thought. After some thought, Gunai landed on an island that was almost the size of a large town. Then, Gunai took out many materials from the system space and began to build the Life Machine Factory. Gunai wanted to build a Life Machine source power factory that specialized in making Blood Dream Ring and Blood Dream coins. As a vital metal, it had the characteristic of self-recovery. Through the absorption of source power, it would slowly recover. This was also why the Life Machinery Factory had such a shocking and long-lasting vitality. Although the price was a little more expensive, in the long run, it was worth it to build a Life Machinery Factory. Otherwise, Gunai wouldn't have the time to repair the Life Machine Factory. According to the blueprint and the corresponding incantation, Gun began to build the Life Machine Factory. A few days later, a Blood Dream Coin Factory with an Origin Machine Tower had been completed. The Blood Sea also contained a certain amount of Origin power. It was enough to supply the Source Power Machine Towers. Let's try it first. Gunai thought. As Gunai's power of the will surged, the entire Life Machine Source Power Factory began to operate. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The factory had only been running for a minute, and before the exit could even spit out any Blood Dream coins, the entire factory had already died. There's still a problem. Gunai's eyes twitched. It can't be that unscrupulous merchant scamming people, right? Yes, maybe I have some problems with the assembly. Check it carefully again according to this drawing. 2 hours later, Gunai had eliminated a few problems. He then used his power of the will to start up the factory that was the size of 3 or 4 villas. As the energy of the Source Power Machine Tower began to operate, the entire factory began to work in an orderly manner. The blood in the Blood Sea was being continuously drawn out. At the same time, the power of faith accumulated in the statue of the Lord of Nightmare in the distance was also extracted. The blood of the Ancient One, the faith of the Ancient One, and the incantations of the Ancient One's innate abilities were all combined to form the Blood Dream Coin. A moment later, a large number of Blood Dream coins, the size of ordinary gold coins, appeared. It flowed out from the coin outlet. 1,000 Blood Dream coins were produced in a second. In a single day, he had earned 86.4 million Blood Dream coins. Furthermore, that was only the most basic amount of one Blood Dream coin. And Gun was going to create 5 Life Machine Source Power Factories. The face value was 1, 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000. Once the machines were all activated, Gunai would be able to produce over 900 billion Blood Dream coins in a day. If he needed more in the future, the 100,000 or even the 1 million could be created with a machine. All Blood Dream coins corresponded to the resources offered. If he wanted to obtain Blood Dream coins, he would have to exchange them for resources. The manufacturing cost of the Blood Dream coins was minuscule. After that, Gunai began to build the Blood Dream coin and ring factories. Half a month later, Gu Ni had completed all the mechanical factories. At the same time, he also gave it a try. All the machinery factories could operate in full. Then, Gun looked at the island where the first blood dream elves had been born. Blood killer. Gunai said. The patriarch of the blood dream elves, Bloodkul, was currently training in a secret chamber. Gunai's voice boomed like thunder in his sea of soul. Immediately, the meditating Skoker kneeled on the ground devoutly, his body trembling slightly as he said respectfully, "Great Father." Gunai's voice slowly sounded again. "I've already built a factory to manufacture blood dream coins and blood dream rings." Gunai took out a stone tablet and waved it. The stone slab crossed the distance and landed in front of Sanguine, who was lying on the ground. The location of the factory and how to operate it is included in this. At the same time, there's also a comparison of the value of the blood dream coins of the offerings, as well as the price of the blood dream ring. Other than sacrificing the blood crystals to enter the blood dream world, all sacrifices have to be paid in blood dream coins. Only then can the blood dream coins be circulated in the blood dream world. "Yes, Great Father, yes," Nickel replied respectfully. The amount of blood dream coins he had obtained from the sacrifice was not considered much. After all, the corpse and blood of a transcendent creature weren't worth much. If they could be exchanged for blood dream coins, it would be enough for a large number of extraordinary humans to offer sacrifices continuously. 441 The final chapter of Misa. After giving his orders, Gunai calmed down. Thanks to the feedback from his blood dream coins and the gradual popularization of the blood dream ring, he was able to obtain a blood dream ring. Soon, a large number of extraordinaries would offer a large number of sacrifices in order to obtain the blood dream ring. By then, the world of Bloody Sea would be expanded on a large scale. This would also allow blood dream coins to be circulated rapidly in the arena. After doing all this, Gunai's consciousness returned. The CO soul of the devil was still guarding the blood sea. Gunai stood up. Gunai then looked to the east. Compared to the others, Gunai was more likely to sense the presence of the creatures of calamity in the Eastern Ocean. In fact, there were quite a few of them. Gunai had heard before that creatures of calamity had appeared at the edge of the world. Now it seemed that this was even more serious than what Gunai had heard. "Let's go there and check out the situation. We also need to end the hidden force of Maisha's group." After setting up a divination ritual and using some of Mazar's blood to confirm his location, Gun took out the ancient shadow door and headed to a portal in the deep sea. When the Supernatural Daily published the news about the evil god and the South Church were destroyed, the human-faced Flower Church and many other branches still didn't quite believe it. They had tried to verify it in many ways, but they could not get a response from Mother God. He also checked the human-faced flower goddess Mother's statue in several places and found that the statue was broken. Finally, the people of this hidden force began to disband. And after nearly a month of fermentation, out of the 7 human-faced Flower Church branches, 4 of them had quietly disbanded without the rule of the human-faced Flower Mother God. If they didn't disband, the Transcendent Association would come looking for them sooner or later, and they would all die. After disbanding, he could hide his identity and change his appearance. Perhaps he could have a good ending. In the depths of the Sea of Fog, Liyuan Aqua Mist Island. This was one of the hiding places of the Church of Human-Faced Flowers. The atmosphere in the underground meeting room was gloomy and oppressive. The 7 or 8 extraordinaries all had heavy expressions. The main reason this branch had not been disbanded was that Mesa had already advanced to level 8 extraordinary. In addition to her powerful strength as the human-faced flower queen, she could naturally restrain the many extraordinary people here. However, even so, there were 2 extraordinary masters who had secretly left, and their whereabouts were unknown. "Everyone," Misha's voice echoed in the secret chamber. Everyone looked over. "The Ardent Source Aqua Mist Island we are on is a very well-hidden island. Within this empty source space, the Transcendent Association will not be able to discover us. We only need to put on a disguise and slowly develop. It won't take too long for me to use the treasures given to me by Mother God to become an ancestor soul powerhouse. Then, I'll slowly become a demigod, or even a god. There was hope for Mesa to become a god, which was one of the reasons why these people had the courage to gather. However, Michael and Beta have betrayed the organization. If they accidentally leak our location, we will be in deep trouble. Someone said in a low voice. Don't worry, there was a hint of killing intent in her words. I will personally eliminate these two traitors and ensure the concealment of the spatial zone of the Lai Yuan Water Mist Island. Although that was what she said. However, everyone's expressions were still not relaxed. In the past, they still had the Oracle, the Ancestral Spirit, and the three gods to resist the Northern Extraordinary Society, preventing them from acting recklessly. And now, the moment they were discovered, the experts of the Transcendent Association would immediately come to suppress and kill them. And when faced with powerhouses on the level of oracles and ancestral spirits, they had no power to resist. After discussing some other matters, Misha stood up and said, "All right, this time's meeting has come to an end. Everyone, you don't have to worry too much. Our Ardent Source Aqua Mist Island won't be in any danger. After all, the Transcendent Association's power is currently focused on their share of the territory, and there's also that area that they're not interested in." Her words obviously didn't have much effect. After hearing this, the other 7 people in the meeting room got up and wanted to leave. At this moment, a round of applause sounded in the dark. Pa, pa, pa. The applause was strange and abrupt. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Just as they wanted to do something, they found that they were completely unable to move. It was a very good speech. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps, and Gunai quietly walked out from a dark corner. When they saw it was Gunai, a sense of despair filled their hearts. Gun Lawrence. None of them didn't know him. He was the follower of the Lord of Nightmares, the future god's spawn, and was said to be the indirect controller of the Blood Dream Arena. More importantly, they knew about the grudge between the Flower Queen and Gunai. According to the information they had received, this Gunnier Lawrence had already become a saint. Now that Gunai had come, none of them would be able to escape. Even though they were all transcendent masters. However, in front of a sage, a transcendent master had no room for resistance. They would die no matter what. Despair and distortion filled her pretty face. Gun stood in front of her, looking at her. He's already a level 8 transcendent. He's growing quite fast. Do you still remember what I told you? Your mother god, that evil god, was killed by me. Although I didn't kill her personally, she was killed by the people I invited over. You can say that you died indirectly by my hands. And you, Gun narrowed his eyes at her. You will die by my hands today. Gun looked at her trembling body. He chuckled. Don't play those little tricks, you're so weak. A 2-vein soul source core with pitifully weak wood elemental enlightenment and water elemental enlightenment. Even if I were standing here, you wouldn't be able to cause me any harm. Father has misjudged you. You're pitifully weak. Gunai shook his head. Gunai then waved his hand. Except for Mesa, the other 7 people all died in an instant. His soul source core shattered completely. Then, the body disappeared. Gunai had thrown it into the blood sea to become nutrients. Gugni placed his hand on her forehead. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the ancient Nirvana world. The Flower Emperor's body is really well hidden. Gunai tried to sense it. The deepest part of the sea at the edge of the world, right? Gun looked at her with a smile. In an instant, fear and despair emerged in the depths of her eyes. The human-faced Flower Emperor was her greatest asset. As long as the human-faced Flower Emperor did not die, she would not die. And if the Flower Emperor was discovered, then she would die without a doubt. Grabbing her, Gun jumped up and followed the path of dark power Upanishad. Gunai immediately arrived in the air above the empty origin space. He raised his hand into the air. The darkness and destruction power Upanishads intertwined. A moment later, a destructive energy ball with a diameter of 1 meter had gathered. Gunai then threw it down. Boom! The destructive power swept through every corner of the empty origin space. No one was spared. After the aftershock rippled back and forth 2 or 3 times, and after confirming that no one was lucky enough to survive, they were all stunned. Gugni then took Maze out and left the tunnel. Escape! Frantically scurrying. At this time, Mesa's flower emperor body was quickly escaping from the immaculate fertile soil of the deep sea. Whoosh! The world layer of the unblemished soil was directly torn apart. Gugni had brought Misa to a level that the creature couldn't reach. The human-faced flower emperor, who was 10,000 meters away, was fleeing at full speed. However, as a plant, it was not fast enough. Gunai waved his hand. Hwala. A sea of blood bloomed around Gunai. Then, a river of blood quickly flowed away. Then, the blood river gently rolled up and the human-faced flower emperor was already rolled up. The blood sea's ability allowed Gunai to extend his power 10,000 meters away. However, Gunai had never used the power of the blood sea in the outside world. Even the flower emperor body couldn't resist Gunai. Do you have any last words? Gun looked at her with a calm expression. At this time, Mesa had also calmed down. She knew that she was not far from death. The catastrophe has come. You can't escape. Soon, you'll be like me. She said gloomily. Grand tribulation, death. Gunai laughed. Misha. If you're smart enough, you'll be able to find some clues from Blood Dream Arena? She narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she looked up with a look of disbelief. You're so silly, this is impossible. Mayasha glared at Gunai and gritted her teeth. Nothing is impossible, Gunai shook his head. The great creature of Cruces, the source of fear above the stars, the lord of immortality who can reverse life and death, the indescribable master of nightmares, is me, Gun Lawrence. So, the catastrophe for you, perhaps, this is my chance to become an utmost being. Therefore, you can die in peace. Farewell, my dear sister. Impossible, Yingluo, you're going to die, Yingluo. After her last wail, Gugni threw her into the blood sea, along with her body. Soon, the wails were drowned out by the sea of blood. Hoo. After getting rid of Misha, Gun let out a long sigh of relief. The death of Misha was already destined. The incident with Mesa had come to an end, but there were still many things that had come. For example, the catastrophe that Misha had mentioned. According to Gunai's information, this might really be a catastrophe. After a moment of thought, Gunai left the soil. 442 Devil Chi Yuan. In the depths of the endless blood sea, the viscous blood was almost frozen. Andrew Sean Mayo's huge tentacles gently waved in the sea of blood. The blood crystals were dancing around the tentacles. Occasionally, a blood crystal would be gently swallowed by Andrew Sean Mayo. From the mysterious energy contained in the blood crystal, Andrew Sean Meow could sense the location of that extraordinary and could even see his current situation. However, there were exceptions. There were some blood crystals. The chains of fate were light, and Andrew had to look at them carefully to sense them across endless time and space. At the same time, there were some blood crystals that were not bound by fate and could not be seen even if they wanted to. For example, he could not see the little guy who was born in the flesh of the same Thulhu creature as him. Of course, he could still see it if he used some power. It was obvious that the half-asleep Andrew Sean Mayo Merlin wasn't too interested. The light that was like a firefly was not worth his energy. After all, a calamity would befall them in the near future. He had to do his best to wake up as soon as possible to recover his strength and become stronger. From the ruler form to the form of the great old ones, and then to the ancient god form that ruled the universe. Although he knew that it was almost impossible, he would not give up as long as there was a chance. The half-asleep Andrew Shanmio Merlin opened his eyes slightly. He could feel that the little guy named Gunai was coming. What? As he carefully felt it, Andrew Shanmio's slightly opened eyes gradually opened. Thulhu embryo? How did he do it? Andrew was puzzled. Immediately, Andrew revealed a long-lost smile. Very good. He's finally no longer that fleeting firefly. Perhaps his body can emit an eternal light like the holy light. It was as if he had traveled through endless time and space. Gunai slowly landed in the deep sea of the blood dream world. As soon as he landed, Gunai could feel the terrifying aura. This was the aura of the ruler creature, Andrew Shanmiao. As they descended, Gunai had also discovered that as his strength increased and he digested the ruler's flesh and blood, he seemed to have completely resisted the damage that Andrew Shanmio Merlin, a Thulhu creature, had caused him. Not being afraid of the Thulhu creature's power is something only the top gods can do, although it's because of my digestion of flesh and blood. This is good news. But when I face other types of Thulhu dominators, I'm afraid it'll still be difficult to resist. Greetings to the great Andrew Shanmio Merlin. Gunai saluted. You're pretty good. Andrew praised. Gunai was a bit confused by this sudden question, but he didn't think too much about it. Senior Andrew, I've come here to ask you some questions. Gunai said after pondering for a while. What is it? A creature of calamity. Is it the strange creature that can suppress source power creatures in all aspects? Andrew asked. Yes, I am. Gunai nodded. They are the source of the calamity. Andrew didn't try to hide anything and explained it directly. Gunai couldn't help but be surprised. Even a powerful existence like the Thulhu ruler saw these creatures of disaster as a catastrophe? It's no wonder that the shepherd would tell others that the creature of calamity is a catastrophe. It seems that these creatures have indeed been valued by the higher UPS of some gods, Gunai thought to himself. What kind of creatures are they? The great Andrew Shanmio Merlin would also see it as a catastrophe, Gunai asked. Andrew waved his tentacles, then gently looked at the distant sea. After staring for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Thulhu creatures, although they are the masters of the universe and dominate everything. But Andrew's tone became deeper. The Thulhu creatures are not the only powerful beings above the stars. Thulhu creatures are not the only ones, there were others. Who are they? Andrew's words had aroused Gunai's infinite reverie. Gun didn't ask any more questions, and waited for Andrew Shanmio to explain. A long time ago, before I was even born. Even before the world that gave birth to life was born. At that time, many worlds were not born, and there were no other lives. The Thulhu life was the only existence in the starry sky. They don't need anything. In their world, there's only sleeping and waking. The existence of time is meaningless, because everything is alternating between their sleep and their awakening. Until one day, a creature has appeared among the stars. According to the description of the ancient ones, they are called the Kiwan evil demons. Evil demon Chi Yuan. Gunai's heart was moved. What does it have to do with demonic creatures? Gun wanted to ask, but he didn't interrupt Andrew Shanmiao. I know what you're thinking. That's right, they are the ancestors and origin of the abyssal demons. The evil demon Chi Yuan is very powerful. They can even be comparable to the powerful ruler of Thulhu, but they can't compare to the old gods and ancient gods. But there are a lot of them, a lot of them. There's even an unending stream of mayflies. Thulhu have investigated it. But no one knows how they appeared. No one even knows where they came from. Even if I check their memories, I won't be able to find out where he came from. Perhaps they don't even know where they came from. Then, the Kiwan devil and the Thulhu creatures had a great battle. In the beginning, when these Kiwan demons appeared, the Thulhu creatures did not appear in the stars at all. The Thulhu creatures wouldn't even care if they built their own civilization. However, these Kiwan evil demons have developed an interest in hunting Thulhu creatures. This triggered the war between the Thulhu creatures and the Kiwan evil demon. This has caused many Thulhu creatures to join the battle. Although there are many of them, they are still relatively weak. A more powerful ruler can kill a large number of Kiwan evil demons. The war lasted for a long time. In the end, evil demon Qi Yuan failed. But the stars changed because of the war. The dimension of time and space has been disrupted. The expansion of the meridians is also destroyed. Then, the world gradually began to have stars and worlds. And the place where the corpses of the Kiwan evil demons were piled up became the abyss. At the same time, a natural disaster creature was born there, the evil demon. Demonic creatures are inharmonious with the stars and the world. Thus, in the endless years, a large number of demons came from the abyss, destroyed the stars and the world, and slaughtered all living things. It's precisely because the essence of their lives is destruction and destruction that's why they keep invading, fighting, and killing. Gunai quietly listened to the ancient stories of this world. 443 Natural disaster and the source of disaster. Is this the reason why those demonic creatures are so keen on fighting and killing, and even pull the transcendent world into the abyss world? Gunai suddenly understood. Demons are very powerful to ordinary transcendent creatures like you. Andrew Sean Mio Merlin continued. But to the Thulhu creatures, whether it's the invasion of the demons, the extinguishing of the stars, or the world being pulled into the abyss, it has nothing to do with the Thulhu creatures. Because they are too weak. Even the most powerful evil demon is far inferior to the dominator. Even the former Kiwan evil demon was a failure, not to mention these evil demons that were born from the corpses of the failures. Furthermore, all the Kiwan evil demons died at the hands of Thulhu creatures. Therefore, these demonic creatures that were born from the corpses of the losers are instinctively filled with an innate fear of Thulhu creatures. In the endless years that followed, the evil demons continued to fight and kill, sweeping through many transcendent worlds. This caused the reputation of the calamity evil demons to spread to many corners. But all of this has nothing to do with Thulhu creatures. The Thulhu creatures are sleeping and waking up. In the eyes of the Thulhu creatures, perhaps the appearance of the evil demon Kiwan is not a bad thing. It might even be a good thing. At least let the Thulhu creatures see the ants fighting under their feet. However, you have to know that when there are enough ants and they are strong enough, they will inevitably become ambitious. Thus, in the long years that followed, the demonic creatures challenged the ruler creatures several times. And they all ended up almost exterminated. Even the abyss was once broken. Of course, I don't know the details. However, judging from the abyss that is scattered in the depths of the darkness of the stars, we can also infer that the abyss has indeed been shattered. Enjoy the resistance of the demonic creatures. This may be the only thing that the Thulhu creatures can enjoy in the long years. For many years, those demonic creatures were still dormant in the deepest part of the dark abyss. If there was a chance, they would even give the Thulhu creatures some fun. However, the fun today is different from the past. Andrew looked at Gunai. I think you've already guessed something, right? Scourge, insect race, and mechanical life. Gunai said. Yes, I am. Andrew waved his tentacles in response. After a very long time. It's so long that the Thulhu creatures have almost forgotten that there were creatures like the Kiwan devil. Another creature has appeared. We call them the Awakening Queen Bug. They're here. So it's like this. Gunai frowned. The Qi Yuan Queen Bug is very similar to the Qi Yuan evil demon that appeared back then. No one knows where they came from. It's just that their forms are different. Compared to the individually powerful Qi Yuan evil demons, the Qi Yuan Queen Bug itself is very well hidden. They have appeared in every corner of the stars. They gave birth to extremely powerful creatures one after another. Every Kiwan bug tribe soldier is comparable to a powerful ruler, and when there are enough of them, they can even threaten the old Thulhu god. No one knows where they came from, and no one knows where they obtained so much energy and material to produce so many powerful Chi-Yuan bug soldiers. But without a doubt, this is another catastrophe and disaster. Of course, this is only for the extraordinary worlds around the stars. In the beginning, those Kiwan insect race soldiers occupied a vast number of transcendent worlds and even abysses. This catastrophe directly led to the destruction of countless races, and the catastrophe swept through every corner of the stars. After their race occupied every corner of the stars, they launched an attack on the Thulhu creatures at the same time. This time, many Thulhu creatures were killed or injured. Most of them were the dominators. A small number of the old gods also died. But in the end, the Thulhu creatures still won the final victory. The initial element queen bugs have been exterminated. But not all of them have been destroyed. Until today, there may still be some beginning origin queen bugs hiding in the depths of the endless starry sky, but they don't dare to come out because the Thulhu creatures have been looking for them. As for the descendants who made use of the bloodline of the initial prime mother worm, they also became natural disaster creatures in the endless years that later affected many transcendent worlds. When the Kiwan demon entered the starry sky, the Thulhu creatures did not realize anything. I thought that the appearance of the evil demon Chi-Yuan was just an accident. And when the Chi-Yuan queen bug, which is even more powerful than the Chi-Yuan evil demon, appeared, many Thulhu creatures were killed and injured in this battle. Some powerful ancient gods have already recognized it. A power that even the Thulhu creatures can't detect has spread and even seeped into this world. The appearance of the Kiwan evil demon and the Kiwan queen bug both indicate that there will be more creatures. And at that time, the Thulhu creatures had reached a consensus. They redrawn the stars and constructed one high-dimensional transcendent world after another. Use the stars as a clock to keep track of time and calculate the next arrival of the initial element creatures. Let's use the higher dimension world as a petri dish and see if we can breed more ruler creatures. Using a high-dimensional world as a petri dish is barely satisfactory, but it's not completely ineffective. At the very least, the experts born in the higher dimension transcendent worlds are able to resist the invasion of the demons and the insect race. They can even contribute in future battles. Waiting in the endless years. In the end, as you expected, the mechanical life arrived as promised. Kiwan mechanical creatures. They're cold and emotionless. They're very similar to many Thulhu life forms. At the same time, they are highly cooperative and have the supreme command to fight to the death. Just like the previous two battles, this is also a battle that has lasted for a very long time. And this time, the Thulhu creatures suffered a great loss. That's because this Kiwan machine is much more powerful than the Kiwan fiend and the Kiwan insect race. This caused a large number of old gods and ancient gods to suffer heavy losses. Even part of the great three-pillar gods have returned to the starry sky. And I was also born at that time. In the end, the Thulhu creatures won. However, this has also caused great disputes within Thulhu. They even had conflicts with each other. Because according to the level of their appearance, the fourth birth of the Kiwan creatures will cause the death of a large number of Thulhu creatures. It's not impossible for all of them to die. Different opinions and ideas led to chaos and battles among the Thulhu creatures. They even formed a huge rift in the Thulhu creatures. But no matter what, the Thulhu creatures sensed danger. Yes, the Thulhu creatures that were once high and mighty, and even now, will also face danger. Andrew's explanation made Gunai guess. This time, the appearance of the creature of calamity was probably a sign of danger. It was likely that the fourth round of the initial element creatures would descend soon. So where did those creatures come from? Why did they appear? Was there an invisible hand behind the scenes, or were these the rules of the universe? Or was it an invasion? Many doubts appeared in Gunai's mind. However, the secret hidden in the depths of the fog that even the great Thulhu creatures could not understand, let alone him. And once the danger erupts, even if I'm not strong enough, I'll still die. Andrew said to Gun. Not to mention the weak you now. When the calamity descends, it will sweep across all the transcendent worlds. To you, survival is the key to everything. With your current strength, you will die in the first wave of the initial element creature's explosion. 444 Chapter 92 The Path of Thulhu. The first wave of explosion? Gunai raised his eyebrows. That's right. The creatures of calamity only have an insignificant amount of power. However, they can still cause a destructive blow to many transcendent worlds. Wait until those truly terrifying initial element creatures descend again. Even gods can be easily killed, Andrew explained to Gun. Then I'll have to cultivate as soon as possible and become a deity, or even a higher deity controller. Gunai said. Andrew laughed at Gunai's words. No, I'm not. You don't need to become a god. What you need to do is become a ruler, then a great old one, and then an even higher ancient god of the starry sky. Become a dominator. Gun looked at Andrew and shook his head. Senior Andrew, I don't even know how to become a dominator. Andrew's huge body leaned forward slightly, and his huge eyes focused on Gunai. This made Gunai feel an invisible pressure. What an ignorant little fellow. You already have a Thulhu embryo in your body. You just didn't know about it, and it's a very strange Thulhu embryo. Andrew said softly. Ah. Gunai couldn't help but be surprised. Me, Thulhu embryo? Yes, the cosmic force has already been born in your body, and you can perfectly bear the cosmic force. Obviously, the embryo has already been formed. Andrew said softly. The cosmic force is flowing in your body. I think you should have felt it. After hearing Andrew's words, Gun immediately understood. This is the strange effect of 10 occultic runes. So this is cosmic force? There's a door in the cosmic force that can be opened. You can feel it if you feel it carefully. Then, use the cosmic force to absorb the remains of the ruler of the same sex, and you can slowly let your Thulhu embryo grow. Andrew explained. The force of the universe, the door, and the growth of the Thulhu embryo. Gunai thought about all this. A moment later, Gunai turned to Andrew. I can become a Thulhu creature by absorbing the remains of the dominator with cosmic force? It's absorbing the shared remains of the ruler, not the shared ones that will weaken your embryo and turn you into a deformed Thulhu species. You can have great power, but you can't gain eternal life. The remains of a common species, the real Thulhu species. Gunai gradually suppressed the emotions in his heart. Unconsciously, as Gunai grew, the light of his goal had bloomed. Common remains, that is to say, the ruler's flesh and blood that gave birth to my own Thulhu power? Gunai asked Andrew. Yes, I am. Andrew replied. Gunai couldn't help but think. The reason why Gunai could have the characteristics of the ruler's flesh and blood was naturally because of the absorption and transformation of the characteristics. If I touch more of the ruler's flesh and then transform it, then I will have a lot of commonalities. Abnormal changes don't exist for me. Reincarnation can allow me to adapt to all the different characteristics of Thulhu's power. It's been a long time, Yingluo. Gunai already knew what his future path was. In that case, there was only one problem. And that was how Gunai could obtain more ruler remains. There were a lot of ruler remains in the Oya continent, but Gun would quickly find them using the K-system compass and put them all in his bag. But Gunai knew that this amount of ruler's flesh wasn't enough. Gunai needed more powerful old gods, and even the flesh and remains of ancient gods of the starry sky. Very soon, the first wave of the creatures of calamity will erupt. Andrew said again. There will be a second wave, and even a third. In your words, the interval is decades. You still have some time, but it's not enough. Therefore, you need to grow up as soon as possible. Some of the remains of the Thulhu creatures that gave birth to you and me have already dissipated in many places. But a large part of it has been placed on Holy Hajar's Mount Omoko by those powerful beings. Mount Omoko. Gunai's heart moved. Gunai knew about the Omoko ancient god mountain. It was the most dangerous place in the entire Holy Seatia. In the deepest part of the Sea of Ancient Gods, not in the center of the territories of Okaman, Saint Grain, and Zilamo. All of the top-tier god-controlled kingdoms of the three continents would send their experts to the Omoko Ancient God Mountain. Not only did it have the opportunity to become the Supreme God's controller, but it also had the opportunity to become the Supreme God's controller. He could also obtain the strange and magical abilities of Thulhu creatures. They could even possess the bloodlines of rulers, old gods, and even ancient gods. At the same time, there were also some world-class mystical items that countless people wanted to get their hands on. All in all, Mount Omoko was a dangerous place that hid countless treasures. The birth of many controller gods was related to the Omoko ancient divine mountain. There were too many powerful beings gathered there, and even gods would die easily. After all, the competition and killing there was extremely intense. Basically, once discovered by others, if the difference in strength was too great, there was basically no chance of survival. Senior Andrew, are there a lot of ruler remains at the Omoko ancient divine mountain? Not a few, Andrew replied. And there's also a certain number of great old ones, and part of the ancient gods' remains are there. After the battle with the mechanical creatures, someone mentioned that the remains of Thulhu could be used to breed new Thulhu creatures to strengthen ourselves. That place is a breeding ground. The Mount Omoko is one such place. At the same time, the Omoko Ancient God Mountain is also the origin of the disaster. The origin of the disaster? It's like the place where the creatures of calamity appear in our world. Yes, Andrew waved his tentacles and nodded. However, the origin point of the path of the source of calamity in your world is only a small place. The origin point of the Mount Omoko is the true origin point of danger. When your strength has grown to a certain level, you will need to go to the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain to find something useful for you. Then, you will find an opportunity to become a powerful ruler creature. But you have to remember that it's because of the differences between the Thulhu creatures. There are already different divisions of power among them. Some believe that Thulhu creatures should unite and even use the dead to give birth to new ones. Some believe that the powerful Thulhu should devour and absorb the weak Thulhu creatures of the same sex, to strengthen themselves. Therefore, there are also hunters among the Thulhu creatures. They even instruct the gods in control to constantly investigate the locations of other Thulhu creatures and then hunt them down. And that's why I'm hiding in such a deep place. At the same time, there are also many other rulers who are not very strong, hiding in various corners. They're all afraid of being killed. And you, as the master of nightmares. Andrew looked at Gunai. Gunai's little tricks naturally couldn't be hidden from him. He could clearly sense that the Nightmare Lord was Gunai himself. We also need to be careful, because someone has already noticed this so-called Lord of Nightmares. If they really find you, then the Pai Shiu hunt will follow. Even though I've become a Thulhu creature, I still have to be careful. After all, there are strong and weak Thulhu creatures. It's not rare for the weak to be eaten by the strong to strengthen themselves. These words made Gunai become alert. Gun's original plan to expand to Holy Hajar was instantly extinguished. He's courting death if he dares to promote the Lord of Nightmares in Holy Hajar. Gunai thought. Let your strength continue to grow, and secretly become a powerful Thulhu creature. This is what you really need to do. Andrew's voice was heard. Senior Andrew? Gunai asked after a moment of thought. When will the first wave of the creatures of calamity erupt? In the words of your world, it should be in 2 or 3 years. Andrew gave a detailed response. 2 to 3 years is enough for me to improve my strength. Gunai thought. 445 Cosmic Force. He returned to the secret room. Gunai was sitting cross-legged on his cultivation seat. After the discussion with Andrew, there was no doubt that Gunai had a deeper understanding of the world. This world was clearly more dangerous than he had imagined. The powerful Thulhu creatures were also full of conflict with each other. The iron-blooded rule of big fish eating small fish still ran rampant even in such a high-power system. Even if Gun had become a Thulhu being, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, they might be killed by others, and their bodies would be piled up somewhere to breed new life. Not to mention, there was also the imminent arrival of the vitality-opening creatures that could threaten all the gods and Thulhu creatures in the supernatural world. In 2 to 3 years, the first wave of the calamity creatures will die. After a few decades, it will be the second and third wave. I wonder what the Kiwan life form will look like. Demons, zergs, machines. Don't tell me that the fourth wave of people are players. Gunai rubbed his forehead and laughed at himself. A joke was a joke, but Gunai needed to plan his growth. 2 or 3 years is enough for me to reach the third or even fourth level of the Saint Realm. After the first wave of the source of disaster creatures is dealt with, we can then head to Holy Hajar's Omoko ancient divine mountain and look for an opportunity to grow into a powerful Thulhu creature. For now, on one hand, I have to train. On the other hand, I have to get my hands on the remains of Thulhu in the entire Oya continent. After that, I'll use the cosmic force to cleanse the flesh and absorb its characteristics. And you also need to come into contact with the flesh and blood of the rulers of these other characteristics to reincarnate. Only in this way can I possess the commonality of the ruler's flesh and blood. I'll use the fruit to increase my realm first. Only then will my realm not fall when I come into contact with the reincarnation of the ruler's flesh and blood. With a flip of his hand, a piece of the ruler's flesh appeared in Gunai's hand. Then, Gunai calmed down and began to carefully sense his body. The door is right there. That was what Andrew told Gunai. Feeling the power wash over his body, Gunai calmed his mind and quickly found the so-called door. When Gunai wanted to open it, a path that he could enter naturally appeared. It was as if Gunai wanted to open it. With a thought, Gunai sent the piece of ruler's flesh into the cosmic force deep within his body. Gunai then felt the cosmic force absorbing the piece of flesh at a very fast speed, much faster than the blood sea. What is this cosmic force? Is this the core of the Dominator? It's possible that the Dominator doesn't even know why he's so special. That Andrew doesn't have any profound meaning, let alone origin power. However, the destructive power contained in his every move is greater than any power I've ever encountered. It's as if the ruler's power system isn't above the level of origin power and power Upanishads. Is this also related to the cosmic force? As he thought about it, Gunai took out a fruit that cost 1 million sacred source coins and ate it. Then he started his cultivation plan. Gunai had to reach the late or peak of the first level of the Saint Realm as soon as possible, and then go to the 7 or 8 locations in the Oya continent to get the other types of ruler's flesh. Using reincarnation, Gunai could absorb and digest more of the ruler's diversity, and then grow. Gunai was cultivating. The Oya continent was also undergoing rapid changes. The first was the expansion of the Blood Dream Arena. After Gunai explained the benefits of the Blood Dream Arena to the leaders of the 3 empires. The ban that the 3 great empires had imposed on extraordinaires from entering the Blood Dream Arena was also lifted. They had even started to promote it in secret. Hence, after the fall of the South Church and the evil gods, the Blood Dream Arena began to expand rapidly. With the gradual expansion of the Blood Dream Arena, the entry threshold began to lower, and a large number of extraordinary humans began to enter the arena one after another. The Sacred Feathers Darkness Pool expanded rapidly. With the increase in the usage of Blood Dream coins and the ring's circulation, the amount of money spent increased. The number of sacrifices had obviously increased by an order of magnitude. The Blood Sea also began to expand rapidly on a large scale. At the same time, the 3 empires communicated with the world's origin many times. While preparing resources, they also began to project the Blood Dream Arena to the other transcendent worlds around the mystical world of Oya and began to infiltrate the world. The westernmost part of the Oya continent, at the junction of the desert and the ocean. In a hidden teleportation array, the figure of a foreign being quickly appeared. A human spiritual sense expert was already waiting by the teleportation formation. Why are you only here now? The human expert frowned and asked when he saw the alien. There's been a small incident at Gulantan, and we've only been delayed for a while. The foreign being said in a deep voice. Has the information been confirmed? The alien expert looked at the human. We've already confirmed that Blood Dream Arena was created by Gunai, and that he's a follower of the Lord of Nightmare. Why do we need to confirm it again? He asked. Don't you know that I'm at risk of being exposed just to find out these things? In fact, I'm even speculating that I'm already on the list of suspects. The human expert's tone was somewhat unkind. Don't worry too much. As long as those lords get the answer they want, you'll have made a great contribution. It won't be a problem for you to become the only ruler of the entire Oya world. The foreign being laughed unhurriedly. Where is Gunai's current location? The alien asked. The Star Tower. Is it easy to enter? It's very difficult. That place is under the control of that fellow, Miland. It's difficult for anyone to enter. Then, can you grasp Gunai's movements in detail? The alien asked again. The human expert sneered. Do you think I'm a god? Gunai is very cautious. He doesn't participate in any meetings. Even when it comes to matters in the Blood Dream Arena, the leaders of the three great empires go to him personally. That Gunai is now in a high position. He's not someone I can come into contact with easily, let alone know his exact movements. If I were to ask about these things, I'm afraid that a group of experts would come to the place where I was cultivating the next day and suppress me. Then, they would begin to investigate my soul. If you want to capture Gunai so badly, why don't you send dozens of god envoys and ancestors' souls to the Oya continent to capture him? If dozens of masters really come, I can use the teleportation channel to forcefully open the teleportation gate to the Star Tower. At that time, won't that Gunai be like a turtle in a jar? You're oversimplifying the teleportation between worlds. The foreign expert shook his head. It's very hard to cross worlds. A single person can easily spend millions of sacred source coins. It's not something that can be taken out easily. It's possible to teleport several people, but it's impossible to teleport dozens of people. Then you have no chance of capturing Gunai. The human expert sneered. There's no hurry. The foreign expert laughed. Senior Mu Shen has already informed the upper echelons of Holy Haikaur. The information here has been confirmed in detail. Then we just have to wait. Soon, Holy Hajar will send a powerful man to the Oya continent to capture Gunai. Mu Shen? Isn't he already dead? The human expert was slightly puzzled. Senior God Mu has a life-saving method. He won't die so easily. Alright, that's the current situation. If there's any emergency, just contact me. Okay, I got it. The alien expert's body collapsed and disappeared. The human expert looked around the desert and then quickly disappeared. 446 Chapter 94 The Limit of AFK. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed. The Star Tower. In a secret room on the highest floor. Gunai slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Gunai's body released a strange power. It was as if Gunai was completely above this small secret room, and a strange invisible force completely separated Gunai from the small secret room. A small secret room was a small secret room, and an ancient nirvana was an ancient nirvana. The two were completely incompatible. After carefully sensing it, Gunai slightly restrained his expression. Is this what makes Thulhu creatures special? To be above the world. When one is above the world and reaches a high enough height, the cosmic force will become more and more turbulent. It looks calm, but in fact, the cosmic force is already surging and sweeping everything around it. Although I'm still in this world, to a certain extent, I no longer belong to this world. I'm a creature of a completely different dimension. And when those ordinary creatures see an existence that is completely above the world, the cosmic force will naturally come. At that time, it will directly lead to strange deaths, even to the loss of control, even the distortion of energy, and so on. He had a vague idea of what was so special about the Thulhu creatures. However, it was clear that the cosmic force was only one of the characteristics of Thulhu creatures. If they wanted to become stronger, they would need more powerful means. Gun wanted to live among the stronger Thulhu creatures after he became a Thulhu creature in the future. He also had to master the means of more powerful Thulhu creatures. It's said that you can obtain some Thulhu techniques and abilities from the Omoko ancient divine mountain. If I obtain these methods and abilities, it's not impossible for me to place them on the phone and gradually strengthen them. 2 years of secluded cultivation, and with the help of those precious fruits, I've reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. This realm is completely unstable due to the use of the precious fruit to forcefully raise it. To be able to forcefully raise it to the peak of the 3rd rank is already the result of my first reincarnation. In these 2 years of cultivation. After half a year of cultivation, Gunai had reached the peak of the 1st level of Saint Realm. Then, Gunai quietly left the tower. Using the Conqueror-type compass and the miracle system, he began to search for the flesh and blood of the other rulers in the Oya continent. In half a month's time, Gun had obtained all the Thulhu rulers' flesh that he could find in the Oya continent. There were a total of 8 portions. All 3 of them belonged to the same ruler. 5 of them were from another ruler. Gun had been absorbing the ruler's flesh through the cosmic force, and his resistance to Thulhu's flesh had increased a lot. The Thulhu flesh did not cause much damage to Gun. However, the problem was that Gunai couldn't absorb them. Thus, Gunai put both types of ruler's flesh into the cosmic force and underwent a reincarnation. After reincarnating, Gunai's cultivation level had fallen from the peak of the 1st level of the Saint Plane to the late stage. However, Gunai had already perfectly fused the characteristics of the 2 rulers' blood and flesh. Gunai could also perfectly absorb these 2 new types of blood and flesh. After a year and a half of cultivation, Gunai had almost digested all of the ruler's flesh. As a Thulhu embryo, Gun had also improved. One of the manifestations was the fact that he was superior to this world. Apart from that, there was also Gunai's own body and soul. Whether it was the body or the soul, it grew as Gun's Thulhu embryo grew. Gunai could feel that he had received a great boost in his cultivation. Needless to say, his physical body's defensive ability and survival ability went without saying. As his soul grew stronger, the power of the ancient Nirvana curse also increased. Gunai didn't know how much it had improved, but he knew. But without a doubt, the Thulhu embryo's growth had far exceeded the height of Gunai's extraordinary realm by eating the strange fruit. Other people's improvement only brought about the growth of their realm. On the other hand, Gun was the growth of Thulhu's embryo and his own realm. Right now, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint Plane. If they were to encounter a 3rd stage oracle or even an ancestor soul expert, even if they were to unleash their divine power, the one who would survive would definitely be them and not the other party. In addition, Gun had bought a lot of life-saving items in the Holy Haika arena. Even if a certain number of demigods attacked, Gunai would be able to protect himself. As for whether or not they could retaliate, that would depend on whether the other party was strong enough. After all, even if it was only a Thulhu embryo, it was not something that could be easily provoked. After some thought, Gunai opened his hack system. First hack position, True Scales Kun's Protection, level 10. Second hack slot, Dusk Star Source Cannon, level 9. Third hack slot, Little Thunder Flame Curse, level 10. Fourth idle slot, Great Thunder Flame Curse, level 10. Fifth hack slot, Blood Source Ocean Divine Code, level 10. Sixth hack position, Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, level 10. Seventh idle slot, Mana Corrosion Blade, level 10. Eighth hack slot, Lightsaber Spell, level 10. Ninth AFK slot, empty. 10th hack slot, empty. Many of the manuals had already been upgraded to level 10, and the 9th and 10th slots had been opened. There were plenty of AFK slots now. Unfortunately, Gunai didn't have any more powerful books to use. At the same time, after many of the books had reached level 10, they seemed to have fallen into some invisible bottleneck. It would be difficult to level up for a long time. These ancient books that follow origin power and profound follow the rules of a certain energy and profound when they were created. It's impossible for them to improve limitlessly, so it's understandable that they have a limit. I'm guessing that only the talent and ability of some Thulhu creature can break through this invisible upper limit and break through to level 10 or even higher. I wonder if there will be any extraordinary effects after breaking through level 10. The creation of the Dusk Star origin canon is related to Thulhu creatures. I think it should be able to break the limit of level 10. From the speed at which this ancient record is improving, I can tell that it is indeed extraordinary. After the first wave of the Creature of Calamity is done with, I can go to the Emoko ancient sacred mountain to find some abilities that belong to Thulhu creatures and start my journey of Thulhu. Gunai thought. Only Thulhu's innate ability can cause enough damage to Thulhu and even kill them. This ordinary method might not be able to break the defense of a Thulhu creature. The Blood Sea is a part of the physical body. The power it possesses is quite impressive. Blood Sea. Gunai chuckled as he felt himself. Gunir's Blood Sea had already expanded to a large extent. At the same time, the tens of thousands of bloody dreams were busy in the Blood Sea. A large number of sacrifices were thrown into Gunai's Blood Sea, providing it with nutrients and energy. Buzz! While Gunai was feeling the sea of blood, the extraordinary door suddenly lit up. What? Gunai's expression changed when he saw the extraordinary gate. It's almost time for the creatures of calamity to erupt, Gunai thought. 447 Black Hole of Calamity. Gunai opened the extraordinary door. Outside the door stood a blue-robed Murand. Before Gunai could say anything, Mulan spoke first. The Creature of Calamity is here. They're here as expected. What's the specific situation? Gunai asked in a deep voice. Previously, you told us the exact time of the invasion of the Creatures of Calamity. The Transcendent Association is located at the ocean, the icy plains in the north, the mountain range in the west, the territory of the South Church, and the desert and ocean further south. They have dispatched powerful individuals to guard and patrol all of them. 3 days ago, an expert who was stationed on an ice mountain in the north discovered a strange fluctuation in the frozen clouds in the eternally frozen land in the far north. After a detailed investigation, that expert discovered a black hole tunnel that appeared in the frozen cloud layer. As soon as he got close to that expert, he discovered that his source power and physical body were suppressed, and even flying was very difficult. The expert immediately reported the information from Blood Dream Arena. We'll immediately send people to investigate. It has been confirmed that that place is most likely the place where the Creatures of Calamity will descend. It's fortunate that you told us the exact time. With a wide range of investigation, we were able to find the black hole tunnel that the Calamity origin creature had entered. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Are there any other similar entry passageways in other places? Gunai looked at Muland. We haven't discovered anything yet, but the experts stationed in each direction have already begun to patrol the area. Once they discover anything strange, they will report it to us through Blood Dream Arena. Gunai slightly nodded. Those ordinary creatures of calamity appeared at some places at the edge of the world. Although it seems to be a sign of the outbreak of the Creatures of Calamity, it is more like a cover-up. Muran's brows raised slightly as he came to a realization. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Indeed, you're absolutely right. If we didn't know about the source of disaster, or that there would be a large-scale outbreak of even more powerful creatures of disaster, it's possible that they won't even notice the invasion of those creatures of calamity. Even if we discover those ordinary creatures of disaster, we will think that they are a strange foreign species. And once the black hole starts to spew out a large number of calamity creatures, it will be too late. The entire world will be invaded by the creatures of calamity. Indeed, Gunai frowned. In fact, from the three great empires' deployment of the Blood Dream Arena to the other 6 transcendent worlds. Similar situations have occurred in these 6 worlds. They have also been invaded by creatures of calamity. However, this did not attract their attention. Oh? The 3 great empires have already started to deploy their resources to the other worlds, Gunai asked. We've already started to project the projection in. This way, we can greatly reduce the price of teleportation. After all, not everyone is as rich as you. Yes, if it's projected, it will indeed greatly reduce the cost. In addition, is the transmission of the Blood Dream Arena also done through projection? Gunai asked. Yes. It's a little slow at the beginning. When the number of people reaches a certain level, it will form a spontaneous entry. At the same time, 3 of these 6 transcendent worlds have been invaded by evil gods, and there are quite a number of them. Among the other 3, there are even worlds with gods, and those evil gods did not dare to enter. There's also a very remote small extraordinary world with low source energy. That world seems to be still in the Dark Age. Witches, werewolves, and vampires are rampant. Demon hunters are also the mainstream extraordinary in that world. However, the more chaotic the environment is, the easier it is for the Blood Dream Arena to spread. On the contrary, it is not so easy to expand the Blood Dream Arena in the transcendent worlds that are under the absolute rule of the gods. Those worlds with gods can still withstand the outbreak of the creatures of calamity. After all, gods are extremely powerful in their worlds and are almost invincible. And these worlds that have been invaded by evil gods have already been riddled with holes. I'm afraid that when the calamity creatures erupt, the entire world will be in a terrible state. Our world is almost the same as those worlds that were invaded by evil gods. But even so, our world isn't in a good state. Gunai said. Are you worried about the strange suppression of those creatures of calamity? Murand asked. He saw that Murand didn't seem to be worried about this. Gunai couldn't help but ask. You have a way to deal with it. During the time you were cultivating, you just happened to have a certain breakthrough. Gunai couldn't help but feel happy. This was rare good news. Gunai wasn't afraid of the creature's suppression. Now, Gun's Thulhu embryo was gradually growing. If they really fought, Gun could release the Thulhu aura and the universe force, and it was hard to say who would be suppressed. However, the transcendents of the 3 great empires and the Transcendent Association were not so lucky. They would definitely receive a bigger image. Even if they used their divine power, they would still be suppressed to a certain extent. They had already tested this before. Divine power was also suppressed in front of these creatures of calamity. However, even transcendent level 9 creatures of disaster would have a certain level of suppression on divine power. And if it was a creature of disaster at the level of an oracle or an ancestor soul, his divine power would probably be greatly suppressed. At that time, it would be quite difficult to fight. Now that there was a way to deal with it, it was naturally good news. After a period of research, we used a large destructive sealed artifact called the Dark-Faced Devourer. When we destroyed the creatures of disaster, we found a strange blue liquid. This liquid has a strong suppression and dispelling effect on the body and soul of source power. After further analysis, we finally named this liquid Dire Gene Source Fluid. After a series of tests, the result we obtained was that, by diluting it and injecting it, it will cause our body, soul, and origin power to enter a state of collapse for a period of time. You can understand it as entering a state of suspended animation. Even the supernatural professions will lose control slightly. But as my body absorbs and digests the liquid, I'll recover in 2 or 3 days. And at this time, we have obtained the corresponding resistance ability. The pressure that the calamity origin life form has on us has been reduced by quite a bit. After 5 to 7 injections and absorption, we can almost ignore the all-around suppression of transcendent level 9 doom creatures with our divine power. So far, we're using transcendent level 9 and level 8, as well as a small number of level 7 creatures of disaster to extract the genetic fluid. During this period of time, some extraordinary master-level creatures of disaster have appeared at the edge of the world. We captured that part. However, they can't be caught all the time. After catching a portion, another portion will be born very quickly, which is quite troublesome. I really don't know where those ghostly things came from, they're endless. But this also provides us with an endless supply of doomsday genofluid. It's normal that we can't catch all of them. Gunai wasn't surprised by the strange situation. The Aoya continent was so close to the place of mutation. And the place of mutation of the source of disaster was essentially the core area where the initial element creatures appeared. The initial element creatures would be able to come out from far away in the future. Not to mention these creatures of disaster, which did not consume much energy. When this source fluid is used on oracle level, ancestor level creatures of disaster, although the effect will be slightly weaker, it will still be able to resist most of the suppression. This has already been verified by a few oracle experts near the black hole in the north. Muland continued to narrate. Therefore, to us, the powerful creature of disaster that is about to arrive is a threat. But at least we have the power to fight. When Muran finished speaking, Gunai heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If Gunai had to face the unknown, powerful creature of doom alone, he wouldn't have been so confident. After all, Gunai didn't know how powerful those creatures were. But now, the high-level experts of the Oya continent had actually found a corresponding solution by using a destructive grade sealed artifact. That was great. There would always be ways to deal with these creatures of disaster that were about to invade if there were more people. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry too much. Gunai finally smiled. Currently, the black hole of calamity is gradually opening up, and we don't know when it will stop. Other than the deity emissaries and ancestor soul experts stationed in other locations who haven't gone over, the Transcendent Association has informed all the experts to head over there to see if there's a way to get rid of that black hole. Even if we can't get rid of it, it's also extremely good to make arrangements in advance. If we can get rid of that black hole of calamity in advance, that would be great. Indeed. Let's not delay any further, let's hurry and set off. Gunai nodded and followed Gunai to the teleportation formation that led to the outside world. 448 A strange gaze. Through the teleportation array, Gunai and Mulan arrived in the sky above the capital. Gunai's soul scanned the area and saw a strange scene. No one else noticed this strange scene. It was noon, the scorching sun high in the sky. The Yulan kingdom was the place with the highest concentration of extraordinary humans. When Gunai had first arrived, he'd seen a large number of extraordinaries on the streets. Moreover, there were many gatherings of extraordinaries in many places. But now, the number of extraordinaries had decreased sharply, not even 1/5 of what it was before. Furthermore, half of the extraordinaries in the capital of Yulan were lying on beds in hidden corners. What is this? He's entered Blood Dream Arena. Gunai gradually understood. As expected, people from the other world also like to go online. Well, to be precise, they go to the Blood Dream Arena. He hid his body and followed Murand. As they flew, Murand chatted casually. Do you feel the change? An extraordinary. The Blood Dream Arena's change to the ecosystem of the extraordinary humans in the Oya continent is truly astonishing. Not to mention these ordinary extraordinary humans, even the oracles and ancestors' soul powerhouses are very keen to enter the Blood Dream Arena to learn from each other and fight. Furthermore, after the Blood Dream coins started circulating in the Blood Dream Arena, the extraordinaries went crazy. They started to enter the wilderness to hunt for the extraordinary creatures. In the past, when the transition between autumn and winter occurred, there would be a beast tide outbreak. At that time, the Transcendent Association would need to organize manpower and even mobilize the army to clean up. But now, not to mention the beast tide, even the slower transcendent creatures will be hunted down by a group of people. In the eyes of those extraordinaries, those extraordinary creatures are wealth with legs. Gunai couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid that it won't be long before a large piece of wilderness is opened up. Without the North-South confrontation, the human population of the Oya continent can be expected to explode in the future. That's a good thing. This is naturally a good thing. The more people there are, the more extraordinary people there are naturally, the power of the entire world will become stronger and stronger. Not to mention that our world's origin power is gradually increasing. There's another matter. What is it? Murin slowly explained. When the Blood Dream Ring in the Blood Dream Arena began to become common, you can't imagine how much of a blow it was to the chambers of commerce and merchants. According to incomplete statistics, the transaction volume of the extraordinary chambers of commerce in the Oya continent has dropped sharply. It's less than 1/3 of what it was 3 years ago, and it's still going down. There are even some chambers of commerce with low revenue that are on the verge of bankruptcy. On the other hand, the transaction volume in the Blood Dream world has increased explosively. Now, any extraordinary with a Blood Dream Ring will trade in the Blood Dream Arena. However, this is also a good thing. After all, everyone wants to sell the good things in their hands for a good price. This face-to-face trade that spans tens of thousands of kilometers, without the exploitation of the Chamber of Commerce, has indeed promoted the prosperity of the trade. Gunai chuckled. The Blood Dream Elves would usually charge a small amount of Blood Dream coins for transactions in the Blood Dream Arena, especially for the dissemination of information. However, the amount of Blood Dream coins they collected was very small. This was also one of the methods Gunai used to control the Blood Dream coins so that they wouldn't become too expensive. But in general, Gunai was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. After all, Gunai had provided the Blood Dream Arena, which greatly reduced time and space. It was only natural for him to collect a toll. With the Blood Dream Ring and the Blood Dream Arena, in the inland area, one could buy the deep-sea fish that had just been caught. In the wilderness, he could sell the good things he obtained at the first opportunity. Without potions, food, water, and the like, they could get their hands on them through Blood Dream Arena at the first opportunity. This would have been impossible in the past. As he flew, he saw the steam train in the wilderness below. There were also many extraordinaries in the wilderness who joined forces to engage in a tug-of-war with the powerful extraordinary creatures. The sound of guns could be heard from time to time. After flying forward for a while, the ground began to be dotted with white snow. The territory also gradually changed from broad leaves forest to needle leaves forest. Soon, they entered the snow-line area, and then there was an endless ice field and snowy peaks. This was the eternally frozen ice field. Gunai raised his head and looked ahead. Gunai could already feel the aura of the black hole. After a few minutes, Gugni and Muland passed through the frozen clouds. Gunai saw the black hole in the sky, where the cold wind was blowing. A huge black hole passage with a diameter of over 300 meters appeared in the sky. It was obvious that the flowing light of darkness and light was flowing around the black hole channel. It existed above space, but it was always an invisible and intangible existence. Many extraordinaries used spells or other types of attacks, but they all directly penetrated this black hole of doom. They could not attack it at all. After a moment, Gunai slowly looked away. It's still expanding, Gunai made his judgment. I don't know how far the expansion will go before it stops. However, based on the size of the passageway that has been revealed so far, I'm afraid that there will be quite a number of creatures of calamity coming out this time. As for their strength, I'm not too sure, but they definitely won't be weak. I only hope that there won't be any terrifying existences at the demigod level. As long as they're not demigods, I have a chance to kill them. It's a pity that I don't have divine power. Otherwise, I would be able to kill even a demigod. When Gugni and Muran arrived, the two of them were already in the middle of the city. There were already more than 20 extraordinary humans who had arrived first. Many of the extraordinaries looked over when they saw Gunai. When he saw that Gunai was a peak third-order transcendent, he was shocked. Many people were secretly shocked. What a fast cultivation speed! In the past few years, most of the extraordinary ones among them had not made any moves, and they had very few breakthroughs. The cultivation of the Divine Envoy's ancestor soul realm could easily take decades or even centuries. Furthermore, many of them had already reached their limits, and it was extremely difficult to improve even a little. Gunai, on the other hand, had been able to reach the second sky, then the third sky, and then the peak in just 2 or 3 years. This cultivation speed was indeed shocking. Gun looked around the crowd and found that neither Nigel nor Duo Lance had come. Senior Nigel shouldn't have been able to become an ancestral spirit, right? After all, Senior Nigel doesn't have a fruit that can directly increase one's level like me. Did Duo Lance not come? Gugni looked at Muland. Duo Lancey has been training. He hasn't been injected with the Doomsday Geno fluid, and he doesn't have god power. I didn't inform him. If he comes, I'm afraid he'll be in danger. Yes. Gunai nodded. Duo Lancey wasn't weak, and he was able to fight against an Oracle Ancestor soul that had a first or second grade divine power. But without the dire Geno fluid, he wouldn't be able to use his full power against the powerful creatures. We'll gather and discuss it when everyone arrives. There's no rush now. Muran said softly from the side. Yes, I know. Gunai, who was standing in the air, felt a strange gaze. This caused Gunai to feel a sense of wariness. There were still spies within the Transcendent Association, and Gunai was well aware of that. The Transcendent Association had also been secretly looking for the spy's identity, and a few of them had even been listed on the investigation list. Plus, Gunai knew that the 3 evil gods might not have really died. Gunai had dealt them a huge blow this time. They had lost the opportunity to obtain treasures in the Oya continent. If they wanted to take revenge, or if they had other thoughts and ideas, it wasn't impossible for them to use outside forces to send masters into the Oya continent, or even use powerful destructive sealed artifacts to deal a destructive blow to Gunai. Gunai's strength had increased a lot in the past 2 years, but he was still very cautious in the face of this possible attack. Feeling the strange gazes, Gunai began to make preparations. Regardless of whether it was to deal with the incoming disaster source creatures or to deal with the possibility of a sneak attack, being prepared was the best way to deal with it. 449 The disaster and benefits of the source of disaster. As everyone waited, the others arrived one after another. When the leaders of the 3 empires arrived, they all flew over to Gunai. They discussed some things with him, or asked him some questions. After about 2 hours, close to 30 god emissaries and ancestor soul experts had already gathered in the region of the black hole. Everyone! At this moment, Mulan's loud voice resounded through the surroundings. All the experts who were either conversing with others or resting in the air looked over. Most of the people have arrived. It's about time to discuss the corresponding countermeasures. Many experts began to gather here. After that, Murand looked at the Grand Duke of the Black Jade Empire, Yaders Caslort. Yaders Caslort nodded slightly, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. Before this, many people had tried to attack the Black Hole Channel. However, the channel is a completely invisible existence. No attack has any effect. Attacking and destroying are basically not feasible. At the moment, it seems like we can only set up a defensive position and fight back. However, the invasion of the Calamity creatures this time is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity. You may not know this, but during this period of time, several experts of our Black Jade Empire have probed the depths of the souls of the foreign Starry Sky experts who followed the evil god and obtained very important information from their corresponding psychic techniques. Important information? All the experts looked over. Yaders Caslord explained in a deep voice, these creatures of calamity are very strange creatures, and I'm sure everyone is very clear about their strange behavior. The first point is the suppression of the soul, power, and body. If we didn't have a god item to extract the strange Doomsday Geno fluid, we wouldn't have the qualifications to fight this strange creature. I'm sure everyone already knows this. The second point, which is also a very important point, is one of the reasons why the evil gods are entrenched in our world and not leaving. It is because these creatures of calamity have a very magical energy core. If we kill them and obtain their energy cores, after absorbing them into our bodies, we'll have a very unique breakthrough characteristic. Breakthrough characteristic? Everyone was thinking about the related ability of this breakthrough characteristic. It can't be that this breakthrough characteristic can allow us to easily break through the shackles of the realm barriers, right? At this moment, someone joked. Ito, you're right this time. That's right. The energy core of this calamity creature provides a powerful breakthrough ability. It can allow us to easily break through and advance when we can't break through during our cultivation. When the experts heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. There's such a characteristic? This is too heaven-defying. You want us to break through easily? I didn't hear wrong, did I? The path of cultivation itself is extremely difficult. Even those treasures from major transcendent worlds would find it hard to allow us to break through easily. It's unbelievable that such a strange creature of doom can allow us to break through so easily. The crowd started discussing. Gunai stood quietly in the crowd. Gunai had already known about this. Gunai wasn't surprised by this information. For Gunai, breaking through wasn't that difficult. For Gunir, the system's AFK allowed him to be in a perfect state of cultivation. Moreover, the hack system had already upgraded his core cultivation manual, the Twilight Star Source Cannon, to level 9. He was not far from level 10. With such a high level, Gunai didn't have to worry about anything. The higher the level, the easier it was to break through. This was also the benefit of the hack. Such a high-level scripture was enough to give Gunai a high chance of becoming a god. In addition, Gunai could reincarnate and absorb all negative states, so he didn't have to worry about any negative states affecting him on the path of cultivation. The core energy of these creatures could be obtained, but it was not necessary. Of course, that was only for Gunai. To the many experts of the Oya continent, the treasure of a disaster origin life form was an extremely important and mystical treasure. Most of them were stuck on the barriers of their cultivation, and it was difficult for them to break through. If they didn't have the help of treasures from the outside world, there was a high chance that they would be trapped in that realm forever. At this time, it was completely possible for them to have such a magical treasure to help them break through and become demigods or even gods. Of course, as to what realm he could break through in his subsequent cultivation, it would depend on what level the energy core of the so-called dire beast could reach. And NBSP, but no matter what was said, even if it was an increase of one level, it was still a great thing for everyone. After all, no one would despise their own strength. However, Gunai knew that the effect of this breakthrough would most likely be very strong. Otherwise, the evil god and the others wouldn't have waited for so long in the Oya continent. Even if the world's origin was imprisoned and they could hardly absorb it, they were not willing to leave. Gunai knew better than anyone else that the creature of disaster had come from the outside world, so it was possible that its breakthrough would be quite amazing. After I get one, I can think about it. I used the fruit to forcefully raise my cultivation level, so my foundation is relatively unstable. After reaching the peak of Transcendent Level 3, I can't continue to improve in a short period of time. If I want to advance to Tier 4, I can only reincarnate to eliminate all the disadvantages. If I can use that energy core to help me break through to the 4th tier, and then reincarnate at the peak of the 4th tier, then the effects would be much better than reincarnating at the 3rd tier. It would save me a lot of time. As everyone was discussing, Gunai was also secretly pondering the characteristics of these creatures and the initial element creatures. The arrival of the evil demon Chi Yuan. Their corpses built the abyss and gave birth to demons. Their physical bodies and physical forms were beyond all conventional life forms. Gunai, for example, would die if his soul source core was shattered. But demons would not. A wisp of soul and a small piece of body could be absorbed to recover to their peak strength. After that, the insect race arrived, and their descendants gave birth to many powerful insect race creatures. Their achievements in the soul were extremely terrifying. The connection between their souls was a leap. Ignoring the distance of space, even if the distance was far, it could still be perfectly controlled. They could also interweave their souls to transmit and communicate information, which was very efficient. Almost every Zerg was born with a soul that could contain a huge amount of information. Through this information, they could use energy and matter to rapidly grow into experienced, vicious, and powerful Zerg soldiers. With the arrival of mechanical lives, they were a completely new life form. They were different from any form of life. And their bodies brought a whole new form of life metal to the entire world. The biometal could recover on its own after absorbing origin power. No other metal had this characteristic. This was an extraordinary substance that completely exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. To a certain extent, it was quite unreasonable. And what would the new arrival of the Doom creatures and the even more powerful Kiwan creatures be? Based on the energy core that can help with breakthroughs, it can't be a strange creature that can quickly break through. Gunai thought. If that's the case, then this is too unsolvable. Then it's better to let the players come over, let them experience the despair of Thulhu. Gunai thought to himself. However, we'll have to wait for them to arrive before we know what it is. From this characteristic of being able to break through quickly, we can still get a glimpse of it. If we let these creatures of disaster go, they will definitely not have a good ending. 450 The Strange Swamp from the Abyss. Yadder's Castlort's story made everyone discuss it for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, everyone slowly stopped. The treasure that can help us break through is indeed a good thing, but we can't underestimate our enemy after all. From the information we've gathered from the evil god, it is a very difficult creature to deal with. Even if we all inject the Doomsday Geno fluid and break free from its suppression, the situation is not very optimistic. In fact, the situation might be even worse than we expected. But no matter what, this will be a tough battle. After that, Yadder's Castlord looked around the audience. The first thing we need to do is to seal the exit. At present, this black hole channel is already more than 300 meters long. If everyone were to observe carefully enough, they would be able to see that this channel is still expanding. From the size of this tunnel, everyone can feel that the size of the creature of calamity coming from this direction is definitely not small. The damage they'll cause will be extremely shocking. Fortunately, we're in the ice plains of the extreme north, so we don't have to worry about the battle affecting ordinary people. But the problem is that if they continue to descend through the passage one by one and we don't have an effective method to stop them, it's fine if there are few of them, but if there are more of them, 30 to 50 of them coming in at once, then we'll have to deal with 1 or 2 each. If they're stronger, I'm afraid that we'll be the ones to die. Even if our entire army is annihilated. Yadder's Castlord's voice was hoarse and deep. Even if there are 10 or 20 of them, it won't be easy to deal with them. But if we use some kind of powerful sealing method to imprison those creatures in the passage and release them one by one to kill them, it will be very convenient. Even if we don't block them all in the tunnel, it'll be good if we can set up some strange confinement formations in the surrounding space to confine them. After he finished speaking, Yadder's Castlord's gaze swept across the crowd. If anyone has similar means, don't hide it at this time, take it out when you need to. The greater your contribution in this battle, the more qualified you are to get the energy core. I believe that no one has any objections to this. It was only natural that he would receive more if he had made more contributions. Obviously, no one would have any objections. I have a very good sealed artifact, but the side effects are a little too great. I wonder if everyone is willing to let me use it. At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Barbarian, don't tell me you're thinking of taking out that contamination source of yours again? That thing can turn ordinary extraordinaries into transcendent living corpses after being infected, but it might not be effective against such a strange invader. Someone laughed. Naturally, it's not an ordinary sealed artifact. This sealed artifact is a powerful destructive sealed artifact. It's called Strange Swamp from the Abyss. The extraordinary named barbarian explained with great interest. This is a very terrifying thing and his potential is terrifying. Ever since I obtained this treasure, I have never completely released it. After the grotesque swamp from the abyss is unsealed, it can form a three-dimensional space swamp in this space. The shape can be controlled by me, and many powerful swamp tentacles will appear in the swamp. Once caught, even a level 1 oracle can't break free with their divine power. By using this sealed artifact to block the exit, once those huge creatures come out, they will directly crash into it. If those huge creatures get trapped in it, it will be difficult to break free. This way, we can calmly kill the invaders. We can even use this grotesque swamp to block the exit, making it difficult for the subsequent intruders to come out in large numbers in a short time. This sealed artifact was not bad. Gunai nodded to himself. Can this sealed artifact block the exit that's over 300 meters away? Someone asked. I'll adjust its shape a little. Not to mention blocking the 300-meter exit, even blocking the exit 1000 meters away won't be a problem. It'll just be a little thinner, but it'll still be over 100 meters thick. This thickness is enough. The god emissary named Barbarian said confidently. If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Take it out. Some people had already started urging him. He, Barbarian laughed. As I said just now, the side effect of this grotesque swamp from the abyss is a bit big. Once grotesque swamp from the abyss is released, it will devour all the living things around it and then strengthen itself. Once it's placed here, it will become even bigger if it devours some of the creatures of disaster. If it can absorb the energy core of the creatures of disaster and continue to grow on its own, then I'm afraid that none of us will be able to reseal Bayan. At that time, this grotesque swamp from the abyss will become a terrifying sealed artifact that even we will have a hard time dealing with. It will also constantly move around to find things to devour. Barbarian's words immediately made everyone's expression freeze. This was truly a sealed artifact that hurt others and oneself. If the grotesque swamp from the abyss was fed into a terrifying monster that no one could fight against, it would slowly squirm and expand, and it would be difficult to deal with it. In the many ancient scrolls of the extraordinary world, many of them were destroyed by the strange and terrifying sealed artifacts. After hearing that the strange swamp from the abyss was so powerful, everyone was a little indecisive. After all, one of their goals was to get the core energy of the creature of disaster. If the body and the core energy were devoured by the strange swamp from the abyss, they would have nothing to gain. Furthermore, they would even nurture a real father. Who could stand that? Just when everyone was hesitating whether to release this strange swamp from the abyss. Release this strange swamp from the abyss, he said. Gunai's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over. Sir Gun, are you sure you want to let him out? Barbo turned his head and asked. Gunai's words were still very powerful, and Barbarian didn't dare to take them lightly. Gunai didn't beat around the bush and nodded. Just let them out to block the exit. After the path of the source of calamity creatures that have fallen into the swamp is killed, I will naturally have a way to drag them out. Are you sure? Barbarian frowned. I'm sure. Gunai nodded with certainty. Whether it was Gunai's world power Upanishad or the Blood Sea's power, they were the best when it came to suppressing, sealing, and even grabbing things. Anything within 1,000-meter radius of the sealed artifact would be swallowed by Gunai's sea of blood. Seeing how certain Gunai was, Babbo nodded and flew towards the black hole tunnel. He then began to set up the strange swamp from the abyss. Everyone, who else has other corresponding means of restriction? At this moment, Yadder's Caslort spoke again. Grotesque swamp from the abyss only had a certain blocking power, and it was possible that it couldn't be blocked. I have an entire set of large-scale extraordinary energy formation here that can seal this world. During battle, I can control it and imprison those huge creatures. Even if I can't completely imprison them, I can greatly restrict their movement speed. This will allow us to kill them more easily. This is good. After some discussion, the oracle began to construct a large-scale extraordinary energy array in the distance. Following that, a few other people also took the same actions. At this moment, whatever could be used, naturally, would be used by him. While everyone was setting up, Gunai's gaze fell on the illusory black hole channel. It's a pity that it's not a physical passage and I can't enter. Otherwise, I could go in and explore it. After a while, everyone finished making the arrangements. Everyone, please advise me. Yadder's Cass Lord glanced at the black hole channel that was still expanding. Currently, this passageway is still being expanded on a large scale. I don't know when it will end. We'll guard this place. Once the creatures of disaster invade, we'll be able to retaliate at the first moment. No one had any objections to this. Thus, everyone flew towards the surrounding corners, preparing to find a suitable place to sit down and cultivate while waiting for the arrival of the creatures of calamity. Gunai's body flickered as he flew towards a corner. Then, he sat down on a frozen cloud. Originally, this frozen cloud was still rolling rapidly in the air in the howling cold wind. However, as he sat on it, the frozen cloud immediately became as stable as a rock in the air. After setting up his surroundings, Gunai began to meditate. After becoming a saint, Gunai's carrying capacity had also greatly increased. Now, Gunai had to start increasing his runes.